Chapter 351 Unseen Memories. The crisp voice of a woman was the first thing that greeted Damien when he arrived in Astoria. When he looked over, he saw a fiery red figure walking towards him with a smile on her face. He smiled back. Don't be a bother. Damien let out a chuckle. He thought back to all the experiences that he had since entering the trial world. From meeting Little Shwe to establishing the sanctuary, battling demons on countless occasions, and recruiting Elytra, getting struck by a demigod's true voice, and taming Mirage in the ancient temple, and even fusing the void flames and conquering a demon king. It was truly a time filled to the brim with adventures. If he looked back on it now, he might have struggled more than he initially expected. As for sentimentality, he had reaped so many benefits in just this first trial that it almost felt unfair. He was extremely pleased with the progress he had made, not even just with the items he had come into possession of, but his own skills as well. Even his space element had improved by leaps and bounds. To have been able to increase his teleportation range to 10 meters in here, where the spatial suppression was leagues worse than it was in the 3,000 Beast Mountain range, he couldn't wait to see what it was like when he returned back outside. He quipped as he glanced at Fang. In the years since they had arrived, she seemed to have become more beautiful. A slight air of maturity had begun to mix with her original rebelliousness. Fang turned her head away with a smile. Even if she wanted to refute, she couldn't. Unlocking reincarnation flames before going through universe baptism was extremely rare, and for her to be able to do it was a huge boon. After she became accustomed to her reincarnation flames, her progress in most other things also increased rapidly. Not to mention, the levels of her skills had skyrocketed. Enough about me. Where the hell is Tan? The day of the 1-year deadline wasn't far away, and if they wanted to reach the rendezvous point in time, they had to leave Astoria today. As if waiting for her cue, though, Tan's voice suddenly rang out from behind them. "Oh, I heard that someone was missing me to the point of tears around here, so I came as fast as I could." Tan smiled and jumped on Fang, hugging her from behind. We don't have time for your games today." Tan looked downcast as she was forced to pull her hands away from Fang, but in the end, she accepted. Playing around was fun, but not at the cost of being stuck in the trial world forever. She was dying to leave this place and experience more of the blood-boiling trials to come. With the three of them gathered, they soon set out for the rendezvous point, which was the hill where they first arrived in the trial world. Tan suddenly asked. It was a question that had been on both Damien and Fang's minds ever since they became conscious of the fact that their time in the trial world was ending. The first trial was something fairly straightforward, but ended in then having prolonged conflict with the demons. They had also found out many truths that they didn't expect to be present in a simple secret realm. If just the first trial was like that, what would the rest be like? Damien inwardly hoped that it wouldn't be anything so complicated. Although he didn't mind the trial world's plot twist that much, he would definitely mind if he kept getting used as a tool in the fight between two divinities. It wasn't his purpose in the primordial undying realm, nor was it something he had any interest in. But at the same time, it was an issue concerning the Nox, so a certain part of his brain always urged him to get involved even deeper. The easiest kind of trial would probably be something dealing with comprehension or pure combat like this one, but I doubt they'd reuse that idea again. Comprehension would be nice, but it feels too straightforward for this secret realm that always likes to do the unexpected. Damien muttered half in thought. Fang nodded her head in agreement. "Oh," Damien smirked. Tan shot him a pointed glare before turning her head away with a pout. She still hadn't forgotten what this bastard had done while she was still intoxicated. What a shame that I didn't have a record crystal on hand. What shadow devil? Intangrambith. Fang replied. You haven't heard it? Ever since the first battle we had with the apostles when you used your domain to kill all those demons, the other geniuses here have been calling you the shadow devil. Tan's eyes widened in shock. Seriously? Damien said wryly. Tan immediately agreed. It would indeed have been weirder for her to notice the drivel of insignificant flies. Damien suddenly posed a question of his own. He had seen with his own eyes as countless geniuses died in battle. He didn't know exactly how many there were, but the number wasn't small at all. Originally, there were around 100 of them that entered the realm together. Damien was 100% sure that at least half of them had died. Half! That's thinking too optimistically. Intan scoffed. Even 20 is pushing it. Every time there was a battle with demons, a large number of them would die. And in the ancient temple, even more had died. Feng Qinger pointed out objectively. Right. I forgot that there were other geniuses that entered the ancient temple. Damien replied in realization. He really had to wonder how the forces of the 3,000 Beast Mountain range would react to the loss of so many geniuses. It was also curious whether or not such high death rates were prevalent in every trial world or just theirs. The trio soon arrived at the rendezvous point, and as Qing Tan had predicted, roughly 20 people had gathered. We took our sweet time reaching here, so it shouldn't be long until the notification pops up, Damien muttered to himself. And as he expected, a blue holographic window soon appeared in front of his eyes. Chapter 352, Unseen Memories. The Trial of Stars has been completed. Total number of survivors, 18, star distribution, 15 black, 3 white. The 4 notifications came in quick succession, mostly outlining information that was already known. The main thing people focused on was the last notification. The gazes of all those who gathered on the hill congregated on the Damien trio's location. The greed in their eyes was obvious, but they didn't dare to move. For one, the trial had already ended, so there was no point even if they were able to steal the latter party's starlight. But the main reason was the fact that they weren't sure of the other party's strength. To be able to achieve a white star, they obviously weren't simple. And on their way to the rendezvous point, they had heard a great many rumors. It wasn't worth the risk, even if only a sliver of those rumors turned out to be truth. If all of those rumors were true, the strength of these 3 was truly unfathomable. In this tense atmosphere, another set of notifications rang out. Damien felt the gaze that the notification spoke of. In fact, it was intensive, as if the gaze was specifically focused on him. Within that gaze, he felt an odd sensation. He had no way to be sure. The second trial will be administered individually. Various hushed murmurs rang out. After all, the first trial came with a sufficient description on both the contents and clear conditions that were attached to it. For the second, however, they were just being thrust into unknown territory. But there was nobody to question. The primordial undying tree only spoke to them in notifications. So how were they supposed to question it? In the end, the geniuses steeled themselves and began declaring their readiness one by one. As the number of people standing on the hill decreased, Damien looked at Feng Qinger and Qing Tan with a smile. I have to say, I had a lot of fun working with the two of you. Feng Qinger, what's with the formal tone all of a sudden? After all of the life or death struggles we've been through together, are you doubting our character? Even if I beat you up later, I'll do it fair and square. Don't worry about that. With a cheerful declaration, Feng Qinger's body became illusory and disappeared from the trial world. Now, only Damien and Qing Tan remained. A small silence enveloped them for a while. Damien asked lightly. His gaze was on the horizon in front of him. Qing Tan looked over with wide eyes. After hesitating for a bit, she let out a sound of affirmation. I don't expect you to answer it right away, but I hope you can do so before anything happens. Qing Tan turned her gaze to the horizon as well. She had a complicated look in her eye. In the end, she couldn't do anything besides sigh in resignation. Immediately afterwards, she changed into motes of light as she left the trial world. The sun was already starting to set. With the threat of demons completely eliminated for now, the trial world seemed to have entered a time of peace. An aura of tranquility permeated the air. Damien stood in this atmosphere with his eyes closed, taking in the feeling. It was only many minutes later that he opened his eyes again. I really hope things aren't as they seem. The primordial undying tree, the Nox demigod, known as the demon god, the power struggle going on within the primordial undying realm. He didn't want to add anything else on top of that. But there was nothing he could do besides continue forward. After stealing himself and circulating his mana in preparation for the next trial, he declared his readiness. The feeling of spatial mana enveloping his body soon overwhelmed his senses, leaving nothing else but darkness on all sides. Darkness. On all sides, there was only darkness. The walls, the ceiling, the ground, they were all enveloped in darkness. Even after his eyes adjusted, it didn't seem to get any better. The uniformity of it all made him uncomfortable. It wasn't something he was used to. Ugh. The sound of his heavy breathing was the only thing he could hear, but he preferred it that way. It was much better than what he was forced to listen to at other times. When his voice left his mouth, it was cracked and barely sounded human. He didn't recognize himself anymore. Who was he? Why was he alive? Why was he here? He didn't want to think anymore. Thinking would only lead to further harm. It's all a dream, a nightmare. He was feeble. He was weak. He already knew this. They told him about it so often that it had been ingrained in his mind. For him to be thrown into such a situation, it had to be a dream. He stumbled through the darkness. His steps didn't carry a hint of strength. He weakly collapsed on the floor. I can't do this. To wake up, what did he need to do? He had never lucid dreamed before. Why did his first experience have to be so traumatic? They say that escaping a lucid dreaming state was easy, but he didn't think so. They said that it was impossible to feel pain in a lucid dream, but he didn't think so. His body had already collapsed. He tried to ignore how vividly he could feel the cold ground against his back, how realistic the jagged edges of those rocks felt as they pierced his skin. He closed his eyes. And Mom, I miss you. The face's mother. It was good that he could remember it. Didn't that mean he'd wake up soon? He closed his eyes. He tried to divert his attention from the current situation. There's too much noise. He couldn't sleep. The noise wouldn't let him. I want to go home. I want to wake up. It was an earnest wish. He was pleading to anyone who could hear him, but unfortunately, there were none. He opened his eyes. The uniformity of the place made him uncomfortable. He couldn't get used to it. The walls, the ceiling, the ground, it was all rock. Even if the rocks looked different in some places and had different textures when they came into contact with his skin, it was all still rock. I can't do this. He wanted to go home. He wanted to go home. He wanted to go home. Survive. He couldn't accept it. He wanted to wake up. But no matter how many times he tried to escape this nightmare, he couldn't. Today marked the second day. The second day that he was trapped in this dungeon. Chapter 353, Unseen Memories. Darkness. No matter what else changed with the hours, the darkness present in the surroundings was the only thing that stayed consistent. In the distance, the roars of beasts could be heard intermittently ringing out. The mana fluctuations of battles between them emanated. In a dark cave somewhere on the floor, a boy sat curled up in a ball. Short swords he had found yesterday. He slowly stood up and walked out of the cave. But there was no way it would be easy to just hunt. Wolves, tigers, bears, all the beasts he ran in were massive and ferocious. He didn't have the strength nor the courage to fight against them. He hid behind boulders and crawled along the dungeon floor, avoiding the beasts he saw but couldn't fight. He barely had any mana in his body, so even if these beasts noticed him, they ignored him since it wasn't even beneficial to devour him. Kill, eat, evolve. This was the entire life of a beast without intelligence. Since he couldn't benefit their evolution, they instinctively cast him aside. Even in a land of beasts, he was treated like trash. He wanted to laugh at the bleak outcome, but he couldn't even force it out of his throat. Instead, he kept crawling, and after hours of such actions, he finally stumbled upon something that looked doable. A group of small rabbit-like beasts that were moving through the dungeon. As he watched, he noticed that one of the rabbits had fallen away from the rest. A chance. If it was a rabbit, he should be able to do it. All he had to do was run up and stab it with his blades before it ran away. That way, he'd get at least a little experience. After the main group of rabbits had escaped his line of sight, he made his move. He ran forward with everything he had and ambushed the rabbit from behind. His short swords plunged downward without aim. As long as they stabbed into the rabbit, it was fine. But at that moment that the short swords were about to pierce through, the rabbit hopped forward. The efforts of his reckless charge were all for naught. Before he could even understand that he had failed, the rabbit turned a full 180 degrees and hopped towards him. In that single hop, it had already arrived at his position. Its little arms looked so innocent at that moment, but in the next, frightening claws elongated from within. They slashed forward. Blood spurted into the air. His face paled. He couldn't even scream. While he was still in shock, he backed away. He couldn't feel his left leg, but that didn't matter. That terrifying rabbit was coming towards him again. He continued to back away. He turned around and ran, but he only had one fully functional leg. He limped at the fastest pace he could to escape. But that pace wasn't fast at all. The rabbit caught up without difficulty and slashed again. His left leg spurted more blood. He almost collapsed right away. But the pain didn't come immediately. His mind was too shocked to register it. His vision went dark and a feeling of dizziness. Even as he tried to limp away, he couldn't tell which direction he was moving in. He didn't know how he escaped. Or maybe he didn't escape at all. It was just at some point that rabbit stopped chasing him. He limped and he limped. He was too far away from his original cave. His consciousness was already fading. He found a nearby rock that was close to the dungeon wall. The space between the two was barely enough to fit his skinny body into. He crawled into that space and hid. And then the pain finally hit him. Chapter 354, Unseen Memories. Trigger warning. The following chap has some stuff about self-harm and suicide, so just be mindful. A piercing screech tried to leave his mouth, but he quickly bit his tongue to stop it. Even if he was an idiot, even he knew that making so much sound would only attract more beasts to his location. MMPH. Ack. Muffled noises intermittently left his mouth as he tried to cope with the pain coming from his left leg. It was burning, but also cold. With his body stuck in such a tight space, his leg kept bumping against the rocks, making the pain even worse. Ack. Before he even realized it, tears began to spill from his eyes. It hurts. It hurts so much. Why is this happening? I just want to live? Why? His thoughts were incoherent. The dizziness in his head was only getting worse as his blood loss intensified. He remembered scenes from a few movies he watched. Looking at his shirt, he moved his arms and tore off the sleeves. Then he wrapped them around the wounded area and tied them up. It was his first time seeing the wound. It was horrifying. There were 3 massive gashes running down from his knee to his ankle. Whenever a space opened up in the blood leaking from them, he could clearly see the white bone inside. The fact that his own leg could look so mangled, he almost vomited on the spot. But he swallowed back the vomit that forced its way into his mouth. He was already hungry. He couldn't let any food out of his grasp. The pain only became worse. He didn't even know if the shirt pieces would help, but he didn't want to look at the wound again. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't do anything about it. His consciousness was fading. With tears still streaming down his cheek and blood still spilling from his leg, he passed out. It was his luck that he survived. He had a regeneration skill from the moment the system awakened. It was a slow process, but the muscles in his leg were being pulled back together and healed. By the time he woke up, the bleeding had already stopped. The gashes were still there, though. He couldn't walk without limping anymore. He wanted to stay in this spot forever. He didn't want to go back outside and risk suffering so much again. But just like before, he didn't have a choice. If he didn't go out and level, he would starve. If he starved, he'd die an even worse death. He didn't have resolve. He only had a basic human craving for survival. That was the only thing pushing him forward. But it was enough. He was able to get up and return to that rabbit from before. But he decided to do things differently. To kill it in one strike, that's what he had to do if he wanted to be successful. Of course, he had the capability to do it, but it was a double-edged sword. But he didn't have any other choice. He used a skill that would have been enough to make him a top hunter on Earth if he had a body that could handle it. He hid behind a rock and watched the rabbit. When he saw an opening, he teleported. His blades pierced the rabbit before it could react. Then, he teleported back to his original spot. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. His insides were churning from just that much teleportation. How was he supposed to keep doing this? But even while thinking so, he still did it. He waited for his injuries to become lighter and used the same strategy to hunt. And as he did so, he gained a level. At that moment, he felt some of his hunger alleviating. At the same time, he felt his injuries become somewhat better. It was reinvigorating. Capitalizing on his current adrenaline rush, he kept going. He made sure that the feeling of adrenaline washing away his fear never left his body. Instead of facing reality, he forced himself to ignore it. But it worked, and he found that the more he leveled up, the more he could teleport without facing injury. And so he continued. In the back of his mind, he hoped that the situation where his adrenaline wore off would never come. Time passed. He hunted often and slowly got used to the feeling. But because of the fact that he kept himself in an adrenaline-crazed state at all times, he couldn't sleep at all. Sleep. He picked up his short sword and placed the blade on his neck. This way, I can sleep in peace, right? Haha. Who am I kidding? Despite his thoughts, the short sword didn't leave his neck. The blade pushed into his skin, drawing a line of blood. He had somewhat adapted to the dungeon, but it hadn't even been 2 full days yet. There was always a voice in the back of his mind. Why not just end it? What's the point of suffering? It's easier to just end it all. Nobody will miss me anyway. It's not like I had a good life to return to even if I survive. Why should I survive? It's all pointless. Just end it. The blade pushed into his neck even further. His breathing felt restricted by its weight. End it. End it. End it. It wasn't the first time he'd considered it. In the past day and a half, he considered it multiple times. But he was a coward. He didn't even have the courage to kill himself. But he felt that in this moment, if he kept pushing the blade forward, he wouldn't be lucid enough to stop himself. If he wanted, he could really end it all. Drops of blood trickled down the side of his neck and softly landed on the cold ground below. He stayed in this position for a while. The blade didn't move forward, but he didn't pull it away either. The drops soon accumulated into a small puddle. He violently threw the blade to the side. It fell to the ground, and the cracks on its surface became slightly bigger. Stop! Stop! He clutched his head. The voice within wouldn't go away. I won't end it. He vehemently shook his head. End it. Everything is pointless. Even if I level up, my body is still too weak. I won't ever be able to escape. This dungeon is my grave, so I should just end it all myself. It's better than being eaten by beasts. Why be stubborn? Stop! 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 He staggered over to a nearby wall. What's the point of revenge? Jean Horton isn't a person someone like me can touch. Elena probably moved on already. Mom was doomed from the second I fell into the dungeon. There's no hope left. So why struggle? He screamed it out loud. His body moved forward. Bang! His head heavily collided with the wall in front of him. Get out! Get out! Bang! 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 The impacts were loud. Dull sounds rang out with everyone. Blood oozed from his forehead. Crack! His skull cracked slightly. His consciousness could no longer hold on. He slumped to the ground, the light in his eyes gone. It was now the 3rd day since he was trapped in this dungeon. Chapter 355, Unseen Memories. A new day began, or at least, he woke up and began moving again. It was hard to tell the time in a place where the sky never changed. The air always flowed in one direction, and the beasts always acted the same. It was hard to tell the time. Maybe it had been the number of days he assumed it to be. Maybe it had been less. He didn't know. He was slowly starting to forget about how time used to flow. It was the 4th day by his books. He didn't know how much he slept, but it wasn't enough to cleanse his fatigue. But he could do nothing but get up and hunt. If there was one thing he could be excited about, it was the fact that his hunts had been getting better with the passing of time. He was learning how to fight. A faint hope of survival welled up in his heart. He looked at the wolf corpses on the floor below him. A smile inadvertently crept up his face. Battle was a good distraction. When he was in battle, he didn't have to think about the troubles that plagued him. He was starting to fall in love with that feeling. His gaze panned upward, and he saw something glint in the corner of his eye. That is, he ran. He ran with all his might. If there was even a slight chance that things were as he saw them to be, it was worth expending all of his stamina. So he ran, and when he finally reached that spot, he almost jumped in joy. His eyes weren't fooling him. Plants. Green plants. Green plants with assorted colors spread along their surface. It didn't matter what the plants actually were, but if they were plants, it meant he could eat. Even if it was the slightest sustenance, it was fine. He was hungry. So hungry that every time he saw a corpse on the ground, he wanted to dig his teeth into it and devour it. But he couldn't, because if he did, he'd turn into a mutated being that was neither beast nor human. He had some ideas, some insane ideas that he didn't want to entertain, but the situation wasn't dire enough for him to put those ideas into motion. That's right. Even as he thought of his current situation, the pain he had been going through, he still thought the situation wasn't dire enough. It was simply how deranged his ideas were. Staying down here, his thoughts were becoming more bestial, and it had only been a few days. He put aside his thoughts and reached out to the plants in front of him. His hands were skinnier than he remembered them to be. He could clearly see the outline of his bones through his skin. He picked a plant from the ground. He didn't hesitate to shove it into his mouth. He was voracious. He didn't stop with just one plant. He grabbed every single one in the vicinity and devoured them. Ah, ah, ah. He could only make incomprehensible noises. The plants didn't taste good at all. They were muddy. They had grown in a musty dungeon, and the water source that fed them wasn't anywhere close. They had been trampled by beasts before. They carried a slight taste of the wastage those beasts left behind. But at the same time, they tasted heavenly. They were food. That was all that matters. To a body that had been on the verge of starvation, anything that could be classified as food would automatically taste amazing. There was such a great food source here, so why would the beasts ignore it? He couldn't figure it out. He wanted to keep eating, but his body suddenly revolted. He couldn't move a muscle. He was paralyzed. His insides were churning. His consciousness became weak. A disgusting feeling spread through his body. Like a thick sludge was entering his bloodstream. He inadvertently vomited. He hadn't eaten in 3 days, though, so it was mainly just stomach acids. And blood. Mouthful after mouthful of blood that were vomited from his mouth. It was so violent that his body began to cramp. But he was paralyzed. He couldn't even hunker down or scream in pain. His eyes rolled back into his head. He began foaming at the mouth. Bloody tears left his eyes. And soon after, trails of blood began leaking from the rest of his 7 orifices. He was seizing up. This time, chunks of meat were mixed in with his vomit. But he hadn't eaten anything in 3 days. That meat was pieces of his internal organs that were forced out of his body. The sludge in his blood made his body feel disgusting. It was a feeling that somehow managed to stand out even in the pain he was going through. It didn't just spread, though. Steam rose from his skin. His body started to heat up uncontrollably. Sweating was good. It meant that his body was trying to expel the poison from his pores. But the reason he was sweating was different. His blood, it was boiling. It was burning, evaporating away and becoming steam that left his body through his pores. The boiling blood was circulated through his body along with the disgusting sludge. It only amplified the horror of his current situation. He had been reckless. He had been too starved for any sort of sustenance. The adrenaline rush helped him ignore the feeling. The thick manna in the atmosphere did the same. But in the end, when he saw hope right in front of his eyes, he couldn't resist. He was desperate. He was going to pass out again. He couldn't believe it. How many times had he passed out from pain since he became stranded here? It was embarrassing, but his pride was slowly being whittled away. After all, the poison he ingested just now was vile. His mouth wasn't the only exit to his body that was being utilized to try and extract it. His intestines were also being affected by its spread. He could feel a disgusting substance leaking through his pants. He wasn't at a level where he could ignore the urges of his body. He just hadn't eaten anything in 3 days, so his body had nothing to digest. But now, everything he had digested, even before he was stranded in the dungeon, was being forced out of his body. After this event, he would no longer be able to simply ignore his carnal desire for sustenance by ignoring it. He wanted to stop such a situation from occurring at all costs. But he was paralyzed. His blood was evaporating, leaving him even weaker. His body functions were in the process of shutting down. He could only endure the humiliation he brought upon himself, while also enduring the searing pain that racked his body. His consciousness was forced to hold on by the intense pain. Even if he wanted to pass out, he couldn't. But eventually, his mind wasn't able to bear the torture anymore. It shut down, and he passed out again, in a puddle of his own blood and excrement. Chapter 356, Unseen Memories. How did he survive? Once again, by some miracle, he survived. The poison was gone from his body when he woke up, but the after-effects remained. If he didn't eat soon, he would really die. For a human to die of starvation, it would normally take roughly 2 months. For a human to die of thirst, it would normally take 2 to 4 days. With the introduction of mana, these limits were somewhat surpassed, but the level depended on the amount of mana one had. For him, starvation and thirst were still things that could kill him in a week. That was if there were no extraneous circumstances. Even without mentioning the poison, he had been running around and accumulating fatigue for days on end. Not to mention how often he got injured and had to cope with the blood loss. It was only normal for those time limits to be rapidly shortened. He had to eat. And so, when the 5th day in the dungeon dawned, he became fiercer in his hunting, and he ended up in a situation he couldn't cope with. He almost died. No, he surely would have died. Why did he survive? Once again, it could only be attributed to luck. He was just lucky. It wasn't fair to say everything was due to luck. Since the day he was stranded, he had indeed grown a lot. However, even taking this growth into account, he should have died 5 times over at least. It was strange. He loved to complain about how his luck was terrible, but that was just avoidance. In reality, his luck was amazing. What was terrible was the consequences of his own actions. The only time he was truly unlucky was when he was thrown into the dungeon. Ever since then, luck had kept him alive. When he was almost killed by the rabbit, when he was almost killed by the poison, when he was almost killed by his lack of basic human necessities, he himself didn't do anything that could help him survive. Instead, he only worsened the situation. It could be argued that his reckless actions were forced by the situation, but even that was just an excuse. It was his fault. And on his 5th day in the dungeon, the culmination of consequences of his reckless actions befell him. His fatigue caught up to him. A beast too powerful for him to kill targeted him, and his luck could no longer protect him. As he watched his arm get torn off of his body by the jaws of that beast, he realized this, and he snapped. He didn't care anymore. If he was meant to die, he'd die while killing this beast. He stabbed into its flesh, tore into its body with his fingers and teeth. Even after his blade broke, he jammed the jagged stump into the beast's eye to cause any degree of damage he could. Perhaps because he had finally been able to put his life on the line, he was able to kill that beast. And he devoured it. He didn't care anymore. So he tore into its body with his teeth. He feasted on its best and drank its blood. It didn't taste good, but it was the mark of his survival. So he ate and drank without pause. But it wasn't like that beast died immediately. In its death throes, it decided to perish together with him. He survived once again due to luck. Or maybe this time, it could be attributed to his own efforts. Falling was one thing, but what came after was another. A trial by blood. Forced maturity. He stood inside a blood world of his own making, facing an endless horde of beasts that wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. But his own stamina was infinite as well. He killed. He killed and killed and killed. He started to enjoy the feeling of killing. He started to crave the feeling of blood splashing onto his body. So he killed and killed and killed. His mindset began to change. He was pathetic. When he looked at how he had been behaving for the past few days, he wanted to kill. He wanted to go back and kill that pathetic version of himself. If he wanted to get stronger, all he had to do was kill. How long was it before the horde of beasts finally came to an end? By the time it was over, the man who exited the blood world was no longer the same man who had entered it. It was forced maturity. He killed so he wouldn't be killed. He did so until killing and becoming stronger became the only thought that occupied his mind. Revenge? It could wait. He needed strength to get revenge. His mother? She could wait. He needed strength to cure her of her illness. Everything could wait. Strength was above all. He regained consciousness at some point. He seized his body and took control over his bestial instinct. Or did he? Maybe he just merged with it. After all, He wasn't much different from the version of him that was possessed by that instinct. The only difference was that he was capable of conscious thought, an indomitable wolf forged in fire. That was what he liked, to delude himself into thinking he had built. But he was wrong. It was all just the delusion of a man who was falling into the depths of insanity. The only thing he had built was bloodlust. Bloodlust that trumped his fear and allowed him to continue forward without it. But at least he wasn't pathetic anymore. He wasn't sniveling like a bitch on the floor after every battle. He wasn't coughing up buckets of blood every time he teleported. He had achieved his first class. He had achieved a perfect mutation. He now had the qualifications to grow stronger. Who cares how he got it? So what if he didn't earn it himself? What was the point in being hung up on pointless matters like that? He moved through the dungeon. He cleared it floor by floor. He killed and he killed. He devoured and he evolved. He loved the taste of blood on his tongue, the feeling it gave him when it splashed on his body. He loved the pain. The pain of evolution meant he was growing stronger. The pain of injuries was just proof that he deserved to become stronger. But it wasn't easy to maintain his insanity. Every once in a while, he would have moments of lucidity. The thoughts would flood his head. It was hard to get rid of them. They were his true feelings after all. The feelings that he hid within a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses. Earth wasn't a home anymore. He had been cast aside by Earthlings long ago. He only realized it after he was stranded here how little he cared about Earth. The only thing left for him, there was his mother. And his revenge. And just like that, his bloodlust resurged. Malice clouded his mind. The feeling of blood, the taste of blood, the pain, and the thrill of battle. Those were the only things that could quell his insanity. Chapter 357, Unseen Memories. Life in the dungeon continued. Compared to how it was in those first few days, it had gotten considerably better. But it was lonely, incredibly lonely. The only solace he had was during battle. Whenever his battles ended, he would be forced to face his loneliness once more. He found himself in a state where he sought constant stimulation. Without it, he would truly go mad. When it wasn't battle, it was training. When it wasn't training, it was anything else he could think of. Even after so long, his fear didn't completely go away. And even though it had been quelled for the most part, he still needed to cope with his current situation. It had reached a point where he forgot about everything other than the dungeon. His life was the dungeon, and the dungeon was his life. Was there a way to stave off the insanity that threatened to consume him? He found himself reminiscing, not about people nor about events from his past. Instead, he reminisced on characters he used to read about, people who would end up in similar situations as he was now. But they weren't the same as him. They weren't pathetic trash on the inside. They braved every danger with pride and cool indifference. They challenged the heavens as if it was the most natural thing to do. He wanted to be like them. He wanted to become them. Who was he? What was his identity? A sense of identity was incredibly important. Without it, he would be no different than any other beast in the dungeon. He had already somewhat become one of them. He had his own territory on the 20th floor. No beast dared to challenge him. Even if he descended, there were still many beasts that didn't dare come close after sensing his aura. But at the same time, there were beasts that wanted to contend with his hegemony. Naturally, he fought these beasts, and he indiscriminately slaughtered every other beast on the floor afterward. If he had to give a reason, for strength, to kill, to eat, to evolve. This was his life. So, without a sense of identity, without anything to keep him human, what would he be? His end goal was still to leave, to escape, to go home, to get revenge, to cure his mother. How long had it been since he was stranded in the dungeon? Enough time had passed that the flimsy will he had originally built up had blossomed slightly. He was at least able to clearly delineate his goals. But if he wanted to return to society, could he? In his current state, it was impossible. He needed to become human again. He needed to become those characters he would fervently read about in the past. His days changed. When he needed stimulation, he went and slaughtered hundreds and thousands of beasts. When there were no beasts left on a floor, he would return to training. And when he wasn't training, he acted. He stood in front of a massive beast that was crawling on the floor. Blood stained his skin and leaked from that beast's body. This young master has shown leniency. His words were arrogant. He didn't feel like himself when he spoke them. No, he didn't feel like himself when he spoke. He was alone. When was the last time he spoke at all? His voice was hoarse, even as he tried to put up an arrogant front. The phrase was one he had seen many times before. It had become something of a joke on Earth. But he spoke it with utmost seriousness. This was a character. He needed to play it well, until he could become that character, and regain his humanity. What was humanity? It was a question he asked himself plenty of times. He had been seeking his humanity ever since he came to the realization that he had lost it. What defined him as a person? What used to define him as a person? He could answer the second question easily. Struggle, weakness, the inability to grow stronger. But that old version of him had perseverance. It was one of the only admirable traits he used to have. But that perseverance disappeared when he was stranded in the dungeon. He had become a weeping mess. He complained about everything he could complain about. He resented people who didn't deserve to be resented. He pushed the blame onto others so he could avoid his own weakness. But the dungeon didn't allow him to avoid it. It laid his weakness bare in front of him. It forced him to acknowledge the fact that he was pathetic, and almost killed him multiple times in the process. And so what was he now? He had strength. That was what he had been chasing after for so long. That was the ultimate goal he had ever since the World Awakening. Why then did it feel so empty? Why did it feel like his strength didn't matter at all? What was he missing? That missing piece, he had judged it to be his humanity. He had become no different than a mindless beast. He killed, he ate, he evolved. What else did his life constitute? What did he look forward to every day? What did he work towards? His overarching goal didn't matter. He didn't have a method to escape. He didn't think he would find one anytime soon. How long would he be trapped in this dungeon? Perhaps, by the time he exited, his mother would have long succumbed to her illness without his support. Perhaps, the target of his revenge would have become a figure that, even with his newfound strength, he couldn't touch. He felt like his thoughts should drive him to work harder, to try harder to find an exit to the dungeon. But it didn't work like that. For such determination to be born, the prerequisite was hope. Hope that the chance of success existed. He didn't have that hope. He didn't have humanity either. The only thing he had was the dungeon. To kill, to eat, to evolve. He didn't have any other thoughts in his head. Well, there was one. Blood. He had become addicted to it. Sometimes, he found himself unable to sit still if he didn't feel the blood of beasts on his skin for too long. He didn't question this feeling. He just went out and hunted to quench his thirst for blood. It was then that he realized something was wrong. Something inside of him told him that he should be questioning his sanity. But why question it? If there was nothing else to do besides killing, shouldn't it be a good thing that he enjoys it? At least that way, he wouldn't get bored of the monotony of his life. But he still ended up questioning it. He wanted to regain a semblance of sanity. Perhaps that wish alone meant that he was on the right track. He hoped so. He hoped. It was a good thing that the concept of hope had come back into his life. He was becoming more like those characters he emulated. But he hadn't become them yet. If he had done his job properly, he wouldn't be questioning himself anymore. He would act as he saw fit, and he would do so with confidence. It was still uncomfortable. To speak, to act, to show consideration for those around him, it didn't feel like he was himself when he did it. But he would continue without fail, until it wasn't uncomfortable anymore, until he became what he was pretending to be. Chapter 358, Unseen Memories. Constant practice over an extended period of time made that uncomfortable feeling vanish slowly. He began to embody what he wanted to embody. Instead of feeling like he wasn't himself, he started feeling like he was becoming someone new. It wasn't a bad feeling. And finding references to different shows and novels he used to love in his everyday life brought some flavor to his monotonous life. Things were looking up. And then something new happened. He felt a strange sensation when he looked at a certain beast. Something that he felt would help him regain his humanity even more. That was the only reason he saved it, because he was curious about this new stimulation he was receiving. But that was enough of a reason. New stimulation was always welcome. So he saved that beast. He killed hordes and hordes of beasts that chased it while doing so. He missed the feeling of being drowned in the blood of his enemies. It had been a good amount of time since the last time he was able to feel it. After he did so, he grabbed that beast and ran. It was exciting. His blood was boiling, but in a good way this time. He was being chased. It was a real dragon, an existence he had only seen in fiction until now. And on top of that, it was an entity at a level of strength that he couldn't even hope to win against. He felt like he was back to being the same pathetic person he was when he first arrived in this hellish place. That pathetic weakling had returned. Except, this feeling only excited him more. It was the feeling of death encroaching on him. It was intoxicating. He almost stopped running to face that beast. He almost couldn't control his desire to feel death. Wasn't it so exciting? The boundary between life and death. Walking a thin like that could lead to his demise at any misstep. Wasn't it riveting? The feeling of being crushed by an opponent and still managing to regain the upper hand. The feeling of blood intertwining as both sides piled up injuries. He almost stopped in place. He wanted to die while feeling that feeling. It was exhilarating. It was a drug that he couldn't curb his addiction to. He wanted to die at that beast's hands, but he also wanted to live. As he found himself stuck in a conundrum, he felt a new stimulation, a new sensation. His attention was quickly grabbed. He went to find the source of that sensation, and he found himself in a man-made construct, the first one he had seen in a long, long time. As expected, following the new stimulations he received would always lead him to something fun. Having fun was the best. It was the only thing he lived for. Even if he escaped the dungeon, he wanted to keep having fun and finding new stimulation like this. It led to a life that was worth living. He sat in a chair. It was a good chair. He loved the feeling it gave him. He looked at the beast he saved. Should I kill it? He wanted to kill it. His body craved its death. His eyes only saw red. But there was a sensation, a stimulation that he wanted to follow. That was telling him to keep it alive. So what should I do? He stood up and walked over to that beast. It was small. His single hand was easily enough to crush its neck. If he squeezed a little harder, its bones would snap like twigs. What a satisfying sound that was. What a satisfying feeling that was. There was no blood, but it was still a greatly cathartic feeling. But he couldn't bring himself to do it. His curiosity was too strong. A new stimulation. What would it bring him? He realized that he only had a single arm. It had been too long since he lost it. He had gotten used to the feeling of imbalance. But it had almost led to his death a few times in the beginning. Not that he minded much. Death was something he loved to feel. There were books all along the walls. Could he still read? He didn't remember, but he still went and picked up the books. Another stimulation. Information about a world he didn't know, about many things he didn't know. He became intoxicated with reading. It turned out he could still do it. He didn't know how. Much time passed. At some point, that beast woke up. He had gotten an idea from a book he read. A companion. It was an unfamiliar concept. To have someone else with him. Someone who he could speak to. Someone who he could play with to relieve his boredom. A companion. It sounded nice. It was much better than killing the beast. Because killing it was only temporary stimulation. But if he took it as a companion, it could entertain him for years to come. It was a great idea. He praised himself for thinking of something so genius. He spoke to that beast. He was surprised that it could understand him. There hadn't been many beasts that could do so until now. He knew from experience. He talked to the beasts often. He held conversations with them while they fought. Or at least, he tried to. But those beasts were stupid. They couldn't understand his words. A few could, though, but it was a shame that they all died by his hands not long after. Now, there was a beast that could understand him, and he wasn't going to kill this beast. It was exciting, especially when the pact was formed. He could feel the beast's thoughts. It was like he could finally hold a conversation. He didn't just have to talk one-sidedly. It was nice. He became friends with the beast soon enough. They became teammates who hunted together. He fought the dragon. It was a good fight. The dragon let out its breath. Dragon's breath felt good on his skin. The pain was amazing. He almost forgot to defend. His left side was burned to an unrecognizable state. The feeling of burning was new. Not many beasts could use fire in the dungeon. It was searing hot, but also extremely cold. How could those two feelings exist at the same time? It was interesting to feel it personally. The dragon was eventually defeated, though. He couldn't help it. He loved death. He wanted to feel it all the time. He wanted to embrace it lightly. But he never wanted to actually fall into its clutches. So he had to kill the dragon. It turned out to be a wyvern instead of an actual dragon, but it was close enough. Now what? He had become a second class. He had become more powerful. But now what? Continue to descend? It was getting boring. He wanted something new. But descending was good. He saw it in the subspace. He could escape as long as he kept descending. Escape. It was something he had been craving for so long. But why did it feel so empty? He almost didn't want it. He liked his life in the dungeon. He could have fun and follow his desires without any consequences. The outside world was difficult. Humans were difficult. He didn't want to associate with them and get caught up in their problems. But wasn't he human as well? He didn't think of himself as one. His thoughts were chaotic. He didn't want to leave. The dungeon was comfortable. He knew what would happen every day. There were no surprises. The outside world was hard. It was new. He would have difficulty adapting. But what about his mother and his revenge? It was tedious. No, he had to do it. He had to do it. He was reverting to how he was before. He was becoming no different than a beast again. He had worked so hard to fix that. He had worked so hard to become human again, even in the slightest. What was the point of those efforts if he refused to leave the dungeon? In the end, he descended. He went against his desire for comfort. Because the outside world had more stimulation. It had more fun things that he didn't know. Even if it was cumbersome, it was still better than his current monotony. So he descended, and he finally left the dungeon. Chapter 359, Unseen Memories. Tears. He collapsed to the ground. An unending stream of tears was the only thing he could see. When he felt the air around him, air that wasn't tainted with the smell of blood. It was awkward, but at the same time, it was refreshing. When he felt the mana in the atmosphere, it wasn't laced with brutality, but rather tranquil as a drifting stream. He felt his mental state clear up just by breathing it in. There were trees in the surroundings. Green trees and plants. Beautiful plants that weren't laced with poison. He could only cry. He couldn't stop himself. The tears flowed without his permission. It was only after his tear ducts ran dry that he finally stopped. He stood up. Now that the tears were gone, he could take the scenery in with fresh eyes. He walked. He could teleport, but he walked. Teleporting would only lessen the time he could spend admiring the scenery. It was quiet. The roars of beasts didn't permeate the air at every point in time. There was a sun in the sky. No, just the fact that there was a sky was enough. The dull scenery of the dungeon was gone. Being surrounded by darkness on all sides was gone. He had escaped that dungeon. After 2 years, 2 grueling years of his life that would have otherwise been spent toiling away endlessly on Earth. He felt proud of his achievement, though it also felt a little empty. Was it just him, or were some parts of his memory hazy? It felt like he couldn't remember something important. No, it was many important things. Something that defined the current him. He had lost it. But what was it? He didn't remember. The scenery quickly stole his attention again. It had been a few hours since he started walking, yet the peaceful feeling was unchanging. It was awkward, uncomfortable even. His hands were itching. Why were his hands itching? There was something he wanted to do. What was it? He didn't know. He just knew that there was something he wanted to do. But the current environment didn't allow it. His heart was beating rapidly. His body began to feel weird. Like millions of ants were crawling inside his skin. Why? What did he want to do so bad that it caused such a terrible level of discomfort? He didn't know. He wanted to know. His hands were itching. They wanted to move. He kept walking. Maybe he would find a clue if he did. In the distance, he saw a beast. It was a lone deer that was grazing in a peaceful meadow. Suddenly, he snapped. Ah, that's right. He knew what he wanted to do. He disappeared. Blood spurted into the air. That deer's heart was in his hand. It was still pumping as if it didn't even realize that it had been removed yet. His eyes were red. The amethyst color that usually shared his irises was gone. He looked at the beating heart in his hand. Blood kept flowing from it and dripping onto his body. He licked his lips. It looked too appetizing. His teeth had already grown into fangs. He bit into the heart. He tore into it. Voraciously, he devoured. The taste of blood on his tongue. It helped calm that itching feeling that had been irking him. But it wasn't enough. His attention soon turned to the corpse of that deer. It met the same fate as its heart, but it wasn't enough. He wanted more. Blood. He couldn't go a few hours without seeing it. His awareness spread. He found another beast. He continued his hunt. He devoured everything. His gluttony was insatiable. The beasts in the surroundings had already felt the presence of a predator. They began to flee with all their might. He wanted to pursue, but suddenly he felt impact on the back of his head. It was his companion, that beast he had picked up in the dungeon. The impact helped him come back to his senses. He looked down at his hands. They were covered in blood. His body was soaked in it too. He felt a cold chill run down his spine. Was this him? Didn't he get better? Didn't he overcome his bestial instinct? It seemed he had overestimated himself. He didn't tame the bestial instinct. He just merged with it. It was still there, bearing its fangs in full force. He only realized it now. His heart was cold. He couldn't go on like this. Maybe he shouldn't return to society. Humanity probably wouldn't accept him. What if he started craving the blood of humans? What if he ended up devouring their hearts as well? Maybe they'd hunt him to the ends of the earth. He found a stream. He bathed in it. He cleansed himself of the blood and grime that covered his body. He looked into the water and saw his reflection. He looked human. He didn't look like a beast. He looked human, but he wasn't human. But maybe, just maybe, he still had the chance to become one. Or at least to become more like one. He put away his thoughts. He re-entered his character. No, it wasn't a character anymore. It was just him. He didn't want to stay in the forest any longer. It made him crave the blood of beasts even more. So he left. He raced at full speed to anywhere that had civilization. This way, he could take his mind off of his predicament. He didn't even realize he was avoiding the problem. He soon forgot about it entirely. When he felt the clean air around him, when he felt the serene manna in the atmosphere, when he felt the lush grass brushing against his feet as he ran, it helped him forget all those things he no longer wanted to remember. But things didn't always go the way he wished them to go. The memories all came flooding back together. The memories of the dungeon and the memories of the actions he had just taken. The memories of his weakness and the memories of his insanity. But that wasn't it. Memories he didn't have beforehand. Memories of things that would happen in the future. They all came rushing back to him at once. His name, he had seen it on the status screen many times in the dungeon. He had even yelled it out while fighting against beasts. So why couldn't he remember it? His name. What was his name? It felt like something important was happening. He stopped in his tracks. His companion stopped with him. They were in the middle of a vast open plain. There were mountains in the distance, and even signs of human activity. But he didn't pay it any mind. He stared into empty space. The space in front of him. There was something there. Something important. Something he hadn't grasped yet, but something he desperately needed to grasp. But no matter how hard he looked, there was nothing there. This time, he couldn't just ignore it and continue on. There was something there. His name. Was it there? He needed to know it. He couldn't live if he didn't know it. He tried to check a status window, but there was no name there. He could have sworn he saw it before. What was it? He needed to grasp it. Whatever was in that space in front of him. He reached out his hands. He tried to grasp it. Whatever it was. He needed to grasp it. Chapter 360 Trauma. A pair of eyes watched him from the void. They had been watching ever since the start. The owner of those eyes desperately wanted to look away. He wished he didn't have to view the scenes he was viewing. But he couldn't. No, he wouldn't. He knew it in his heart. These scenes were something he needed to witness. If he turned away now, he would be no different than the pathetic man that tried to kill himself after only a few days of hardship. No, he couldn't think of it like that. That was part of the problem. The man who had entered the dungeon was no different than a normal person. For him to not go insane and not die in those days before his mutation was an incredible achievement, even with all the luck that went into helping him do so. Discounting that achievement was something he would no longer do. He didn't remember. The scenes he was being shown, he didn't remember them. The way he remembered things was nothing like what he was watching. It was humiliating seeing this new version of events. But he knew. This version of events was the truth behind what happened. What he didn't remember, it was suppressed by his own subconscious. The man who forgot his name, the one who stood in the plains of Apiron, he reached out to the void. He called out to the man who was watching him. So the man in the void sighed. He exited his hiding place and appeared before the one calling out to him. The one who forgot his name was in shock. Seeing the thing he was reaching out for, seeing the answer to the questions he had, he didn't know what to say. So the man in the void spoke instead. He spoke with a detached smile on his face. I know what you're thinking. Yes, you are me, but I am not you. The man from the void didn't wait for his counterpart's response. He spoke as if he alone was in this world. I didn't remember it at all. When I think back to those days, the scenes I see are extremely different. Some stuff is the same. The blood world, meeting Zara, I remember all those things. But it's the thought process, the inner workings of my mind at the time that I had forgotten. Perhaps I subconsciously suppressed those memories. It's the same for the memories of those first 5 days, that pathetic version of myself, and even the version of myself that had descended into madness. I locked them all away. It was a coping mechanism. If I allowed those memories to stay, what would I have become? It seems my brain decided that it was too much. For the sake of returning my humanity, everything I didn't want to remember was thrown away. But what did that do to me? I have to admit that due to that, I was indeed able to return to society, but I can't say it was all for the best. Those memories, the trauma associated with them, caused many problems that I still to this day am working to solve. At least I know that my insanity was quelled for the most part. That thirst for blood that you have right now, it doesn't act up very often. It's shown itself a few times in the past few years, but it's insignificant in the grand scheme of things. But even without that insanity, I feared myself. I subconsciously feared the side of me that had forsaken humanity, the side of me that would have devoured a human if it meant tasting new stimulation. And while fearing that side of me, I was also incredibly ashamed of the pathetic side of me that was showcased in those first 5 days. The man from the void looked at the sky. He didn't realize that the man who forgot his name was slowly fading. Due to my insecurities and my fear, I mainly caused problems for myself. But Rose also bore a great deal of that insecurity. Even though I boldly took her as my woman, I never treated her as such. But that's something I've been regretting for a long time now. Elena, before he was stranded in the dungeon, he held feelings for her that he repressed due to their social situation and his own family situation. However, upon being forced to endure the psychological torture that the dungeon's atmosphere had on an ordinary person, his mindset became chaotic. He resented her. Even in the memories he was shown, his resentment wasn't portrayed as much as it should have been. Most likely because it had been suppressed even at that time, only existing in the deep recesses of his mind. But it still existed. It didn't go away just because he didn't think about it. In fact, every time he thought of his hatred for Jean back then, his hatred for Elena grew as well. It wasn't even a conscious thing. If he had control over it, he would have put a stop to it immediately. But he didn't, so it kept growing. That immature part of him that wanted to push all the blame onto someone else. It chose Elena as the receiver of his misguided grudge. He hates himself for doing that. But it was all in the past. He didn't have the ability to change it. When he entered the Eternal Secret Realm and went through that illusion trial on God Park Mountain, he was able to experience a timeline where the world didn't change, where he and Elena could grow their childhood love into something real. It was only at that time that his subconscious hatred was assuaged slightly. So when he met her again on Earth, he was able to talk to her like he did before. He was able to treat her as a friend. But because of his subconscious grudge, he wasn't able to feel the same love for her that he once did. He was reminded of it during that illusion trial, but he couldn't feel it himself. The only love he felt toward Elena was towards the version of her in that trial. So he neglected her. He ignored her feelings and continued acting as her best friend. It was a cruel thing to do. He thought it was because he was still sorting out his feelings for her, but he only now knew the real reason. It was the immense guilt and regret he felt because of how he used to think of her in the dungeon. That subconscious hatred for her, the hatred for himself, because he thought of her like that. He couldn't fix it, though, because he simply didn't know. He could go and say that it wasn't his fault because of this. He could find a number of excuses to justify his actions towards her. But he wasn't going to do that. He accepted it fully. He was a scumbag. A scumbag who had walked over his best friend's feelings and treated them like they were worthless. Maybe he didn't even deserve Elena anymore. But he didn't care. There was only one way he could make it up to her. He resolved himself the second he came to the realization. Elena was his woman. Regardless of what others said, regardless of anything else, she would be his woman. And he would right his wrongs by giving her the world. No, even the world was too small. If she so wished it, he would conquer this entire universe and gift it to her on a silver platter, just to prove his sincerity. Chapter 361 Trauma. His attention soon turned back to the other version of himself. He was nowhere near done. Elena was merely one of the problems he had to address. Forced maturity. It was really the best way to describe what happened to me. The drastic change that my personality underwent, the change that pushed me from one extreme to the other. The time in the blood world was beneficial. It made it so that the pathetic me, who could barely even raise his eyes to meet those of a beast, could now boldly move forward in my descending of the dungeon. For that, I'm grateful. But while I was given courage and the will of a practitioner, the circumstances never gave me the chance to mature emotionally. Even though I came out of the dungeon at 19 years old, I still had the mind of a 17-year-old. No, I might have even mentally regressed a little. I pointed out anime references in everything I could just for the sake of grounding my situation in something I knew, but it was yet another coping mechanism. My personality wasn't even my own. It was just me pretending to be other people for the sake of keeping my mental state intact. How old am I now? 23? 24? It's something around there. I don't think I properly developed into my own person until after I left Apiron. And now, at this age, I'm finally able to stand here and say that I've accomplished it. But the fact that it took so many years just for me to act my age, it's frustrating to think about. It's why I have a slight grievance against the blood world. It drove me into insanity. That insanity was what I needed to survive the dungeon. But to reintegrate into society, even being my previous pathetic self would have been better. In all honesty, I can't even say whether the dungeon was a good thing or a bad thing for me. Because of it, I was finally given the qualifications to become stronger. Because of it, I am who I am now. And I can say proudly that I like who I am now. But at the same time, it brought me so many problems that it took this many years to solve. Hell, if it wasn't for this kind of unique circumstance, it would have taken even longer. The trauma that the dungeon gave me is equal to the level of strength I received from it. Perhaps it's just another form of balance. But regardless of whether it was good or bad, I am glad for that experience. He sighed lightly. He had already said plenty, but there was still too much more he needed to say. But as long as he knew it in his heart, there was no need to say it all out loud. If it wasn't for the drastic increase in my mental strength because of the primordial undying tree's essence, and those 5+ years I spent fixing my spiritual world, having to experience that torture again most likely would have broken my mind. That was the objective of his trial, right? To dig up my worst trauma and present it to me in full force. To break my mind and trap me in this trauma for eternity. Even at my current level of mental strength, I almost gave into my desire to look away and ignore it. But instead, it's been a huge boon to me. For that, I have to thank the primordial undying tree. I feel like having everything laid bare to me had helped me a lot. It helped me realize a great deal of problems that I didn't even realize I had. Problems that probably would have only shown up again to hinder me when I go through my universe baptism in the future. Witnessing these problems, becoming aware of them, and even solving some of them, it's just the beginning. It's a new beginning, the start of a path where I can be the complete version of myself. I won't waste it. I won't commit the same mistakes again. I am thankful. He said a lot of words, but that was the key point of his message. He closed his eyes. But what was my name? The name that this version of me wanted to know so badly. The name that I can confidently declare in front of anyone and everyone. The name of the man who would shake the universe by its very foundation in the future. I am Damien. Void. Whether it be the past, the present, or the future, I am, and always will be, Damien Void. A mere trial like this isn't enough to shake my will. and by the wills of others, I will never forget who I am and what I represent. The scenery of Apiron began to fade. The version of himself from the past faded with it. He had a light smile on his face as he did so. His purpose had been achieved, and, at the end, he received the answer he wanted. Damien found himself inside yet another infinite void. A blue holographic notification appeared in front of his eyes. The primordial undying tree tells you that there is only a single trial left. Damien smiled in response. Of course it'll be me. Another notification immediately popped up. Bah, I can't even joke with you? So stiff. Trust me, I know I still have people to look out for. That Fang guy is particularly mysterious. Not to mention, I'll forget it. Wait, demon god, you're there too, right? How's it feel to be trapped in this by an old-ass tree? You know, I can't speak for a demigod, but if it were me, the primordial undying tree bursts into laughter. A frightening aura pervades the realm. The demon god is furious at your taunting. The primordial undying tree tells him to shut up. Damien laughed out loud. The back and forth between these two monsters was more entertaining than he expected it to be. With a bright smile on his face, he stretched his tired body. He had been living as the version of himself from the dungeon for so long. After all, he had experienced those 2 years without any time displacement. It all happened in real time. I've yet again become mentally older than my actual age. At this point, I'll become an old monster before in 30, Damien lamented inwardly. But outwardly, he was feeling incredibly refreshed. The benefits of this experience were far better than the ones he got from the trial world, even if the results weren't as tangible. He felt like he was reborn. The trauma trial he had just passed was the second trial, and according to the primordial undying tree, he would be able to acquire its fruits in the next and final trial. He was motivated, and his mood was far better than it had ever been since the world awakening first happened all those years ago. Chapter 362, Final Trial. The second the words left his mouth, Damien felt space distort around him. Almost all of the notifications that hovered in front of his face disappeared, leaving only a single one. Trial of Self. It was a really good way to describe the previous trial. Although in those final moments he had been watching everything from the void, it wasn't like that the entire time. Unlike the one who set up the illusion trial in the eternal secret realm, the primordial undying tree was a being that had reached godhood. Damien's all-seeing eyes had been thoroughly suppressed. When he was crying in the corner on his second day in the dungeon, when he tried to kill himself on the third, when he humiliated himself on the fourth, when he went insane on the fifth, he had been there. He had experienced it all again firsthand, not as an outsider looking in, but as the one going through those situations himself. But even with his all-seeing eyes suppressed, he didn't suddenly lose everything he had worked for over the years. The spiritual intent that he had refined tirelessly while he was comatose was still fully present. And due to the strong mind he had now, he was able to watch those scenes without breaking. But those 2 years were truly grueling. It was an entirely good thing that Damien had unlocked his repressed memories. In the first place, those memories had been subconsciously suppressed to protect him. From the moment he awakened his ego, he could feel a level of bloodlust he hadn't felt in years churning inside of him. But even then, he was glad to feel this bloodlust, because he had never controlled it properly before. It had been hidden in the recesses of his mind with the rest of his experiences in the dungeon. Now that it was back, he could use his current strength to properly control and make it a part of himself. He never wanted to abandon his bestial side entirely. He never wanted to abandon his experiences in the dungeon. Those experiences, that bestial instinct, it was all a core part of his personality. Abandoning them was actually more harmful to his sense of identity than it was good. So controlling and integrating was the best course of action. To take his current self and evolve into something better. Wasn't that the path he had walked so far? There was no hesitation in his thoughts. In fact, they moved so fast that he had already finished pondering by the time his body finished transporting to the next area. And when he felt the cool sensation of earth under his feet again, he immediately spread his awareness. He heavily stomped the ground, infusing vector control into his movements to increase the gravity around him. The earth cracked with a bang. A pool of blood leaked from below. Although the beast never had a chance to surface, Damien had already seen its appearance. It was a massive groundworm several kilometers in length. Its mouth was filled with razor-sharp teeth and opened like the petals of a flower. Now, its head had been thoroughly crushed under the pressure of Damien's stomp. It was killed before it even had the opportunity to do anything. Damien ignored the groundworm and refocused his attention on the surroundings. All around him were sand dunes of varying sizes. A desert, huh? It was odd considering the number of different places he'd visited, but he really hadn't seen a desert before in person. Most of the locations he visited were filled with lush greenery and vitality. Enough of that. What am I supposed to do here? There's no trial description yet again. Actually, was that accurate? The primordial undying tree had already told him what he had to do. Reach the primordial undying tree and claim its fruit. That was the objective of this trial. Haha. So rather than a trial, it's more like this is the finale. Instead of focusing on the outside, he sent his attention into his own body. There within his heart, he could feel a second heartbeat that wasn't his. Although Ryua's trauma wasn't the same as his, she was still a person with a complicated past of her own. But he wasn't worried. Just like him, she had grown immensely ever since their first meeting. The trauma that would have broken her a few months ago wouldn't be able to do the same now. Instead of worrying about her, I should figure out where to go from here. Thinking such, he began moving. Even within his massive awareness range, he wasn't able to sense anything besides the ever-expanding desert. The beasts within also weren't worth much of his attention. As he began to move, he noticed that the restrictions on his teleportation had been largely lifted. He could now freely move anywhere within a 100-kilometer range. With such a speed, he shouldn't take long to find a new environment. In his opinion, there was no way for the primordial undying tree to be anywhere close to his current location. Even if it was a divine tree that could live endlessly, he figured that it would still prefer an environment filled with vitality. And considering that this was a realm it designed personally, there was no way it'd just ignore those preferences. But to find an oasis within the desert, that too the specific oasis that the primordial undying tree was in, it was even more tiring than trying to find a needle in a haystack. If there was any change to the scenery at all, it'd be nice. His awareness was still fully spread. His vector shield was erected and constantly enforcing a gravity domain around him. The earthworms that tunneled through the sand below had no chance of even getting near him. He traveled like this for hours on end. In that time, he managed to find a single oasis, but it wasn't anything special. There wasn't even any treasure within. And so, hours passed once more. He teleported through the seemingly endless desert without pause. Even when his mana ran low, he devoured the ambient mana to quickly replenish it. And finally, he noticed an oddity. In the distance, his awareness locked onto a life aura. Although it wasn't totally familiar, there were some traits he recognized. He immediately flashed away in that direction. And upon arrival, he noticed a familiar face. A cold beauty with light blue hair and eyes. The area around her was freezing even though the temperature in the atmosphere was the opposite. Lunaria snow. Damien commented lightly. Since she was someone with such a close relationship with Fang, he had no reason not to trust her. Therefore, he boldly revealed his presence. Chapter 363, Final Trial. When his voice rang out, Lunaria Snow's head snapped in his direction, her aura flaring. But when she saw who it was, her momentum waned. HM? You are... I guess we've only met once before. Lunaria shook her head. No, I'm well aware of your identity. Damien's eyes widened. You know Ryua? Trial World? an app name. Indeed, she was in the same space as I was. We spent the year traveling together. That's just how the rest of the trials are. She hasn't arrived here yet. Lunaria shook her head. You are the first person I've seen. This desert is too expansive. Damien nodded his head. For him to meet someone he was somewhat familiar with, Even if it was many hours after his first entry into the desert, it must have been the primordial, undying tree pulling the strings. That old tree really favors me, he thought inwardly. I wonder what he wants from me. It was a little troubling to owe so many favors to a demigod-level existence, but he couldn't help it anymore. The old tree had already given him a life-saving grace. If he didn't pay back that gratitude, he'd be no different than scum. He quickly turned his attention back to Lunaria. How about we travel together? We could be considered mutual acquaintances, since you're close to Ryue, and I've become friends with Fang. Lunaria mulled over his proposal for a bit before agreeing. Very well. With that, the two of them soon began traveling together. Though, not much changed from before. They wandered the endless desert aimlessly and looked for anything special, but most of the time they ended up striking out. Damien was feeling a little troubled, not just by the situation, but also by Lunaria Snow herself. Compared to Fang, it was a lot harder to get along with her. Whenever he tried to strike up a conversation, he was always met with the flattest and most blunt responses. He felt that there was no way he could get closer to her. Therefore, he also shut his mouth and stopped embarrassing himself. Unless it was necessary, he didn't try to talk to her. Their situation continued for hours on end, but they still had yet to find anything special. Damien lamented in his heart. With the passing of time, day and night interchanged. The sun gave way to the moon, cooling the blazing heat that enveloped the desert. With an entire day being used fruitlessly searching for something new, the Damien and Lunaria duo were tired of moving. And so, they decided to set up camp and wait out the night, resting for a bit before continuing their journey. Currently, the two sat around a small campfire. Well, campfire was one way to describe it. But since there was no wood in the surroundings, it was really just Damien's void flames burning on the sand between them, granting them a bit of light in the night. Damien was surprised to see Lunaria taking the initiative to speak. After all, she hadn't done so even once in the past day. But he ended up smiling. The information about them in the 3,000 Beast record was apparently the complete opposite of their actual relationship. This indifferent woman was actually deeply worried about her friend. She was doing great the last time I saw her. That's what she's been like since young. A fiery personality, even for a fire phoenix. Lunaria had a soft smile on her face. It was so small it was barely perceptible, but it was a smile nonetheless. Seeing this, Damien couldn't help himself. He ended up telling her all the stories of what happened in the trial world. Of course, mainly those that involved Fang. For the first time, Damien was able to show off his abilities as a storyteller. His recollections were so vivid that it almost felt like one was transported into those scenes themselves, experiencing them firsthand. And Lunaria listened intently as he spoke. When she heard about Fang unlocking the reincarnation flames, she was shocked to the point where even her ice-cold exterior cracked. When he finally finished his stories, Lunaria sighed. As expected, she is thriving in an environment like this. Damien also nodded. That love of adventure wasn't really something he'd seen, but he could definitely feel that Fang was someone who grew stronger through hardship. Suddenly, he became curious about what happened in the other trial worlds. They had demons in theirs, and plots that seemed greater than mere trials. Was that something unique to his trial world, or something happening everywhere? According to Lunaria, it was the latter. They too had to deal with something similar. Except, instead of demons, it was a nether spirit tribe. A tribe of beings that came from a nether realm. Beings that were heavily related to Een. In a trial world of blizzards and endless snow, they were thriving. But Ryue and Lunaria Snow were both extremely suitable for that environment. Even compared to the nether spirit tribe, they were thriving. And unlike Damien, who had two helpers with him, Ryue and Lunaria were the only ones capable enough to fight the nether spirit tribe within their trial world. So in the end it's like that. That demon god fellow enslaved multiple races under his command for whatever purpose he's trying to achieve. To just expand Anoxa's influence? I doubt it's so simple. He deeply pondered it, but he couldn't figure anything out. Of the available conclusions he could make, escape seemed like the most likely. But for the sake of escaping, what was the use of those other races? And why were they set up in such a way? He still lacked too much general knowledge to even make an educated guess. According to what Lunaria had said, Ryue's control over Een had increased by a large margin. She was able to absorb those Een spirits and refine them to increase her own power and comprehension. In a realm like her trial world, she truly had no opponents. It's a shame she couldn't get an Een elemental spirit or something like the Void Flames, though. As he spoke to Lunaria about the various plots and hidden dangers in the primordial undying realm, his thoughts kept drifting to Ryue. He trusted her, and he was confident in her ability to survive, but he couldn't help but be worried. Soon, daylight once again flooded the desert. It was time for them to start moving again. Chapter 364, Final Trial. As soon as dawn arrived in the desert, the duo once again set off on their journey. And as expected, it was another day filled with fruitless travel. Damien muttered to himself. He had begun feeling like he was doing something wrong after that night. They took rest. When he started looking at things from a fresh perspective, the fact that such a desert existed without any direction was odd in the first place. According to what he had gathered so far, the primordial undying tree wasn't one to act without reason. For the setting of this trial to be a desert, it must mean something. The only thing left to figure out was what. Suddenly, Damien had a thought. The beasts we've encountered so far have been one of two types. Either they attack from the sky or beneath the ground. Isn't it strange that there are no beasts living above ground at all? When he started following this thought process, he found it more and more strange. He had been looking for an oasis in the desert where the primordial undying tree might be growing, but what if it wasn't like that at all? He didn't have much experience with underground caves, if the dungeon wasn't counted, but he was well aware that the environment below the surface could also nurture flourishing vitality for different species of flora. As for the sky, it was a bit different. He had personally seen floating mountains before in the Eternal Secret Realm. Who was to say that there couldn't be any here? When his thoughts reached this point, he voiced them out to Lunaria to hear her opinion as well. Lunaria immediately nodded her head in understanding. My thinking has been too shallow. It is indeed very possible that what you've guessed is the truth. Searching both would be ideal, but both the sky and the underground were vast areas that would take years on end to fully explore. It was impossible to not choose between them. Logically speaking, I feel that the sky is the better choice. The primordial undying tree is known for its vitality, so I don't think it'd be underground. But we can't rule out that possibility either. Damien pondered out loud. Then let's do this. One of us takes the sky and the other goes underground. We'll meet back up at this spot when 24 hours have passed. Even if it wasn't the primordial undying tree, finding anything at all was better than their current predicament. As such, they should explore any notable locations they come across. Maybe basing which direction they took on this kind of thing was heavily reliant on luck as well, but they didn't have any other choice. Unless they wanted to keep wandering aimlessly, this was the best course of action. Lunaria agreed, as well, after mulling over it for a bit. Very well. If it is so, then I shall take the sky. With that, she immediately took off into the air. Damien smiled wryly at her attitude, but he didn't really mind it. Of the two choices, he was much more familiar with being underground. But first and foremost, he had to actually check whether the underground space he was imagining actually existed. When he sent his awareness into the ground, the only thing he found was sand and the tunnels formed by the groundworms. With this alone, it seemed like there actually wasn't any underground ecosystem. But he didn't believe it so easily. Damien's awareness soon caught sight of a portion of the groundworm's funnel network. Arriving at the location of that connection point, he used his spatial mana to carve aside the sand and tunnel down. He dropped quickly. Since he was separating space itself to move the sand, it didn't pile back into the hole he created either. The sand soon became harder and thicker. It was evidence that he was getting closer to his destination. And not long after, he finally fell into a 10-foot tall tunnel. There were tens of connecting tunnels going in every direction. There were even a few that led down deeper into the underground. I should probably take one of those. With that thought, he immediately chose a tunnel. By following its path, he could feel his altitude gradually decreasing as he headed deeper underground. Strange. I can feel the slight tremors of movement, but there are no life auras in the surroundings. As he moved deeper and deeper underground, the tremors only became more prevalent, but he still couldn't feel any life aura. It was as if there was a constant earthquake taking place somewhere nearby. The temperature has been constantly dropping as well. Instead of following the tunnel, Damien started tracking the source of the tremor instead. His instincts were telling him that he'd find something good there. His path soon diverged from what was already dug out. He had to use his own mana to pave a new path to walk. However, he wasn't able to maintain the structural stability of a tunnel below so much sand. Due to this, he could only displace space a little so that the sand wouldn't actually concave on him. Instead, the existing sand filled the gap he made back in after he passed through. Essentially, he was creating a path he couldn't return through. This better be worth it. It's harder to spread my awareness through solid ground like this without interference, especially when there are so many granules of sand in the way. Even as he complained, he kept moving forward. The tremors were getting even fiercer as he grew closer. It was to the point where the sand around him was in a constant state of vibration. He pushed through the last barrier and finally found himself in an open cavern. He couldn't help but exclaim out loud. When he was moving this way, he expected to find some sort of natural treasure or powerful beast. But the sight in front of him was neither. Instead, he found a man-made construct. It was a set of ruins that was constantly sending out pulses of mana, causing the tremors he felt earlier. Countless life auras of beasts were present within the ruins. Although he couldn't see them, he could estimate that all of them were at the peak of 3rd class. And perhaps the most surprising fact of all was the temperature. Calling it cold was an understatement. It was like a sub-zero blizzard. This cavern alone was filled with snow and ice completely unlike everything around it. Even with his resistance and powerful body, Damien could feel a biting chill enveloping him. This can't be natural. Something in that ruin is influencing the environment like this. But it isn't a living being, since the mana signature coming from this blizzard doesn't match any of the beast auras I sense. He was curious to find out. He wanted to dive into the ruin right away. But he had a companion to meet up with later today. Not to mention, that companion would be a great help in an environment like this one. Damien let his mana loose and allowed his unique spatial mana to imprint on the surroundings. This way, he'd be able to find this place even if he left far away and had to come back. I have many hours left before I have to meet up with Lunaria. Until then, I'll keep exploring. Although he knew there was nothing here that could benefit him, he had realized as soon as he entered that there was something he could give Ryue. Good. Let's see how she likes my present when we finally meet up. All right. I wonder if she's cleared the trial of self yet? With that thought, Damien left the icy cavern and continued exploring the underground. Chapter 365 Ryue. Her face never changed. Regardless of what they said to her, her face never changed. She stood unmoving like a block of ice. Her behavior made them even more furious than they already were. Filth. That's all you are. You were born for the sake of the clan, so you should live for its sake as well. Look at this pathetic bitch. Is she even the patriarch's daughter? Idiot. Why should she die? It was how they thought of her. She knew it from the start, and there was no way it'd change now. But regardless of what they said, she never let it get to her. She was indifferent to it all. Scum. What do the words of scum have to do with her? Why should she let it affect her? That's how she wanted to think. That's the ideal she was looking for. But she was never that cold and indifferent person. She could fool others, but she couldn't fool herself. They told her that even if she was getting raped in a back alley, it would be better than what she was doing now. They told her that if she killed herself, they'd let her corpse get desecrated by orcs. She was only 16. How was she supposed to remain cold and indifferent? It was impossible. She cried. Even as they jeered at her, she cried. But she couldn't let them see her tears, or else their attitudes would only become even worse. So when those tears threatened to spill out of her eyes, she froze them. She froze them and shattered them into specks of frost so minuscule that the others couldn't even perceive them. The only way to make them shut their mouths is with strength. The clan didn't care for her. She was given an ill maid and a guard who was just as weak as she was. But those two were her family. The words they said held meaning in her heart. That guard had told her this, to gain strength. Otherwise, she would never have any say in what others thought. She would never have any control over her own fate. Her maid berated him for speaking such cruel words, but she didn't mind. He told her a fundamental truth that she needed to understand. For that, she was grateful, and he wasn't wrong. From that day onward, she began to sneak out of the clan manor. She went into nearby forests with a shabby steel spear and killed anything that moved. And, slowly, she gained strength. The clan that didn't pay attention to her, the members who preyed on her downfall, they began to look at her with a hint of fear in their gazes. At least they did at first. Soon, a piece of news traveled through the clan. The third elder of the Jade Heavenly Palace was to take Shui Ryue as his 347th concubine. 347th. That prized gem of the Shui clan wasn't even given the status of an official wife or even an important concubine. She was to be reduced to a position no greater than a dog's. But in return for acquiring the young miss of the Shui clan as his sex slave, the third elder of the Jade Heavenly Palace would grant the Shui clan unprecedented status. Status that would allow them to outshine the other three great clans. She was horrified upon hearing the news. She felt like the hope she'd built up over the years had crumbled in an instant. She wanted to run. She wanted to leave and never look back. However, tonight, the third elder will be coming to see you. Those were the words she was given. Rather than threatening her life, they threatened the lives of some of the only people she cared about. So she resigned herself to fate. That night, she laid on the bed defenseless. She was prepared to offer no resistance. Her heart had frozen over, but fate had other plans in store for her. That guard broke into her room before the third elder arrived at the clan. He forcefully dragged her away. Even though his strength was now nothing in front of her, she couldn't bear to hurt even a strand of hair on the head of the person who had raised her with care since she was young. So she allowed herself to be pulled away. On that silent night, the Shui clan was sent into an uproar. Two mere servants had rebelled. Using an unknown poison, they killed dozens of guards that were monitoring the little princess, and they sent her out of the clan. On that night, Shui Ryue ran with all her might. She didn't look back. She didn't hesitate, because she knew that if she did, she wouldn't be able to control herself. She wouldn't be able to leave her parents in such a terrible situation. On that night, the guard and the housemaid, the two who had raised Shui Ryue like their own child, committed suicide in front of the clan gates. Their fates would have only been worse if they didn't. The housemaid would have been raped and humiliated until she was a shell of her former self. The guard would have been tortured brutally until he was unrecognizable. They knew this, so they acted decisively. Shui Ryue only found out later what had happened to them. When she did, she swore revenge. She would tear down the Shui clan, even if it took her hundreds of years to do so. Meanwhile, the Shui clan was in an uproar. Not only did they have nobody to punish for the events that occurred that night, they had also incurred the ire of the third elder. By the time they caught wind of their little princess again, she had gained the backing of the Grand Elder of the Celestial Star Palace. They could no longer touch her, but Shui Ryue wasn't in the slightest bit proud of her achievement. In the end, the people she cared about died because of her weakness. The clan she hated most was still standing strong. Under their influence, news of the incident never leaked. In the eyes of the public, the Shui clan was honorable and just. They were incredibly shameless too. Even with Shui Ryue abandoning the clan, they acted like she was still their property. Even after the deal with the third elder was snuffed, they engaged her in another marriage agreement. Not even with a force that was greater than them, but with the Wang clan, which was a mere subsidiary clan. She was infuriated, but there was nothing she could do. It was the fate of the weak. She was born to be a tool for the Shui clan, and even after she escaped, this fate still tried to follow her. Ryue woke up at the start. The rage she felt, the humiliation, it was all fresh in her mind. But she wasn't the same helpless and sheltered princess anymore. The feelings and struggles of her past self couldn't bog her down. She was different from Damien. From start to finish, she never repressed her memories. She made sure those memories burned bright in her head. She made sure she'd never forget what had transpired. It was her motivation. It was the reason she became strong. So that one day, she could put the Shue clan under her foot, and then exterminate it for what it did to her and her family. Chapter 366 Ryue. For Ryue, passing the trial of self didn't hold the same meaning as it did for Damien. Instead, it served to reaffirm her determination. Back then, the Shue clan was a behemoth she couldn't hope to resist. She was simply a sheep waiting to be hunted. But looking back at it now, it didn't feel the same at all. She thought about the Shue clan from her current perspective, and it didn't look like a mountain. It was within reach. All she had to do was continue walking her path as she did. Continue working hard. And one day, not so far in the future, she'd be able to achieve her goal. She smiled when she thought about it. If someone had told her things would end up like this, her past self wouldn't believe it. But fate was a strange thing. She, who had been neglected and stepped on for so long, had gained people who treated her with value. People who genuinely cared about her. She had friends and allies, even someone she was willing to die for. She had people who would help her in revenge. She was no longer alone and pathetic. Ryue stood in the infinite void. Her trial of self had already been passed. In fact, she could have chosen to break out from the beginning, but she didn't. She endured those years of suffering for a second time, because she wanted to see those scenes again. She wanted the flames of vengeance in her heart to burn bright again. The sins of the Shue clan were unforgivable, and she had always been taught to pay back any grievance tenfold. Ryue looked up into the nothingness around her. Her gaze was hazy and unfocused. Do you see it? Father, mother, do you see me now? I won't let those scum who caused your death live freely. Shue Yabai, her biological father. He didn't deserve such a position. He was a dog and nothing more. Ryue clenched her fists. She could feel the ice-cold Een power coursing through her veins. It isn't enough yet. If it's him, he's probably already surpassed me by miles. Her thoughts were on a certain man, a man who she had been yearning for over a year now. He was both the target of her affection and the target of her rivalry. He was the most talented genius she had ever met. To match his pace wasn't an easy feat for most. It was utterly impossible. Thinking about his growth rate would only cause them to doubt themselves. But that was exactly what made him so special. That was exactly what made him the perfect goal to look up to. Ryue knew, if she could even follow his growth rate at a pace where she could see his back, it wouldn't take more than a few years for her to get her revenge. If she could match him, the Shue clan's doom was already a guarantee. She smiled. It was a smile filled with tender love and affection. You bastard, even when I want to think of my revenge, you still manage to appear in my thoughts. She was speaking to herself, but her hand was resting over her heart. There, she could feel a heartbeat that wasn't hers. It was calm and steady, beating with power and vitality. Every time she felt it, she felt an unknown sense of comfort wash over her. She had given him her soul, not even in a metaphorical sense, but a literal fragment of her soul. She had suffered injury for doing so, but she didn't regret it. Even if he already had a woman, she had seen his attitude. She knew that she already had a place in his heart. If it was like that, then why hesitate? Ever since she decided to stop running away from her problems, it had already been decided. Her mind, her body, her soul, everything would belong to him. And in return, she wanted his everything too. Whether he was prepared to give it to her or not, she couldn't control. But she would do everything she could to claim it. She smiled once again. How did her thoughts reach this point? It turned out that he had become just as important to her as her revenge. It was a mind-boggling thing to discover, but she didn't mind. It was nice to have some warmth to combat the icy ferocity she held in her heart. I'm thinking too much again. Although she said the words, she didn't feel the nauseating feeling of spatial transportation enveloping her. Instead, a string of blue holographic text appeared in front of her eyes. A crack opened within the infinite void. From within it, a greenish-white essence exuding a divine aura leaked out. Soon, it shot forward and flowed into Ryue's mouth. It tasted like a clear and refreshing spring filled with heavenly dew water. Ryue was forced to shut her eyes and concentrate on the powerful mana flooding into her body, but her thoughts were still active. That person, from the words I saw, it can only be a single person. The great primordial undying tree is personally helping me for his sake. A small smile decorated her face. A feeling of pride welled up inside of her. How could she not be proud? The man she chose was being acknowledged by a demigod-level existence. It was an utmost honor for those at their meager level of strength. A translucent green cocoon enveloped her not long after the essence entered her body. At this point, her thoughts were cut off. She had to focus internally rather than think of unnecessary things. A gentle stream of energy seemed to be purifying her from within. Her meridians, her flesh and bones, and even her internal organs were purged of anything that could be considered as impurity. Her mana capacity expanded rapidly. As it turned out, even her mana was getting purified. Ryue was focused on the feeling of this mana as it moved through her body. It worked on its own, with her not needing to control the process, but she still didn't take her attention off of it. After all, she could never know whether there would be mishaps or not. This was a mana on a level that far exceeded her own. She was being transformed. Within the infinite void, a solitary green cocoon floated aimlessly. How long it would take for the cocoon to shatter, that was unknown. Chapter 367 Ruins. 24 hours soon passed within the endless desert of the final trial. Damien broke through the sand and arrived on the surface once more, quickly moving towards the rendezvous point. The underground is far more expansive than I originally expected. Damien looked into his subspace with a smile. There, he saw a collection of assorted herbs and fruits that radiated unique mana signatures. These were some of his finds during his time in the underground. Along with plenty of subterranean beasts, there were areas that were filled with vitality and unique plants just as he had expected. But none of these areas were anywhere near as dangerous as the ruins he found first. That place, even if he could clear it alone, it would take a few days to do so. It was part of the reason he wanted to meet up with Lunaria before exploring. A few days wasn't a long time, but when he was racing against others to find the primordial undying tree, it was time he couldn't afford to waste. Therefore, meeting up with Lunaria and clearing it together within a few hours, or at most a day, was the most solid option. As for the fruits and herbs in his subspace, even he didn't have the necessary knowledge to say what they did yet. All he knew was that they all had interesting mana radiating from them, so he picked them up. While he sorted his gains, he arrived at the point of rendezvous, where Lunaria was already waiting. He asked curiously. Although the underground was packed with interesting stuff, it didn't mean the sky would be void of it. He wanted to know just how much treasure was packed into this endless desert realm. Lunaria looked at him with a hint of annoyance in her gaze. After all, he had arrived an hour later than the promised time. However, she still answered his question. Nothing of note. While I did find some traces of floating constructs, there was nothing special on them. Damien's attention was piqued, so the possibility of there being good stuff in the sky isn't nil. There was another discovery Damien had made when he was in the underground. He felt like something was calling to him from below. At first, he didn't know where this feeling originated from, but as time passed, a conjecture began to form in his mind. Of the things he had relation to within the primordial undying realm as a whole, there were only two that could give him such a calling: the void flames and the primordial undying tree itself. But the difference was in the source. If the void flames had found a flame it wanted to devour, it would fall out from within him. He would feel it within his body. But the primordial undying tree wasn't the same. He had refined its essence, but the main body was still separate. Therefore, the calling would be external. He surmised that this was the most likely situation. Unless it was something completely out of his thought process, the primordial undying tree should be within the subterranean world. Except it was so incredibly deep that it would probably take at least a week to reach it. Damien shook off his thoughts. First, he told Lunaria about the things he had discovered in the subterranean world. Besides the ruins, there were various pockets with different treasures within. As he continued explaining, even Lunaria couldn't hide her interest. Unexpectedly, he had found so much within the span of a day. But it couldn't be helped. Damien could follow the tunnels and pathways already present in the underground from the movement of beasts that lived there. That way, he could maneuver much faster and with a clearer purpose. Lunaria's situation was different. The sky was just as vast and expansive, but there was no way to leave a specific pathway in the sky unless one used mana or built sky-reaching constructs. Since the flying beasts didn't need mana pathways to maneuver the sky, those didn't exist, and nothing needed to be said about the constructs. In the end, all Lunaria could do was fly aimlessly in hopes of finding something. The fact that she had found anything at all, even if it was something useless, could be considered good luck. But she stopped thinking about such trivial things quickly. Her attention was drawn to the icy ruins that Damien had mentioned. She asked. It was what any sane person would do. Damien thought about answering with some benevolent bullshit, but he decided against it. He and Lunaria didn't know each other at all, and they still needed to build trust before he could act like his usual self. Otherwise, he'd just strain their already fragile relationship. He answered her honestly. Lunaria nodded. Although the treasures that littered the subterranean world were interesting, they couldn't compare to the primordial undying fruits at all. Very well. Since it's like that, I shall help clear the ruins. Damien immediately agreed. He had already felt it before. Perhaps because of the strange connection he had with Ryue, he could instinctively feel that whatever the main treasure of that ruins was would be massively beneficial to her. As for everything else, even if they had extreme value, he was never a material person, and perhaps in being like that was the reason he had avoided so many useless conflicts. After all, treasures make an innocent man guilty. After mulling it over, Lunaria accepted his proposition. Despite the fact that she was curious about what kind of treasure the crowning treasure of the ruins was, she wasn't the type to be too greedy. Since she was being given so much in return, it was only natural for her to agree. The two soon departed and began traveling to the area Damien had found before. However, instead of taking the tedious path underground, Damien followed the trace of his space imprint to find the same area by traveling on the surface. This way, he could easily and rapidly fly across the desert and reach that position within an hour instead of wasting more time digging. When they reached the location, Damien used the same method to part the sand using space. And without delay, they dropped into the frozen cavern that he had found earlier. Sensing the heavy frost aura, Lunaria lightly commented in surprise. She could now understand why Damien wanted her help to clear the ruins. Meanwhile, Damien was frowning. The number of life auras I sensed has rapidly increased, but it was still something he had to do. Turning to Lunaria, he nodded his head. Chapter 368 Ruins. Lunaria hesitated slightly. Wouldn't it be best to go into an unknown location like this with a plan? She wanted to ask, but by the time she tried to do so, Damien had already rushed into the entrance of the ruins. In the end, she could only follow. Seeing his seemingly reckless behavior, she began to understand how he became good friends with Qing'er. The entrance to the ruins was a large, broken, Japanese-style gate. Walking through it, the two were met with a spread of land covered in ice and snow. Damien spread his awareness with a frown. That's odd. Since his awareness couldn't find anything off, he immediately put mana into his eyes to check as well. And as he expected, the scenery in front of him changed. The layout of the area was still the same, but there had been certain things hidden inside what seemed to be a bewildering formation. These are, Damien muttered in surprise. He had found the source of the life auras he sensed, but their state wasn't anything like he expected. Each and every beast he saw was frozen in a coffin of ice. From the looks of it, a single touch could shatter their bodies. But their life auras were still filled with vitality, so he knew they hadn't been injured. He looked over at Lunaria. If she could see the beast trapped in ice, it would be much simpler to identify it. She was an ice phoenix after all. But truth be told, ice phoenixes were much closer to life than they were to Een. Their ice flames would evolve into life flames, just like how Fang flames evolved into reincarnation flames. But that didn't mean they were helpless. In the end, they were still ice phoenixes. Thinking this far, Damien began looking further into the bewildering formation. He wanted to find the formation core and break it as he did in Aesir. Lunaria asked. He had been looking around and walking aimlessly ever since they entered, but she was still clueless as to what was happening. Damien explained to her about the bewildering formation and the strange ice that he had found. Hearing it, Lunaria's brows furrowed. Taking care of the formation shouldn't be too hard. Lunaria manifested her flames. They were ice blue in color and gave off an aura of cold that didn't match their status as flames at all. Soon after, she began molding her flames into specific patterns. Isn't this the same as how Qing'er was using her flames after they evolved? Although the runic patterns were similar, they didn't seem to carry the same purpose or aura. Feng Qing'er's flame runes were filled with an air of domineering and power, but Lunaria's were reserved and silent. Not to mention, the runic patterns were completely different. After the runes were created, Lunaria spread her arms, causing them to float into the surroundings. They spread out evenly like a net. Lunaria only spoke a single word, and the runes all congregated on a single location. They congealed together and formed a massive ice needle that pierced into the ground. Crack! A distinct crack was heard, and the bewildering formation crumbled entirely. The true scenery of the area was revealed. Impressive, Damien commented. It's nothing at all, Lunaria replied nonchalantly. She wasn't lying. Ice Phoenix patterns were geared towards support capability. To find a formation core was extremely basic in her book. Damien just shrugged it off. He really didn't have enough knowledge about the Phoenix race to say anything else. Instead, he moved towards the ice statues. As I thought, this ice isn't anything simple. It was as if one touch would turn him into an ice statue like the rest of these beasts. With this feeling enveloping him, it was obvious his surprise when he saw Lunaria casually touch the ice. Lunaria tilted her head as if his concern confused her. Seeing this, Damien felt a headache coming on. Of course, he could explain what he felt from the ice, but would that even change anything? With him closing his mouth, Lunaria turned her attention back to the ice. She injected her mana into it, circulating it through the ice and testing it. This ice indeed carries some unique properties. Not only can it leave someone in a state of suspended animation, it can also shatter and control their life at will. It was a word Damien hadn't heard in a while. The only two people he had met who utilized domains were Rose and Qingtan. On Apeiron, it was said that reaching a certain level of control would allow one to form a domain, but as Damien traveled, he felt like this theory was wrong. There was no way the number of people who had reached such control would be so little. After all, to properly reach 4th class, one needed extreme comprehension and control of their element, so they could harness laws upon ranking up. So logically speaking, every peak 3rd class existence he had met should have been able to use a domain. But they couldn't. Perhaps control was one factor, but there were definitely other things needed to achieve the feat. Talent was definitely one of them. As for Damien, he could definitely form a domain with his space element if he wanted, but he was waiting to unlock his time element first to form a dual-element domain instead. The strange thing was for a domain to appear in a place like this. Even if a remnant soul was in charge of this ruin, they wouldn't be able to make use of a domain without a physical body to control mana with. Which means this domain was the ability of something else. Damien suddenly became excited. He had read a lot of records on Apeiron. Although their information was limited due to the aftereffects of the war with the Nox, they still had a great deal of knowledge within their libraries. And there was one thing that came to mind when he thought of the current situation. A ruin, a mysterious domain, and an object that controlled and erected it. With these 3 facts alone, he could pretty much guess what the crowning treasure of this ruin was. It was only a legend on Apeiron, but who was to say it was the same everywhere else? It was an extremely rare sentient treasure. formed from the amalgamation of attributed mana over tens of thousands of years and eventually developing a will due to the sheer amount of both time and mana. It was the kind of treasure every practitioner would kill to get their hands on. An elemental seed. Chapter 369 Ruins. An elemental seed, also known as an elemental spirit, they were extremely rare. No, even calling it like that was an understatement. For an elemental seed to form, it wasn't just a matter of time and effort. There was a good amount of luck involved as well. After all, even with so much time and condensed mana, gaining sentience wasn't something logically possible. Elemental seeds weren't living beings. Their sentience could be considered similar to an artifact's spirits. As for the reason they formed, it was still unknown. They were wonders of nature. To see one now, Damien was incredibly pleased. It's a shame that it isn't a compatible attribute for me. But even then, it was an elemental seed that'd benefit Ryue, so it wasn't much of a loss. He already had so much, after all. But is it just an ice elemental seed, or is it full-blown, maybe something in between? Damien soon snapped out of his thoughts, only to see that Lunaria was still observing the ice coffins. Looking at her, he hesitated. Morally speaking, telling her would be the best thing to do, especially since he was trying to build trust between them. But he couldn't do it. Lunaria may be a relatively upright person, but anyone would get greedy in the face of an elemental seed. Not to mention an elemental seed that aligned with their affinities. It was best to hold the information back for the small possibility that Lunaria would go back on their agreement. So, he asked. For what he could see, there was nothing in this area besides these ice coffins. He couldn't even see an exit. Lunaria thought for a second before responding. Although I've been studying it, I'm not sure about the full capabilities of this ice yet. Whether or not it can freeze mana is still up in the air. Damien nodded, but it was important for them to know whether it could or couldn't. It would hurt them immensely later on if they were caught by surprise. Damien moved further away from Lunaria and found an ice coffin. Then, without hesitation, he poured a wisp of mana into the ice. Crackle. It was a strange sound to hear, but as soon as it happened, Damien jolted back and withdrew his mana. Small, blue snowflakes drifted down to the floor in front of him. It looks like you were right. Damien sighed. Since it was like that, it would be impossible for him to kill and devour these beasts. He didn't think void essence would be frozen by the ice, but that wasn't something he could casually reveal to others. Lunaria's eyes shone with a glint of curiosity. Indeed, since there isn't anything else we can do here, we should move on. Damien made a sound of affirmation and began walking toward the other end of the icy area. Although he couldn't see the end, he felt it was the best way to go. And as he expected, there was another gate present there. Or rather, there were two. He asked Lunaria, I should be fine alone, but I can't say the same for you. She responded. He asked with perked eyebrows. Lunaria shook her head. You are a friend of Chinger's. Damien smiled wryly. This girl was too blunt. He couldn't even joke properly with her. If it's my survival that concerns you, you don't need to worry about it. I'm confident I can stay alive at least. Lunaria looked at him closely as if she was trying to find any lies in his statement. Soon after, she shook her head. If you think you can survive, then that is your choice. I will not interfere. Damien fell into thought. He used his awareness to check both doors, but there was nothing special about either. Even when he poured mana into his eyes, he couldn't come to a decision. His expression became wry. It seems I'm not fated with this treasure at all. Thinking such, he randomly picked the door on the right. Lunaria nodded. Good. I was going to choose the left door anyway. After she spoke, she immediately rushed into the left door. Damien frowned at how hastily she departed. Did I make the wrong choice? With her affinity, she should have a better feeling for this place than I do. He soon entered the right door as well. Truthfully, he was glad they separated. Staying with Lunaria was too awkward for him. Having to restrain his personality so much to just stay cordial with someone was a new experience for him. But it wasn't only that. Now that I'm alone, I can finally use it, he muttered. A pitch-black essence surfaced on his palm. When it appeared, even the cold aura in the surroundings retreated in fear. Even if you're an elemental spirit, You're nothing in front of void essence. He shot forward. Whenever he came across a frozen coffin, he engulfed it in his void essence, causing it to quickly dissolve into nothingness. Beyond the right door, the scenery didn't change much. It was still an icy, tundra-like flatland, but there were a few signs of dilapidated buildings that had existed in the past. This ruin is much vaster than it looks from the outside, but even then, these buildings are too worn down. He checked with his awareness just to make sure, but as he expected, most of the buildings were empty. In some, though, he could see extremely ancient traces of human activity, rusted weapons, and torn pages from books that no longer existed, even teacups and other kitchenware that had been eroded with time. Was this a city? Underground? Wait, that's beside the point. It wasn't the same as the situation with the demons. He had heard their story and their origin. In the end, they were still outsiders who entered the trial world a long time ago. But the endless desert was different. It was the place where the primordial undying tree's main body was situated. There was no way such a being would allow those corrupted by the demon god so close to it. If so, who were the ones that once lived here? And what happened to them? They must have been extremely adept at using ice element, or else they couldn't have survived in this environment. If it was like that, then the desert environment would have been hard-pressed to kill them. Starvation and thirst weren't problems they would have had to deal with. So what killed them? Chapter 3, 70 Ruins. It was pointless to think about it. To chalk it up to the Nox would be the easiest and most direct solution, and judging by their track rate, it wouldn't be surprising either, but he couldn't just make that conclusion without any evidence. Besides, the reason for these people's extinction didn't matter to him. The only thing he cared about was the elemental seed. Did Lunaria find something similar on her side? Thinking so, he continued teleporting through the ruin. The difficulty wasn't anything like what he imagined it would be. From start to finish, he didn't get attacked at all, until finally, he arrived at a building that had held itself in pristine condition unlike any of the rest. It was something that looked like a shrine, with hundreds of steps leading up to the actual floor of the building. The steps were lined with torches in a strange pattern. Every time he climbed another step, a corresponding torch would be lit aflame. But the flames were ice blue in color, just like Lunaria's ice phoenix flames. Only, they lacked the same gentleness. Clack, clack, clack. Each step he took created a resounding sound that seemed to echo through the area. With each torch that was lit, the temperature dropped significantly. It was already extremely cold. The domain conjured by the elemental seed had submerged the entire ruin in an ice age. When the temperature continued to drop on top of that, it reached a point where even Damien couldn't simply bear it. Clack, clack, clack. He soon climbed up 100 steps. His void flame encased his body like a fiery robe that expelled the cold mana from his system and prevented it from coming close. But the void flame was still in its growth phase. There was no way it would be able to hold up entirely. By the time he hit 150 steps, the flame's protection began to wane. Clack, clack, clack. The torches that hovered in the air began emitting a strange resonance as more and more were lit up. However, Damien didn't have the time to pay attention to them. The cold had penetrated his void flames and entered his body. He immediately moved his void essence into action, which prevented his internals from being immediately frozen over, but his exterior condition couldn't be helped. And the cold mana kept invading his system without pause, making it so he couldn't use his void essence for any other purpose besides defending his internal body. Clack! His steps began to slow. Frost gathered on his hair and eyebrows, painting them white. His skin began to take on a bluish hue as well. He had reached 300 steps up the shrine, but there were still 200 to go. Judging by his current pace, he wouldn't be able to make it. I could just teleport, no? He wanted to teleport, but his instincts were adamantly telling him not to. It was as if he would fail the ongoing trial if he did. So he kept climbing, putting one foot in front of the other over and over again. His mind was slowly emptied of all thoughts other than continuing the climb, because thinking of anything else felt like he was expending too much energy. FSHHH. It was a sound like boiling water meeting ice. As the sound got louder, Damien's thought process began to slow. Even thinking about climbing became a chore. If he had the spare energy to look inside his spiritual world, he'd be able to see a layer of frost spreading within. His spiritual continent was being frozen over by this frost, limiting his mental power a great deal. Clack, clack. He kept climbing. He eventually reached the 400th step, but when he tried to continue, he found that his legs would no longer move. Krrr. He dragged his legs forward, causing them to scrape against the rock-hard floor. He strained his neck to look down, only to realize how poor of a state his body was in. He was freezing, literally freezing into a block of ice like those beasts from before. And the worst part was, he didn't even realize what was happening until his legs had already become chunks of ice. Even his thoughts were chattering while being affected by cold. It was insane to even think about. He tried to think of a solution, but his current prowess and circumstance didn't allow any easy way out. He had the ability to spatially displace the ice, but the problem was that the ice was becoming one with his body. Displacing it meant ripping himself apart. And no, if I do it now, it should be possible. It wasn't too late yet. Things hadn't become irreversible. His mana was sluggish, but still responded to his command. He wrapped his mana around his body like a thick coat. The process that should have been instant took many minutes to complete. The freezing had already gotten worse, but his bone structure and muscles still hadn't been totally affected yet. Realizing what he was about to do, he cringed. He really didn't want to take this route, but since teleportation seemed to be illegal, he could only move forward with what he planned. Fuck, this is really gonna hurt. It was his last thought of hesitation. Immediately after, he circulated his mana in a rage. Spatial mana coated his frozen legs and freezing upper body like a veil. It infused into the ice and deep into his skin and muscle. And then, he displaced everything his mana had encased. Rip! He screamed in pain. Laying on the ground a few meters away from him was a lump of flesh and skin. All of the skin and a part of the muscles on his legs had been flayed from his body. Luckily, only the skin of his upper body had been affected, or else the pain would have been multiple times worse. Copious amounts of blood spilled to the ground from his body. From the neck down, his muscles were entirely exposed to the outside world, looking like the models he used to study in health class. The pain was unbearable. Flaying of skin was a commonly used torture method, but he never thought he'd be the first one to do it to himself. But just as rapidly as his skin and muscles were torn from his body, new skin and muscles began to grow. His high-level regeneration worked its full effect, slowly bringing his body back to peak condition. High-level regeneration was a good skill. He was incredibly thankful to have it. As long as he didn't lose any limbs, and as long as he had enough mana, it could heal him entirely. But the pain didn't go away. Along with the pain brought by the forceful healing of so much of his body, the phantom pain of him ripping off all his skin continued to impact him. His legs were first to heal. His regeneration had been focused there first before moving on to his torso. But as he focused on regulating his body while healing, he failed to notice the odd movements of the blood that had spilled to the floor. Chapter 371 Ruins. As Damien's body slowly healed on the 400th step, the blood that had pooled on the floor began behaving strangely. It didn't freeze over in the cold. Instead, it wriggled around on the floor like it was alive. Slowly, it seeped into the cracks between the bricks and the floor and snaked through the ground, splitting into various strands and arriving under the floating torches lining the steps. Whether it be the 400 torches that were already lit, or the 100 that had yet to be, they all had a drop of blood hovering below them. Soon enough, Damien finished healing his torso as well and looked around. But by that time, the blood had already merged with the torches and disappeared. He frowned inwardly. He'd be an idiot not to notice that the pool of blood below his feet was gone, but he couldn't tell where it went. Even his all-seeing eyes could only feel that something dangerous had happened. The cold mana had already started invading his new skin and muscles again. And considering that he was on the 400th step already, it was much worse than it was in the beginning. It was disadvantageous to waste time on a single step. Before anything, though, He quickly moved his void essence and expelled the frost that had invaded his spiritual world as well. With his thought process and body back to normal, he rushed up the stairs with reckless abandon. He didn't think about the freezing nor the consequences of expending energy in this environment. He just wanted to reach the top and get rid of this invading mana as soon as possible. 425, 450, 475. He climbed up the steps rapidly. With his current pace, he was moving in equilibrium with the rate at which he froze. 480, 490, 498. With only 2 steps left, the level of cold mana had exponentially increased. It felt like he was being barraged by a sub-zero blizzard on all sides. It wasn't just gradual freezing anymore, but brutal and violent gusts of mana that attempted to kill him instantly. He already knew this trick. From the start, he had been prepared for it. Boom! A torrent of void essence burst forth from his body, forming a miniature tornado around him. The pitch-black tornado sucked the cold mana into it and devoured it, turning it into pure essence for Damien's benefit. 499, 500. With the void essence fending off the cold, he was finally able to climb all the steps. And at that moment, all 500 torches erupted in splendor. Boom! Bloody red light mixed with icy blue mana formed clouds atop the shrine. It all coagulated into a massive energy that Damien felt immense danger from. He immediately felt the connection to his blood, but the fact that it was his didn't change anything. The blood and mana continued to coalesce to form a massive construct that was hidden in a blizzard veil. A frightening aura began to radiate. It was bloodthirsty and mad, while also being cool and indifferent. This strange aura permeated the entire shrine as if trying to blaspheme the presence within. Damien muttered, but just as he planned to spread his awareness, he felt a piercing gaze scan his body. Shiver. It was an uncontrollable reaction, blood reacting to blood, and danger causing his hair to stand up on end. Boom, boom, boom. Curt, rumbling footsteps rang out. The being that had been formed inside that blizzard veil began moving. And of course, it was heading towards Damien. But sensing what was about to come, Damien only grinned. Good. It's been a while since I've had a good fight. His eyes gleamed with blood-red light. His aura flared wildly. Something had changed within him after the trial of self. It wasn't a huge change, but it was noticeable enough for people who knew him well. His fighting spirit, which had calmed as he matured, was raging again. But it was different from before. It was just as valiant and direct as before, but also contained an air of cautiousness within. He was no longer the kid who was fighting just for the sake of stimulation. Without even waiting for the unknown being to arrive, Damien shot into the air like a rocket and charged into the blizzard veil. Unexpectedly, there was no obstruction from the veil itself. He was soon able to see the form of the beast. It was a 20-meter-tall giant made entirely of ice. It looked like a suit of armor, but was a translucent red in color. Taking my blood to make a golem. Damien muttered. His charge didn't stop. Flames erupted from the palms of his feet and propelled him with heightened speed. The concept of distance was twisted by his spatial mana. Within a single second, he had traveled hundreds of meters. Boom! His fist shot forward and heavily impacted the helmet of the golem. Its massive body was forced to rock back from the immense force contained in the punch. Boom! 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 But he didn't stop there, nor did he give the golem any opportunity to retaliate. He teleported from place to place, striking every inch of the golem with a flurry of fists. Although it wasn't injured, its balance was heavily disrupted, forcing it on the defensive. But Damien's goal had never been to injure it in the first place. Gulme, let's see if you're worthy of the name you've been given. An almost transparent sword appeared in his hand, vibrating in excitement for its first battle. If it wasn't for the bending of light after it passed through the sword, it would have been invisible. Ha ha! I see you're excited. Well, you see that big punching bag over there? Damien grinned wildly and shot forward again. Void Sword Art first step. Bladeless, it wasn't just a single iteration of Bladeless. tens of massive gashes were formed in space, taking chunks of the golem into the void, while also forcing its movements to be limited to a specific area. Void Sword Art's second step. Dance of the Void, his figure flashed into the array of space cracks and flickered in and out of existence. Even when compared to normal teleportation, his movements were faster. The golem didn't have of its own, but bloody gashes still began appearing on its surface. The blood it stole from Damien was being forced out of its body by the spatial light of Damien's sword dance. With every slash, spatial mana invaded the golem's body, wreaking havoc within. Damien flashed away, appearing 100 meters away from the golem. Void Sword Art third step. Horizon Break. It was a killing move. His body bent like a bow, and his sword was angled parallel to the ground. The kinetic energy he built up was transferred into the blade along with torrents of mana. He struck out, slow and smooth, but faster than the eye could see. Boom! The impact wasn't in front of him. Even the air in his surroundings was untouched by the momentum of the blade. Instead, that momentum ignored distance and arrived in the middle of the golem's forehead. A massive explosion rang out, as even the extremely thick ice the golem was made from wasn't able to sustain itself. A massive hole opened in the golem's forehead. Within the span of a few seconds, it had been barraged so much that its body looked no different from a heap of ice. Crash! The ice slowly began to collapse. As an earthling, Damien was well aware of the weakness of most golems. That is, their forehead. Of course, this wasn't an end-all-be-all weakness, but it was something to try regardless. In reality, a golem's weakness was the same as a formation's. Their core. They weren't living beings, after all. They needed a source of energy to draw from. It was just that the forehead or the center of the chest were the best places to put the core for equal energy distribution throughout the golem's body. As Damien watched the ice collapse, he still didn't feel right. It would be too stupid for the weakness of a golem to be its forehead, even when that weakness was widespread knowledge, even on an underdeveloped world like Earth. There must be a trick, a second form, or something. With a wide grin on his face, Damien primed Mirage above his head. Gravity increased dozenfold through vector control. Spatial mana raged in the atmosphere and caused small space cracks to fill the air. Watch this one, Damien said lightly. And in the next instant, he concentrated all the power in his body on his sword and swung down. Void Sword Art fourth step, Spatial Collapse. Chapter 372 Ruins. Destruction rang free. Space itself was crushed under the pressure of his sword and collapsed in on itself, causing a massive black hole to manifest. It furiously rotated, creating a suction force that dragged in everything in the vicinity. The black hole went beyond what Damien usually created through spatial collapse. His previous sword only amplified his attack power, but Mirage was on a whole different level. It was equivalent to a spatial practitioner on its own. So when its spatial manipulation was paired with Damien and harmonized, it created a black hole of untold proportions and power. Naturally, the icy remains of the golem, which had just started repairing itself, succumbed to the irresistible force. Roar! Mirage let out a joyful cry that sounded like a roar. It was extremely pleased with the destruction it was able to cause. Damien smiled lightly and descended from the air. As he watched on, the black hole slowly shrunk into a small point and disappeared as space repaired itself. Rumble! But before he had time to catch his breath, the entire shrine began to tremble. The debris on the ground vibrated and jumped around as the ground itself roared in fury. Boom! 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 Fuck! Damien mumbled. The situation was extremely similar to the golden summoning, except the intense rumbling seemed to come from the shrine itself this time. Cracks spread through the ground, and soon enough, the entire area of the shrine imploded, collapsing in on itself. Damien fell into the abyss that was left in its wake. Not this again. He thought he was going to be falling endlessly like he did within the ancient temple, but luckily the situation was different this time. It was only a short drop of a few hundred meters. Of course, he could have flown out, but he didn't think it was necessary. For there to be such a large underground space beneath the shrine, there must have been something important there. Damien cut away the debris around him and spread his awareness through the dark space. At first, he thought it was a vast, empty area, but he felt a prickling sensation in his awareness whenever it spread through the darkness. He waved his arm in front of him randomly and found that the sensation he felt was true. The darkness was tangible. It wasn't merely caused by the lack of light in the area. This thing can control darkness too. He manifested his void flames to test the waters, letting them do as they pleased once they emerged in reality. The void flames flickered curiously, seemingly looking around at the surrounding space. And then they hopped away from Damien's body and began burning madly. The darkness in his vicinity began to clear up. The void flames were actually devouring it. Devouring darkness? Or is it just devouring mana? Damien tried using his own devour ability as well, since devouring mana was something he could do, but he found that it was ineffective. I don't think the void flames are capable of devouring something conceptual like darkness. But it isn't just pure mana either. Without being able to understand the surrounding darkness, Damien didn't want to move recklessly and get himself in trouble. But at the same time, he felt like moving forward was the only way to solve the current problem. Fuck it. Thinking such, he immediately began moving. As he ran through the darkness, the prickling sensation on his skin increased. Curious, he made a bold decision. Since the darkness was tangible, he wanted to see what effects it had on his body. And without thinking, he opened his mouth and swallowed a portion of it. A corrosive aura immediately spread through his esophagus and tried to melt through his neck. He mobilized his void essence instantly to neutralize it. The prickling sensation on his skin must have been the corrosive force that he just felt. Only, it wasn't able to penetrate his body. Has my body become so strong? Perhaps the elemental seed was more proficient in its ice element than its darkness. Or maybe the darkness wasn't even an ability of the elemental seed in the first place. Regardless, it was still reality that the darkness couldn't affect him. The fact that he felt the same prickling sensation on his awareness, though, was his main concern. The frost aura also affected my mind. It was actually able to slow my thought process to the point where it took 400 steps for me to realize my body was being frozen. Even if it didn't feel dangerous, he wasn't planning to take the same risk again. When comparing his mind and body, the former was far weaker. Even with the strengthening he got from refining the primordial undying tree's essence, his mind still didn't match up to his body, which had been refined over and over again over the course of many years. He withdrew his awareness. With his eyes, he didn't need to use it to see, but his bodily senses weren't as prone to danger, so he upped his cautiousness to the max. Like this, he continued walking through the darkness. Behind him, the void flame continued devouring it as he moved. He suddenly got an idea. Instead of moving in a single direction, he altered his path and walked in a zigzag pattern for a bit. All the while, he kept a part of his attention on the movement of the void flame. And as he expected, when he turned once more, the void flame's excitement spiked. I see. If there was one thing the void flame would want to devour more than the darkness, it'd be the source of the darkness. This was the logic he used to determine his direction. And once he figured it out, he increased his speed and bolted towards the source. The corrosive effect of the darkness became fiercer as he moved. No, it was more like it was actively targeting him. Waves upon waves of corrosive darkness fell onto his position like tsunamis. It got to the point where he had to erect his vector field and use a barrier of void essence to ward off. And as he drew closer to the source, a feral growling sound began permeating through the atmosphere. But it was odd. It was like two voices stacked on top of each other. One was bestial, while the other seemed extremely young. Damien wreathed his body in lightning and shot forward with even faster speed, and not even 10 minutes later, he reached the source of the growling sound. His eyes widened in shock. On the floor was a small child, no older than 10 years old. She was crouched in a fetal position with her hands covering her ears. and behind her, a massive black mass with thousands of closed eyes that blanketed the darkness like an aura. As if responding to the sound of Damien's approach, the girl raised her head. She opened her eyes and looked at him. And in that same instant, the eyes in the darkness opened as well. Chapter 373 Spirit. Damien muttered in shock. Shining silver hair that draped down to the floor, crystalline skin like glass, and a white dress that seemed to accentuate her innocence. That was the girl's appearance, at least on the right side of her body. The left side of her body was a horror to look at. Rotting red skin that oozed pus, and what looked like blue blood that stained her dress, inky black hair, and a face covered in scar marks and horrendous holes. Even her mana was split into two parts. One side was the same as the domain and ice mana Damien had been assailed with since he entered the ruins, while the other was connected to the black aura filled with countless eyes that floated behind her. What the hell is this? Damien's first instinct upon seeing the black mana was to connect it to the Nox, but he didn't hastily make that judgment. He realized it after observing closer. The black mana reeked with the scent of death, but it wasn't the same inky and impure substance that the Nox used. It seemed to be derived from a different source. What happened to this girl? Why is she down here below the shrine? The questions kept piling up, and as Damien observed the girl, she did the same to him. Her voice was feeble but filled with malice. Her eyes were locked on his face, but he could feel her awareness darting around and constantly checking the surroundings. Damien didn't really know how to answer the question. He couldn't just say he was a tomb raider that came here for treasures. In the end, he just decided to introduce himself normally. My name is Damien. He tried to speak gently, but even he couldn't keep his voice from trembling when he saw the left side of her face. You're not from here. Hiding things? Everybody is hiding things, the girl muttered to herself. Out of nowhere, a malevolent aura burst from her body and tried to latch onto Damien. She lashed out, jumping into the air as if pouncing on him. Clang! But her movements stopped short. It was only then that Damien noticed the thick metal chains that bound the girl to a place deeper into the darkness. Clang! Crash! The girl whipped her limbs furiously as the chains dragged her back to where she once was. She tried to break them with all her might, even pouring frightening amounts of mana into them, but nothing seemed to work. Damien asked lightly. It didn't seem like a good idea to do so. There must have been a reason she was sealed under the shrine, but he still offered. He needed to understand more about the situation, especially since this little girl might be the elemental spirit he had been looking for since the beginning. The girl snarled at him. As her malice became directed at him, the thousands of azure-like eyes behind her also focused their gaze there. Roar! An incoherent roar left her mouth. As soon as it happened, the aura of those eyes congregated and blasted a reddish-black beam of energy at Damien. He immediately attempted to teleport, but found that he wasn't able to do so. It wasn't a problem with space. Rather, it was his mana that didn't obey him. It moved sluggishly, and whenever it left his body, it froze into crystalline snowflakes that fell to the ground and shattered. Damn! Using his spatial affinity became meaningless the second it happened. In fact, any mana-based attack lost its value. In a last moment before the beam hit him, Damien rolled to the side, using his void flames to propel him away. Even though he saved his vitals, his arm was still caught in the blast. Within seconds, it turned into a corroded mass similar to the left side of the girl's body. Damn, I can't endure that darkness power with my body alone. But even that was limited. The void flames could still be used since they drew mana directly from his mana heart and didn't need externally deployed mana to function. But at the same time, they grew and flourished by devouring mana. Their full potential would be limited when mana itself was a resource that he couldn't use. Roar! Another roar rang out. The 1,000 eyes glowed red, and in response, the darkness around Damien began to move. Tendrils were formed out of thin air, attacking him from all sides. Meanwhile, the cold aura of the elemental domain invaded his body and tried to force him to halt. It was a situation that seemed hopeless, but he was lucky to still have his main trump card. Pitch-black void essence burst from his body and formed a barrier around him, shredding those darkness tendrils into nothingness. Using the time he had gained, he immediately roused his demonic bloodline, undergoing transformation. The runes on his body moved into formation, making his power rise exponentially. He heavily stomped the ground, blasting forward with his entire bodily strength to reach the girl. This frightening power that could both freeze mana and corrode flesh, as powerful as him, was too dangerous. And this was while the girl was still sealed. He couldn't even imagine how much more powerful she'd be if she was given free rein. Tendrils and beams of darkness tried to stop his charge, but he tore them to pieces using void essence. The darkness around him accumulated above his head and formed a massive palm that struck down with astonishing speed, but Damien wouldn't allow it to hit him. He changed the configuration of his body runes to prioritize his speed. His body vanished and reappeared many meters away in an instant, narrowly escaping the surface area of that palm. And after that, he reached her body within seconds. Void essence coagulated around his hand as it shot forward like a blade aimed at her throat. The same as the rest. Want to kill me, but why? Cook! Damien's nails abruptly stopped right before piercing her neck. The aftershock of halting his momentum caused a few bones in his arm to break, but they healed soon enough. It wasn't like her words were enough to stop him. He wasn't as merciful as that. It was the first time that he was able to see her eyes. Those crystal-clear eyes that still held a tinge of innocence completely contradicted the malice he felt from her aura and actions. That shouldn't have been enough. Even if it was like that, she was still trying to kill him. She was, right? But as Damien continued to look into those eyes, he didn't feel killing intent nor malice. There was only a single thing that translated to him bright as day. A call for help. The girl in front of him was desperately begging him for help even while actively trying to kill him. Chapter 374 Spirit. Damien stood in front of the girl with only a few inches separating them. From here, he could clearly see the sheer contradiction that existed within her. Everything about her contradicted, whether it be her aura, her actions and feelings, or her appearance. From the start, it was a strange thing. But with the abruptness of the following battle, Damien didn't take too much time to think about it. He couldn't just say that something was wrong because of appearance alone. But now, he had looked deeply into her with his all-seeing eyes at a distance where any slight movement of hers would be caught in his sight. And now, he could confidently say that something was wrong. The girl's mouth suddenly opened unnaturally wide, spitting out a torrent of acid. Damien hurriedly retreated back to a distance where her chains wouldn't let her reach. He needed a second to think and figure out what was going on. The first thing he thought of was body possession, but the girl's spiritual intent was still fully intact when he checked it. Even if she had been possessed, it wouldn't lead to this kind of incomplete look. As for the second thought, he really didn't know. All he knew was that the girl wanted his help with something, and that something seemed to be dealing with the force that was attacking him at the moment. If he considered that this girl was truly the owner of the elemental domain that eclipsed the entire ruin, he could make some guesses. In the first place, for him to find this shrine instead of Lunaria was strange. She was the one with a close affinity towards ice, and the one who would likely be chosen as the master of the elemental seed if it met her. But instead, it led him here instead. If the ruins were truly under this girl's control, there was no other explanation for how he found the area that only had the shrine and nothing else, while Lunaria was sent somewhere else. If so, then why? Why would it be him instead of the one more deserving? What set him apart? There were a few things. The first that came to mind was his spatial affinity, but that thought was immediately crossed out. Anything he had that needed external mana to function wouldn't be the deciding factor. So, there was really only one option left, and it was the most special thing about him. Void essence. The trace of void essence he had left when touching the frozen coffins was sensed by this girl, and due to that, he was chosen. I see. It was never a matter of inheriting her power or becoming her new master. It was never because of my talent or charisma that I was chosen over Lunaria. This girl wanted to be saved. Saved from whatever had consumed the left side of her body and produced the aura that stayed behind her. And she had judged that only his void essence would be able to do so. If it really is how I'm thinking of it to be, then my approach is all wrong. He had an idea of what he had to do, but it was just a concept based on his understanding of void essence. He didn't even know if it was possible in reality or not. If he continued fighting, those chains that restrained her would eventually break and lead to an even fiercer battle. He needed to end this quickly and efficiently. Let's go then. In the worst case, she dies. In the best case, I get an elemental spirit. Even as he inwardly joked, he was shooting back towards the girl's body. The 1,000 eyes behind her stared at him furiously, emitting strange fluctuations. He hurriedly mobilized his spiritual intent to create another barrier, one as thick as he could make. Crack! A wave of spiritual pressure impacted his barrier in the next second, causing it to make unnatural crunching sounds. He wasn't nearly powerful enough to completely block the spiritual pressure of those eyes, but he gritted his teeth and kept moving. He had to preserve his void essence now, so that he could use it when he reached the girl. So he poured copious amounts of spiritual energy into his barrier just to barely sustain it without collapsing. Ugh! The strain on his mind caused blood to leak from his 7 orifices, but the damage wasn't as bad as it looked on the outside, especially since he had reached the girl by the time he took enough damage for it to matter. Listen here. I don't know if you can hear or understand me, but don't resist what I'm going to do next, or else you will just hurt yourself. No matter what happens, fight that thing and make sure I don't get distracted. Damien thought he saw the girl's eyes widen as he spoke, but he had no time to focus on that. He closed his eyes and grabbed the top of the girl's head, injecting his void essence in her body without reservation. A horrific screech rang out. Accompanying it, though, was a barrier of frost energy that coated his body and protected him. Damien smiled to himself. I see. Damien's attention refocused inside the girl's body. As his void essence spread, he could clearly feel 2 differentiating elements and auras constantly clashing at every juncture. It's not just that her aura is contradicting. It's like there are 2 people inside her body fighting for dominance. He didn't have time to ponder too much. As the girl actively resisted the reddish-black death mana and the 1,000 eyes, her body was being forced into a terrible condition. Each clash would rupture her organs, break her bones, and cause untold pain that a child should never be forced to endure. But she endured it without a word as she waited for him to save her. Damien berated inwardly. Damien separated his void essence into multiple strands. Some went into her internal body and helped her fend off against the rampaging mana, while the other cracked a hole in her mind space and entered inside. When that happened, Damien was able to manifest in her mind space as a spiritual avatar. Holy shit! The girl had a completed spiritual continent that was even greater in size than his own, but it was split into 2 parts. A blizzard-filled tundra occupied around 20% of the space, while the other 80% had been usurped by a scene that looked like hell incarnate. And on both sides stood a different version of the girl. One was a demon, while the other was pure and untainted. Damien watched from the side as the battle between these 2 continued. Why? Why can't we just live how we used to? The girl in white cried. She begged the other version of herself to cease this madness. Kaka, why would I want to share a body with someone as vile as you? 2 different outlooks that matched their appearances and auras. Damien slowly got an understanding of what was happening as he listened to more of their conversation. 2 spirits, but 1 body. This wasn't due to outside interference. She was just born this way. And as those 2 spirits headed in different paths, their personalities began to differ and clash as well. They were 1 body, but 2 minds. Even if they clashed harshly, the power they drew on came from the same source. Unless they were like Ryue. It was a vast law. It embodied gentleness and cold, while also embodying darkness and evil. Ryue only had a single spirit, so a situation like this never occurred. As long as she could comprehend the connected concept, She could control the attribute of Een that she desired. But this girl was different. In the separation and differentiation between these two spirits, her Een element got affected too. The gentleness, coldness, and flexibility of Een were embodied in the pure version of the girl. And the vile, evil, darkness of Een was embodied in the demon. Due to the fact that both of them were only half of a whole spirit, they were influenced by their elements far more than the average person. And the situation became like this. A pure, gentle girl who wanted to return to peace, and a vile demon who wanted to destroy and subjugate, fighting each other endlessly while sealed under the shrine. Chapter 375 Spirit. Chapter 375 Spirit 3. Why won't it end? Because fate is cruel, and this cruel fate is one I should destroy with my own hands. I don't want to die. It was a little pathetic. That was what Damien thought as he watched them continue to struggle against each other with both words and fists. In the end, the girl was just a child. Even when she was being influenced by her element like this, her motivations and outlook were still incredibly childish. So when Damien watched it happen in real time, it looked more like a quarrel between children than a life-or-death struggle. It might have seemed like a strong person was bullying a weak one, but it wasn't like that at all. The two of them were equal in every way. The only reason the evil version was winning was because the pure version didn't resist. If she resisted, they'd maintain a constant state of equilibrium as it was meant to be. He hadn't been in her spiritual world for long, but Damien was already able to figure out this much about the girl and her two personas. Their path was one of mutual destruction. Maybe they themselves couldn't see it because they were too embroiled in their conflict, but as an outsider, Damien could see it clearly. From the start, they were one being. Whether it be the pure version or the evil version, they were two sides of the same coin. If one of them was destroyed, the other wouldn't be able to last long either. Even if they tried to absorb each other, their conflicting natures would still collide and make it impossible. Once he realized this, Damien understood that his original approach wouldn't work at all. He couldn't destroy the evil version. That wouldn't save the little girl, but instead, kill her. He needed to help them regain equilibrium. But with their personalities, he didn't think it would be easy to do that. No, he could probably do it, but he would have to keep the girl on a tight leash so that she wouldn't fall back into this kind of circumstance again. But that's only until I find Ryua. It was really a convenient thing for him, since he didn't want to have to deal with a volatile bomb like this little girl. And since he always planned to give the elemental seed to Ryua, it was even better. But the approach has to change. She's not an elemental seed, but a full-blown spirit. Since it's like this, forcing a contract or treating her like an object is no longer an option. Damien grinned at his own thoughts before moving into action. First, he exited the girl's spiritual world and turned his focus to her body. He then changed the intent of the void essence within the girl's body. Instead of trying to destroy the reddish-black mana, it moved to tame it. With void essence being what it was, the reddish-black mana was quickly tamed. But as Damien was about to start fusing the two different energies, a problem arose. The mana struggled against the control of the void essence. And even as it did, new strains of reddish-black mana emerged and tried to battle the second energy in the girl's body. He thought inwardly, it'll take too much time to complete this process. Even if I temporarily solve the situation in her body, it'll never stop completely until her mind has been settled. He changed his intention again. He used void essence to draw a clear divide within the girl's body, splitting it vertically. Any non-conforming energy on either side was swiftly tamed and dragged to its true home. As he did this, the action of those thousand eyes also became less violent. They were never a separate entity, but a manifestation of power. With his void essence trying to tame the reddish-black mana, the eyes were also influenced. All right. It was a stopgap measure, but it was enough. He swiftly returned to the girl's spiritual world, only to find two pairs of eyes staring at him when he did. He greeted awkwardly. The two versions of the girl continued staring at him like he was some kind of strange specimen. Damien smiled lightly. He then split his spiritual avatar into two and sent one towards each girl. Splitting his consciousness was something he learned to do proficiently when he was reconnecting the floating continents in his mind space. But this was the first time he actually put that ability into use. But to think it was for something like this. He smiled wryly. Once his two avatars reached the two girls, he waved his hands in front of their faces. "Hello." They both yelped and retreated. It seemed like his appearance had put a temporary stop to their power struggle. You are the man from outside." The pure version was the first to speak. As she was the one who called him here, she naturally recognized him first. That's me," he responded. The girl looked at her other self, who was warily staring at the two Damiens. Being inside her spiritual world, Damien could feel her unwillingness incredibly clearly. But he just shook his head in response. "No, how could I kill you?" The two versions of the girl looked away as if not accepting his words, but at the same time, they didn't refute. You two. Why are you fighting like this?" "Why else should we fight? It's for control. I want this body, and she can't have it." Damien flicked the evil version's head as she spoke. "You stupid. Why would killing her even solve your problem? Did you even take a second to think things over before you acted?" The evil version held her forehead with tears forming in her eyes. It was too unfair. Why was she the only one getting hit when both of them were fighting? But Damien wasn't done berating the two of them. They might have been children, but their idiocy really ticked him off, especially seeing how their circumstance hadn't helped them mature at all. "Don't think you're safe either," Damien said to the pure version. "How can you sit here and cower? Don't you know that your behavior is only spurring her to keep acting out? How can you let your other self become like that without even trying to help?" The pure version of the girl turned her head away in shame. Meanwhile, the evil version smirked in satisfaction. That is, until Damien shot her a pointed glare. That's it." And as he said, his berating session continued. Chapter 376 Spirit. Chapter 376 Spirit. It was strange for a quarrel between children to become something so life-threatening, but such was the reality of a world where power was so accessible. Damien had never expected for the situation to take this kind of turn. He came into this girl's spiritual world with every intention to kill. But here he was. Two different versions of the same girl sat on their knees in front of him with their heads hanging low, while he endlessly berated them about how idiotic they were. Even when the evil version's destructive nature acted up, Damien simply flashed a hint of his void essence, and it immediately calmed down. He tiredly said, "Yes." The girl responded. She then began telling her story. The Ice Spirit Tribe. They were a tribe that was originally formed by an elemental seed that evolved into a spirit, but over time bloomed into a full-blown spirit tribe. By the time they reached the girl's generation, they were closer to fairies than they were to elemental seeds, even though their origins were different. As for how they ended up living underground in the secret realm, the girl wasn't privy to that kind of information. All she knew was that they had been living in peace. Until she was born. She was an outlier within the tribe. With her ruined appearance and occasional outbursts, there were many that became wary of her. From the moment she was born, there were two of her. It was something they called the twin spirit body. Under normal circumstances, this kind of constitution would be a heavenly gift, but her case was different. It was because of the complexity of her element. Under the influence of the twin spirit body, her yin element was also segregated into two parts. And after that, things went generally similar to what Damien had already guessed. The two grew up differently and never acknowledged each other as the same person. At the same time, they fought to control their body. And with how destructive their battles got, the Ice Spirit Tribe was eventually caught as collateral damage. It made sense why Damien hadn't seen any traces of life. That tribe had been accidentally exterminated by one of their own, not an outside influence. And as a final struggle, the tribe sealed this girl under the shrine so that she could no longer hurt anyone else. But her isolation didn't leave any adverse effect on her. She spent most of her time in her spiritual world without paying attention to what was happening outside. And since the two of them could keep each other company, they never felt the terrible effects that isolation could have on their mental state. There was no way this girl was the same age as her body and mind implied. Damien could at least tell this much from her story, but he couldn't explain why her physical state never changed. It didn't matter either. It was a tragic story, sure, but Damien didn't think that even this little girl understood the actual results of her actions. She did understand that she had destroyed the Ice Spirit tribe with her own hands, but he didn't think she'd care either. From the way she told it, it seemed like she was isolated and seen as a monster by them, who emphasized purity. Their destruction could partially be attributed to how poorly they treated the girl without trying to actually save her. But Damien didn't really sympathize. Looking at how lively this girl was, he didn't think there was a need to. And judging by the stability of her spiritual world, he didn't think her attitude was the result of some mental damage or regression. But the twin spirit body is really an interesting thing. It basically grants double the comprehension speed and thinking power, as well as the ability to dual-wield elements without any strain. If the two spirits could attain harmony, the synergistic effect would be immeasurable. In fact, Damien was excited to see it. But subduing this little girl came much easier than he expected. Or maybe it was just because he had been so strict in his lecturing. Did she just want attention and affection? Or is it something else? Either way, a kid will be a kid regardless, huh? All right, I don't even know your name yet. Damien stared at them blankly. Two strong flicks landed on their foreheads. Seriously? What's with your naming sense? Crystal, because your body is crystalline? And you, Kuro? Because of what? Your mana? Really? Wait, isn't that Japanese? Damien exploded. He understood that these girls never had someone name or take care of them, but this was too much. Crystal. Kuro. Ignoring the extremely suspicious fact that they somehow came up with a Japanese name. Their naming sense was so bad that it was even worse than his own. I can't accept this. I refuse to accept this. The two girls' reactions were surprisingly positive, but when he thought about it, it somewhat made sense. They had only chosen their names because nobody else had bothered giving them proper ones. He was already saving them and showing them care, so it seemed they had grown somewhat attached. Being named by him wasn't something they rejected at all. Damien thought hard about it. There's no way I'll let my poor naming sense leak here. All right, I got it. Short and sweet, and he also followed their naming scheme. It was perfect. Damien grinned in satisfaction. The girls also seemed happy with their new names, as they kept repeating them over and over again. Although they were simple names, they were names given to them by someone they cared about. That's what mattered most to them. Damien smiled wryly. These kids were at each other's throats only a few minutes ago, yet now they were happily celebrating their new names together. Damien thought wryly, but that was a future matter. Now that these two had been properly disciplined, it was time for him to help them control their spiritual world. After that, they'd finally be able to regain stability and achieve the full potential of what their twin spirit body could offer. All right, if the two of you work together, then achieving equilibrium won't be hard. May, stop trying to devour Lily's territory. The two girls obediently listened to his instructions and began working. Although their personalities were that of children, their actual control over their power far exceeded their age. The process soon started. The pure white land of snow and ice expanded to take up exactly half of the spiritual world. Meanwhile, the Hell's Cape retreated to accommodate it. The two of you are sisters who share the same body. Even if you fight, you can't harm yourselves. If I see you doing it, then I'll punish you. Damien said strictly as he watched over the process. The two girls nodded in response. After the first scolding they got, as well as the harrowing feeling that void essence gave them, they had no thoughts of being disobedient. Even the raging emotions brought by their elemental influence had been quelled. Void essence ruled over all other forms of mana, so it wasn't a surprise. Only, Damien never expected for things to be so easy. But he wasn't complaining. Although the two girls hadn't completely made up yet, and they hadn't actually begun seeing each other as sisters, he had planted the seed in their head. Now, all they needed was proper time and nurturing to become a powerful existence under his and Ryue's care. As the process began to reach its end, Damien nodded his head in satisfaction. It seems like my help isn't needed here anymore. And with that, The unexpected situation had finally reached a temporary close. Chapter 377 Arrival. Chapter 377 Arrival. 1. While Damien was within Lily and May's spiritual world, the situation on the outside had also calmed down. Since the girls weren't fighting, their mana also stopped responding. That's how it should have been since the beginning. And as they worked together to balance their spiritual world, Damien put in the work to help them balance their body. His void essence wall split into countless threads that went forth and enveloped all the mana within Lily and May's body. Considering how much vaster his capacity was compared to hers, it wasn't too hard. And then, he used a property of void essence that he had never used on someone other than himself. He brought the two different forms of mana together and used void essence as a bridge to fuse them. The reddish-black and bluish-white mana wrapped around either other like a yin-yang symbol, but there was still a wall of void essence in between. After all, trying to act too fast might be detrimental to the girl's growth. Damien carefully concentrated his awareness on the process and took utmost care in slowly merging parts of the energy together. With his pace, he would finish completely within the day. Hours passed like this. The process was going smoothly since Lily and May were so cooperative, and next to the sphere of dual energy types, there was a separate sphere of gray mana. This mana looks impure simply in appearance, but it's actually insanely pure and dense. Damien nodded in satisfaction. Not only was this powerful mana something the girls would be able to use proficiently, they would also be able to separate it into its two different parts and harmonize it for an exponential increase in power. Actually, maybe I should let them meet Schwer. That lass will definitely help them recover with her magical charisma and charm, but it isn't the time yet. Boom! As Damien was thinking, he suddenly felt a massive wave of power emanate from a place far deeper in the subterranean world. Boom! Once the first wave passed, a second came, and after the second, a third. It was like the ringing of a bell when the clock struck midnight. As the waves passed through the atmosphere, an air of vitality spread through the realm uncontrollably. Even in the dark space under the shrine where Damien was, countless flowers and trees bloomed out of nowhere, filling the space with the air of nature. Damien realized in shock. Damn it. So what was the point of all that shit you said in the trial of self? Damn old man. Fuck. Damien hurriedly turned back to Lily and May. The process of fixing their body was already nearing its end. But now that such a situation had appeared, he had to speed up. But it wasn't a problem. With the intense waves of vitality that had just rushed through the space, a large portion of the girl's internal damage had been healed, granting Damien the freedom to move with more force. Within an hour, Damien had completely fixed her physical body, and the two girls had also sorted out their spiritual world. Their appearance suddenly began to change. May's side of the body began to crack and splinter. Pieces of her skin fell to the floor, and underneath, a new layer of skin was revealed. Her skin was still red in color, contrasting Lily's blue, but had taken on other properties. It was no longer scarred and horrendous. May's skin had also become crystalline and pure like Lily's. The two sides of her body had an odd dichotomy that seemed to work perfectly together. But only a moment later, the red skin symbolizing May vanished entirely. She finally opened her eyes. When she saw Damien standing in front of her, a bright smile appeared on her face. She leaped into his arms and rubbed her head against his chest with reckless abandon, as if trying to soak up all of his warmth. Damien gasped in surprise. Big brother? Again? It wasn't supposed to go like this, though. Lily. Yeah. Damien furrowed his brows. This was going to be a problem. He knew Schwenner's personality best. Although she was always a happy-go-lucky kid, she was also incredibly possessive. Whenever he entered the sanctuary, she would immediately find him and cling onto him. He didn't even know how many times Elytra had been blocked by little Schwer when they were competing for affection. If he showed up with another little sister, no, two of them, he shuddered thinking about what that girl's reaction would be. But I can't just tell them I can't be their big brother. Especially since they're going to be Ryues in the future. I'll technically still be their big brother, just in law. He decided to leave it as is. He could figure out how to appease little Shue's anger once these three girls actually met each other. But that's not important right now. Okay, for now, Big Brother will take you to a safe place, okay? Lily frowned. Her skin soon turned red, and a pouting may appeared as well. The two girls glared at him using the same face, causing him to sweat a bit. But it couldn't be helped. Don't worry. You won't be bored in there since there are a lot of friends for you. Damien patted their head and brushed his fingers through their hair. The girl's face showed a contented smile as he did so, and their anger seemed to be slightly dealt with. In the end, Damien finally managed to get them to enter the sanctuary after a great deal of convincing. If they meet little Shue, it's going to cause a headache. Damn that old tree. As he cursed the primordial undying tree, Damien flashed away from the space. With Lily's disappearance, the ice domain that froze his mana had also been released. He soon arrived at the entrance, where Lunaria was also waiting for him. She asked, "I did, and we need to find it as soon as possible. The others are already congregating there." The final struggle for the primordial undying fruit is about to begin. Damien didn't even stop to hear her answer. He grabbed her shoulder and teleported, causing the two of them to appear 10 kilometers below their original position, in another underground tunnel. Lunaria wasn't even given a chance to gather her breath before he teleported again. The primordial undying tree had called. There was no time for anything else. Chapter 378 Arrival. Chapter 378 Arrival. 2. Damien dragged Lunaria through the underground as fast as he could, but it wasn't an easy thing. In the first place, the tunnel system was far too complicated. Even if he wanted to just teleport straight down continuously, it was impossible. His awareness was concentrated below him as far as he could reach, scanning the area. If he could, he would directly teleport to a tunnel in that area. But most of the time, there simply wasn't one there. He had to rush through the tunnel system on foot and search for viable locations to teleport to, while also keeping the location of the primordial undying tree in mind, so he didn't stray too far away. He couldn't even use the maximum range of his teleportation, since long-distance spatial travel would negatively impact those without an affinity for it. He needed Lunaria to stay in peak shape for the upcoming struggle. Even if everyone is an enemy, that's only once we reach the fruits. Around 20 survive from our trial world, and even if I cut that number by half because of the trial of self, I still don't know the total amount of trial worlds there were, so I can't accurately gauge how much competition we'll have. In a place where hundreds of people were competing for a total of 16 fruits, he couldn't burn the bridges he had already crossed. At least, not until they had eliminated the rest of their competition. That old tree had told me not to get too conceited, and he probably wasn't just telling me to be wary of all the people I've already met. In particular, Damien was curious about the first-ranked genius, Fang. He had only seen the man once, but that guy was simply too mysterious, even evading the probing of his all-seeing eyes. I've gained so much from this realm already. Compared to everyone else I've met so far, I've definitely reaped the most benefits. Damien was wary of a few people, but that wasn't important yet. He and Lunaria had already traveled hundreds of kilometers through the vast network of tunnels in the subterranean world, but they weren't even halfway to the location of the tree yet. That damn bastard. How the hell are the others going to reach his body if he hides so deep underground? Wait, don't tell me. If, perhaps, the others were given easy access to the location in one way or another, wasn't it possible that the battle for the fruits had already begun without including him? No, I would have felt the fluctuations if that was the case. But it doesn't mean that others haven't reached the location yet. Without warning, he increased his teleportation distance to 20 kilometers. With this much, it shouldn't be a burden to Lunaria yet. As he went deeper and deeper underground, the number of tunnels and complexities within the subterranean world decreased as well. And it soon reached a point where Damien could actually see the patterns within those tunnels. They snaked about and connected to various different locations, but in the end, they all congregated in a single place. That place was too far down for him to see, but he didn't need to see it to know what it was. Almost there, he increased his speed, once again in excitement. It was finally time to get the treasure he had been lusting over for so long. while Damien was busy rampantly teleporting to reach the primordial undying tree. More and more people began to appear in the desert above the tree's location. So this must be everyone that survived. There were at least 200 people congregated in the area, and among them were a few familiar faces. Chinger, didn't you say that he passed the trial with you guys? A beauty with white hair and golden eyes asked worriedly. Even amongst this large crowd, she stood out like a glimmering moon in the midst of the night sky. Next to her, another fiery beauty stood with her arms crossed, scanning the area. Oomph. That bastard won't die so easily. Ryu hesitated, but ended up nodding in agreement. The Damien she knew wouldn't be left behind by anyone. If anything, he would be the one leaving. People behind. But where did that girl Ching Ting go? I could have sworn I saw her, but she disappeared as soon as I tried to greet her. Fang King måtte to herself. It was true that she had seen Ching Ting a few moments after she had been sent to this desert realm, but that girl disappeared like the wind upon seeing her. If Feng Qinger didn't know any better, she'd think that Qing Tan was purposefully avoiding her. Ah, you're talking about the girl that was with you and Damien in your trial world? If you want to ask about her, then shouldn't you ask about your dear sister as well? Ryu teased. Feng Qingya gasped in shame. She had been too focused on the fact that Qing Tan ignored her. She had almost forgotten about her very own sister. Now that she thought about it, many powerful people were missing from this place. Whether it be Han Fong, Qing Tan, Lunaria, or others in the top 10 of the 3,000 beast record. But they should be fine. In fact, them not being here should worry us for another reason. If they perhaps got a head start, Ryue furrowed her brows. At this juncture, time was of the essence. They needed to reach the location of that fluctuation as soon as possible, but instead, they were simply dallying around. I know we need to go, but for this many people to be summoned here couldn't be a coincidence. As Ryue was thinking about what to do, a trio of men sauntered in her direction. Beauty, I've been enamored with your grace and elegance since the moment I laid eyes on you. The one who led the three lowered his head and tried to gently grab Ryue's hand. Is that spatial fluctuations? It doesn't have Damien's mana signature, so something else must be happening. As she was in thought, Ryue felt an irritating presence in front of her and half-heartedly swatted her hand. But a half-hearted swat from Ryue wasn't something that could be taken lightly anymore. The blessing of the primordial undying tree wasn't just for show, after all. Swoosh! Her hand sliced through the air, only feeling a slight resistance. Feeling that she had gotten rid of a bug near her, Ryue nodded in satisfaction before continuing with her thinking. That is, until she heard the piercing shriek that sounded near her. When she looked over, she saw a man whose arm had been freshly severed rolling across the ground. Her senses became alert. For someone to be crippled without anyone noticing, there must have been a powerful enemy in the vicinity. She spread her awareness and circulated her mana in preparation for battle. Only then did she notice that most of the gazes were congregated on her rather than the poor man on the floor. She tilted her head curiously. Chapter 379 Arrival. Feng Qinger let out a crisp peal of laughter upon seeing Ryue's confusion. To think that she hadn't even noticed the man who she had crippled before doing so, it was comedic to think about. But before she could say anything else, strong spatial fluctuations eclipsed the area they were standing in, enveloping all the geniuses that had gathered. Some panicked, while others simply watched how things progressed. But the thing they all had in common was that they knew something important was happening. The spatial fluctuations soon became extremely strong, and people began vanishing one by one. I narrowed her eyes as this happened, directing her gaze towards the ground. She didn't know when it started, but her perception towards space had become incredibly keen. Of course, it could never compare to an actual spatial practitioner, but it was still far above what others could do. This could be seen by how she noticed the faint spatial fluctuations long before the rest had done the same. Although she couldn't gauge the exact location to which they were being teleported, she could at least understand the direction. And seeing that they were being taken underground, there was only one thing she could think of. I see. As expected, We were summoned here. But it wasn't like she could do anything about it, and it wasn't like she preferred being hindered at every step. The light of spatial transmission soon reached Ryue and turned her surroundings black. When she opened her eyes again, she was in an expansive underground space. The ceiling of this space was so high above her head that Ryue almost doubted whether the space could actually sustain itself without collapsing. In fact, the only reason she could even see the ceiling was because of the small floating motes of light that inhabited the space. Unlike what one would expect from an underground area, the place was extremely rich in vitality. Various flora gathered and flourished throughout the space, with towering trees and uniquely patterned flowers being common. And the plants weren't normal at all. Besides the immense aura of vitality they gave off, they also had other special fluctuations. All of these are valuable herbs and materials, Ryue realized as she glanced around. This place was like a heaven filled with treasures. Even a random stalk of grass one picked up off the floor would have astonishing regenerative properties. Ryue began walking forward while ignoring the crowd around her. The expansiveness of the space didn't just constitute of its high ceilings. The distance it covered horizontally was also immense. As Ryue moved, the others also regained their senses. The smell of greed clouded the atmosphere. Ha ha! It's all mine. Fuck off. Tens of geniuses ran wantonly about the cave, trying to get to the treasure herbs that surrounded them. Clashes of weapons and the light of mana filled the air as they fought over the goods. Ryue sighed in disdain. But then again, even she was feeling greed upon seeing so much treasure in one place. Could she really fault them? It was the nature of man to die for treasure. But she quickly suppressed her greed. Rather than aiming for the small things, shouldn't she go for the big fish? She could clearly feel a massive aura of vitality emanating from a place she assumed was the center of the realm. There, she was sure she'd find the treasure she had been looking for since the beginning. And not just that, he should also be there. Damn, I hate how much I miss his stupid face. Ryue shook her head and rushed forward, ignoring the commotion around her. Hey! A crisp voice rang out from behind. Fang soon caught up to Ryue and moved alongside her. It's such a shame. Ryue glanced at the sighing Fang. She could definitely understand the other girl's feelings. It can't be helped. There's no way we're the only group to arrive here. Fang's eyes widened. It's really here. Ryue looked in the direction she felt that aura from and nodded. It's here. She, like Damien, had received the baptism of the primordial undying tree, although to a lesser extent. Just as he could feel its calling, she could as well. TCH, if it's really like that, then I'll just follow along with you. You don't mind, right? When did I ever say you would be a leech? If Damien has befriended you, then you are definitely a strong person. Ashash Mpiash. Although I don't really like that bastard, I'll take the compliment. Anyway, why haven't we been attacked yet? Ryue furrowed her brows. She was thinking the same thing. The fact that there weren't any beasts in this area was strange enough. For there to not be any traps either. Ryue opened her eyes wide, causing them to shine in resplendent gold. As she looked around, she suddenly shuddered in fear. Let's hurry. What do you mean by fuck? Fang's words were suddenly interrupted by a series of cries. Naturally, they came from the geniuses they left behind. As Fang turned to see what was happening, Ryue immediately stopped her. Don't look back, and don't pay attention to them. Fang shuddered at the seriousness in her tone. In that second, it seemed that Ryue's entire aura went through a change. And it had. She was no longer taking things lightly. To think that she had been inside of a tiger's mouth without even noticing it, she couldn't relax anymore. Her eyes were a secret that even her family never knew. After all, she hadn't awakened them until after she had left. Perhaps, if they knew about this feature of hers, they would have never allowed her to live peacefully in the Celestial Star Palace. There was only a single person who knew her power, and that was Tianyang. He had blocked her probe before she could even get any valuable information. His eyes were most likely special as well. Wait, I'm pretty sure anyone who's seen his eyes would be able to tell that they're special. One unfortunate guy, she smirked a bit. But she soon cleared her thoughts again. Her awareness was spread within a closed area around her, monitoring all movement, and her steps were careful and thought out. She couldn't get distracted. If she got distracted, she'd end up dead. Chapter 380 Arrival. In the area where Ruyue and Feng Qinger had just left, a massacre was taking place. Thousands of massive vines thicker than an average human body twisted and lashed through the air, smashing anyone they touched into blood mist. A murky fog rapidly spread through the atmosphere, spreading poisonous spores that infected the geniuses' bodies. Those that were infected became mindless slaves that attacked the others around them. Even the grass at the geniuses' feet was moving to hinder them, binding their legs at the split second before they dodged to make sure the attacks of the other plants hit true. It was an uphill battle, to say the least. The poisonous mist could be dealt with using mana as a barrier, but the vines were a real problem. They weren't too hard to cut through normally. The problem was that tree roots and branches would spread and reinforce the vines as they moved, creating an interwoven defense. And combined with the speed at which 10 vines moved, the defense became even more effective. All the while, carnivorous plants moved in silence and devoured the dead, using their energy to empower the other plants around them. They were like cogs in a machine. Every single one of them reinforced the others, creating a system that a group of third classes could never escape from. Hell, even a fourth class might have trouble doing so. The shrieks of those geniuses sounded of free cave walls and echoed throughout as they faced their inevitable deaths, painting the entire area in an eerie vibe. Feng Qinger fought her curiosity to look back. She wanted to see what was causing such gruesome screams, but at the same time, she didn't. It was due to Ruyue's warning that she held herself back and kept rushing forward. Inwardly, she scoffed at herself. Of course, things weren't so simple. Since when has anything in this secret realm been as it seems? Just the fact that there were no beasts inhabiting such a vast jungle was enough to cause her to be wary. What beast would logically pass up a treasure trove like this? It was basically a quick stop to getting powerful for them, who devour to grow stronger. Even her own bestial instincts were craving the treasure herbs in the surroundings. So how would those unintelligent beasts resist? Unless, of course, they could sense the danger of this place. This place must be stained with the blood of countless beasts. Because of the precedent that had been set already, other beasts don't dare come close. Perhaps she was too caught up in her greed, or perhaps it was something else. But she didn't make any excuses to cover her inadequacy. Instead, she focused her attention on Ruyue and carefully followed her steps. She had no desire to end up like the others. Come to think of it, whether it was the spatial fluctuations from before or the dangers here, she noticed first. Considering how much Ruyue consciously and subconsciously spoke about Damien, Feng Qinger knew that the relationship between the two wasn't simple. But she actually didn't care much. What she was more worried about was Qing Tan. The atmosphere between her and Damien was awkward before we left the trial world. Did something happen? She didn't see nor sense anything wrong until that final moment. Of course, she had no way of knowing whether it was just hidden until then or not. I'll forget it. If something happens, it happens. She simply continued following Ruyue, since it was all she could do. Remaining focused on the prize in front of her eyes was the best decision she could make. With the pace Ruyue and Feng Qinger were moving at, they cleared the jungle extremely fast. Within the hour, they reached a point where the sheer amount of vitality in the atmosphere caused the air itself to contain a greenish hue. Just breathing in made them feel like closing their eyes and relaxing. Their drowsiness wasn't a bad feeling at all. Even if they had rested enough, it was good to be in peak condition before charging the primordial undying tree. The two of them immediately circulated their mana and shocked themselves awake. That was dangerous, Ruyue muttered. Fang Qinger nodded in response. That was all they said. They ceased conversation and focused on circulating their mana as they moved to stay unaffected by the atmosphere. And soon, they arrived at a clearing. Within this vast, expansive jungle where there was no empty space at all, this was the only clearing where no plants dared to grow. Except one. The tree wasn't massive in size or domineering in appearance at all. If one simply looked at it with the eyes of a mortal, they'd think it was the same as any other tree on the side of the road. At least, until they looked up. Its trunk was around 6 feet tall. It wasn't short necessarily, but compared to the trees around it, it might as well have been a dwarf. But its crown was a real treat for the eyes. Extending from the trunk were tens of thousands of branches that intertwined into a massive crown that vastly outstripped the size of the tree's trunk. The branches were thick and sturdy, more than enough for battle to take place on them without them taking damage. The leaves of the tree weren't green all the way through. They interchanged between 3 different colors. In the lower levels were shades of red, which then formed a gradient into a green layer. And finally, at the very peak of the tree's crown was a small, almost imperceptible layer of purple. Ryue and Fang held their breaths as they looked at it. Says Fui, 10 red, 5 green, and a single purple. They were shaped like apples and looked incredibly succulent. An irresistible urge to claim them and immediately devour them almost enslaved the 2 girls. Those fruits that they had only heard about before today were hanging from the branches of the tree in front of them. There was no doubt about it. This tree was the primordial undying tree, the legendary tree that had reached godhood and formed this entire secret realm. We're finally here, Ryue muttered under her breath. The voice that replied wasn't Fang Qing'er's. It was hoarse and manly, giving off a gloomy feeling. When the 2 girls looked over, they saw a cloaked figure standing not far from them. His attention was fully focused on the tree as well. But soon he turned his eyes to them. 2 piercing red eyes that shone through the darkness of his hood. It is unexpected that I wasn't the first to arrive. As his words fell, the jungle around them rustled. Multiple figures emerged from within. Lu Bai, the 10th-ranked genius on the 3,000 beast record, the shameless duo that was ranked 7th and 8th, and even Qing Tan. The peak geniuses who has entered the secret realm, besides Damien and Lunaria, had all gathered, including the cloaked man who had spoken to Ryue earlier. First-ranked genius Han Fang. And after them, many more came as well. While the group that had entered with Ryue and Fang Qing'er had succumbed to greed and been annihilated at the start, not everyone was the same. Still, from the total 1,000 geniuses who had entered the realm, only around 100 had made it this far and congregated. The final struggle was on the cusp of beginning. Chapter 381 Struggle. Holy! To think I'd lived to see it with my own eyes. Various expressions of shock filled the air as the geniuses congregated at the location of the primordial undying tree. And their shock was truly warranted. Even discounting the fact that their end goal was finally before their eyes, the fact that they had lived through the trials that took place to reach here was enough of a miracle. When compared to what they had heard before they entered the realm, the actual experience was far worse. In fact, most of them would have chosen not to enter if they had known it'd be like this. Ryue wondered as she watched those geniuses regain their bearings. Everyone had gathered, sure, but were they just supposed to start fighting out of nowhere? The tree was standing right in front of them, with seemingly no protection. In this situation, the first to move would be the loser. Ryue's gaze moved to the very peak of the tree. There, a single purple fruit sat like a king on its throne. Although the tree isn't too big, it still won't be easy to reach that place. The branches are like a maze, so moving through the tree's crown is disadvantageous. But at the same time, openly aiming for it will earn the combined attack of everyone else present. There was also the fact that they had no idea whether the tree was truly as unguarded as it looked. To account for hidden dangers was also necessary. How troublesome. If Damien was here, she knew he would just charge for the top without regard for anyone else. But that was the kind of thing only he could do. His spatial affinity, insane regeneration, and many other factors allowed him to move relatively unhindered regardless of where he was. But Ryue wasn't the same. Even if she was powerful, that was it. She didn't have the same versatility that he did when it came to this kind of thing. Ryue wasn't the only one thinking like this. Anyone with a brain had a similar thought process. Leading the charge wasn't a role any of them were willing to take. and it led to a stalemate where those congregated around the tree didn't dare move any closer. Fang Another woman responded. She had emerald green hair and feathers coating different parts of her body. It wasn't that the woman's beast transformation art was incomplete. Rather, she simply took pride in her feathers. Feng Qinger said unenthusiastically, "Oomph. And you're just as uncouth as I remember you to be." Yeah, whatever you say. I'm surprised a shit-for-brains bitch like you actually made it this far." Ryue watched them argue with an intrigued look on her face. Peng Xiaoyan, so she must be the 6th-ranked genius on the beast record. But she quickly shook her head and refocused her attention elsewhere. "I didn't notice his presence until he spoke up earlier. He isn't ranked first for nothing. If there's anyone to be wary of, it's him." And also, her gaze shifted to a black-haired beauty who was standing to the side without drawing anyone's attention. No, it was almost like her presence was erased from the world. Intan, according to Feng Qinger, she and Damien were pretty close in the trial world. From what Ryue had heard from Feng Qinger, Qing Tan's attitude had taken a total turn when they met in the desert. She had been ignored by someone she considered a friend. But if that was the case, then something must have happened. Ryue wasn't sure if she could fully trust Qing Tan. It was the same with the rest. As she observed the crowd, she realized how alone she was in this struggle. A gruff voice suddenly silenced all the commotion taking place around them. When Ryue looked over, she saw Han Fang staring at the sky a few hundred meters away from the top of the primordial undying tree with narrowed eyes. But his words were met with no response. Not coming out, Han Fang extended his hand and emitted a murky gray mana. The mana formed a bullet that shot through the air, causing faint ripples as it did so. And when it reached its destination, it burst into a puff of smoke, causing space to shatter like glass. "Aya." And here I was wanting to make a grand entrance. A playful voice came from the shattered space. Ryue narrowed her eyes. "You guys are so boring. The grand prize is right in front of you, yet you sit here, try to play mind games with each other." The sarcastic tone of that voice continued as the man's body was slowly revealed. Long black hair with silver streaks, and a pair of eyes that Ryue would never forget. She inadvertently cried in excitement. "HM? Ah, Ryue." He smiled softly and sent her a playful wink. "Oomph. Who was missing you?" Ryue huffed back, but inwardly, she was smiling. He may have been speaking in the same casual tone that he always used, but she could clearly feel his heart through the soul connection they had. His yearning feelings, she could understand them clearly, and it made her all the happier to see him again. But it wasn't the time for a teary-eyed reunion. She wasn't lying when she spoke to him. Upon his entrance, he had immediately secured himself a spot far closer to the primordial undying tree than the rest of them. If they continued to stand still, he'd reap all the benefits instead of them. Fuck. It was unknown who spoke, but those words acted as a trigger. Those 100 geniuses who made it to the primordial undying tree all charged forth. Intense mana fluctuations enveloped the atmosphere as they pushed their speed to the max bang. The ground erupted. Massive vines similar to the ones Ryue had seen previously shot into the air and attacked the incoming geniuses. And attacks began to fly. Whether it was fighting against the vines or each other, battle had finally broken out. Damien grinned. His gaze moved to Han Fang, who was staring back at him ferociously. "What? Did you have something up your sleeve?" "Sorry, but I'm the direct type." "If that's the case, then you should have the strength to back up your confidence." Han Fang growled back. Oh, these two were different from the rest. When it came to competition, they didn't hold anyone in their eyes besides each other. That purple fruit at the top of the tree, it would go to one of the two of them, and their battle would decide who. "You're bold. I don't think anyone has been brash enough to challenge me so openly in many years. Come then," Han Fang said as he readied his mana. But Damien shook his head with a sly smile. "Come to you? Don't make me laugh." Han Fang rapidly shot a wave of gray mana at Damien's position. But by the time it reached, the latter had already disappeared into the intertwining branches of the primordial undying tree. Hun Fang's brow twitched when he saw it. Phoenix, if you want to play games, then I shall accompany you. Chapter 382 Struggle. Various large and small battles had erupted around the crown of the primordial undying tree. Bang! A genius who flew into the air in a bid to rapidly reach the peak of the tree burst into blood mist as the combined attacks of many around him landed on his body. One thing was certain. Regardless of who they were battling, every genius was doing their best to keep an eye on one another, and every single one of them was aiming to enter the maze of branches that constituted the primordial undying tree's crown. Scree! The cry of a phoenix rang out as a swift phantom made of flames dived towards its target. But considering who it was aimed at, it was almost natural that it missed. TCH, you lot from the Peng clan are only good for fleeing. Feng Qing'er scoffed as she watched it happen. Speak after you actually land an attack on me, you slow-witted bitch. Oh wait, you've never managed to do that unless you teamed up with your counterpart, have you? Pin Xiaoyan flashed through the air with speeds that matched teleportation. Regardless of what Feng Qing'er did, her attacks wouldn't hit. Peng Xiaoyan spread her arms as she moved, slashing them downwards in a cross pattern. Light green mana raged and formed an X-shaped blade that spun towards Feng Qing'er. But Feng Qing'er was never afraid of Peng Xiaoyan's attack power. When it came to power, she was queen. A string of flame runes appeared before her as she drew in the air, forming a sword that seemed almost corporeal. As the sword shot forward, it split into thousands of pieces that clouded the atmosphere and formed an inescapable net. You've learned some new tricks, huh? Peng Xiaoyan sneered. Her body arched like a bow and exploded forth with extreme speed. She reached Feng Qing'er's position in an instant. A set of twin daggers appeared in her hands and stabbed downward, being coated with wind mana in the process. Good. Feng Qing'er glint. Being surprised at Peng Xiaoyan's speed was one thing, but being unprepared was another. In fact, Feng Qing'er was extremely glad that the former had decided to engage her in close combat. A fiery red greatsword that emanated blazing heat manifested in the air. Feng Qing'er grabbed its hilt without hesitation, swinging without even looking for a target. After all, her opponent was moving too fast. She couldn't track her even if she wanted to. SSSSS. A sizzling sound was emitted from the spot of collision. Under Peng Xiaoyan's shocked gaze, her daggers were directly melted by the blade. Feng Qing'er scoffed. Reincarnation flames raged. Using the wind mana as a conduit, they billowed into a massive flame tornado that enveloped the two women. Boom! The flame tornado caused a large shockwave that pushed back any that were in the vicinity, but upon reaching a certain location, the heat was directly suppressed. A winter storm seemed to have formed unnaturally within the underground space. The land had been frozen into ice, and even mana moved sluggishly. Standing in the middle of this space was Lunaria's Snow, who Damien had dropped off long before his confrontation with Hun Fang had started. To think things escalated so quickly. But it isn't unexpected. The most surprising thing is Qing'er's growth. Lunaria murmured to herself as she casually blocked a strike aimed for her head. She flicked her finger, causing a crystalline ice shard to shoot through that genius head, instantly killing him. While Qing'er is having such a riveting battle, I'm stuck dealing with bugs. Lunaria moved without pause. She soon reached the crown of the primordial undying tree and began climbing its branches. She clutched her hand into a fist. Following her movement, a frozen statue of a hidden genius fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Her blood had been frozen from within. I was unable to accurately judge the prowess of Qing'er's friend during our time together, but if Han Fang considers him a threat, then I shouldn't push my luck. Truthfully, she wasn't too interested in the purple fruit. While its effects were astronomically greater than the other two kinds, she knew her limits. And more than that, the ice phoenixes were already existences that symbolized purity. To take a treasure that purified their bodies even more was like a stain on their pride. But pride is just pride. As she moved, she glanced in a certain direction. It's a shame. With powers so similar to mine, I wanted to see which of us was superior. In the direction she was looking, another tundra had formed, but this one was intrinsically divergent from hers. The source it came from differed. The mana was whitish blue, and within that tundra, hints of another blue flame could be seen along with unknown patches of black. Inside, Ryue stared dully at a man who stood across from her. The 3,000 beast record is really just a gauge of strength, huh? Ha ha ha. A beauty that struggles is the most fun to tame. Come. The man named Regis licked his lips in glee. His tongue was forked like a snake's. Ever since he saw the woman in front of him, he has been resolved to make her his. But he didn't have his clan's power to use at the moment, so he had to do the dirty work himself. But that's fine with me. His bewitching poison did nothing to this woman, and aphrodisiacs were the same. The easy tactics had already been thrown out the window. So, instead of poisoning her mind, I just have to poison her body. If she desires the antidote, then she's mine. He felt orgasmic as he imagined the scene of this woman pinned under him. A poisonous aura leaked from his body and spread through the realm she had created. No matter what, ice is still ice. Ryue sighed and shook her head. I think I understand how he feels a little now. There was no time. While Damien secured the purple fruit, she needed to grab the green ones for both herself and for the White Dragon King, so they could fulfill their promise. What a hassle. You probably forgot all about that deal we made. Black mana intertwined with the blue mana Ryue was normally emitting. Her eyes suddenly gave off an ominous aura it didn't have before. The mana shot forward, piercing the fog of poison that Regis had put up previously. What? My 1,000 death. Before he could put up any semblance of defense, the blackish-blue mana infiltrated his body. It spread rapidly, more rapidly than any poison, and in an instant, it sucked away all the mana in his body. But it didn't seem satiated at all. Vitality is an interesting thing, Ryue muttered to herself. Regis' body began to shrivel. The mana within him was stealing everything he had, including his life force. He tried mobilizing his own mana to counter, but soon realized that it had been devoured long ago. The only option left was the poison that ran through his blood. But when that was stolen from him, desolation. That's what happened. Everything that he had was taken. The poison in his body just served to feed that blackish-blue mana even faster. And soon, he became an empty husk on the floor. In his place, there was a blob of corrupted mana. I don't even want this. Ryue flicked her finger and discarded the blob of mana. In the place where it fell, a massive explosion filled with poisonous gas erupted, slaughtering 10 geniuses at once. All right, Ryue soon arrived at the crown of the tree, and just like Lunaria had a few moments prior, she began her hunt for the green fruits. Chapter 383 Struggle. Chapter 383 Struggle. 3. Saying that there are thousands, or even tens of thousands of intertwining branches within the crown of the primordial undying tree wasn't an exaggeration at all. From the outside, it did indeed look like the canopy of a tree, with the only special thing about it being its size and color, but when inside, one would no longer even believe they were on a tree anymore. Tens of thousands of branches that tangled and snaked in unnatural directions. They formed a natural labyrinth that was hidden by the leaves and flowers that decorated the outside of the crown. Swoosh! As Damien rushed through this labyrinth, he was once again forced to realize the grandiosity of such a tree. He would run in a straight line across a single branch, but would somehow find himself on a separate branch many meters away without even realizing how he got there. And it wasn't even an illusion, it was just a miracle of sheer complexity. If it's like this, even reaching the purple fruit will be a problem, let alone stealing it from Fang. He was sure the first rank genius had chased him into the tree, but at some point, he could no longer sense the latter's presence. Did he stop chasing me? Even if the clash was delayed, it was inevitable. Until then, though, Damien had to find his way through the labyrinth. There were no walls or ceilings, only branches in every direction. It was a four-dimensional labyrinth where he was always free to switch paths, but he would never know where he was going. With his awareness spread and his all-seeing eyes operating at full capacity, he took the path he felt was best. Now that he had reached this juncture, he could only rely on his own skill. The calling he felt earlier had become useless. Suddenly, Damien's eyes picked up a presence standing in the path before him. But it wasn't anything humanoid, nor was it one of the geniuses who had entered the secret realm. His eyes hardened. That beast, it's the most powerful being I've seen in this secret realm besides those two demigods, and that was including the demon kings. But he didn't stop moving. If there was such a beast blocking his path, it meant he was going in the right direction. He soon arrived in front of it. It was a massive serpent whose body was curled around hundreds of branches. Its head was already twice Damien's height. Its eyes were closed, and its breathing was steady, indicating that it was asleep. Damien came to a stop a few hundred meters away and hid his presence. He didn't know if such tactics would work against a beast so much more powerful than him, but it was the best he could do. He crept up the branch he was standing on, trying to find a path forward, but he couldn't think of one. These hundreds of branches that the snake is curled around are all interconnected far deeper than the rest. If that was the case, then he must be reaching the top layer of the tree. Unfortunately, he was too far away from the outer layer to confirm using the color of the leaves. But what he did know was that this snake wasn't here by coincidence. Its position was perfectly in the way of his goal. Snap! He was too focused on the snake. He didn't watch his step properly because of the frightening pressure that he was feeling from it. And under such a situation, he made a stupid mistake. A small twig under his foot snapped, creating an obnoxiously loud sound within the stillness of the current atmosphere. The snake's massive eyes opened. Damien immediately merged with the space around him and hid himself. But that snake's gaze was still focused on him. Without hesitation, he ran. He teleported furiously, but instead of running away, he ran straight towards the snake. Even seeing his movements, the snake didn't move much. Its tail slowly uncurled from around the branches and became free. Thwop! That tail moved abruptly and with speed that surpassed Damien's imagination. He didn't even realize when it appeared behind him. Boom! The impact stirred his internal organs, causing him to cough up blood, but he didn't stop moving. The snake chased him with its tail, unwrapping it further with every movement he made. It was swift to the point where it was mind-boggling that a large portion of it was still tangled in the branches. Boom! 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 Damien desperately teleported away, but the tail always managed to find him. He barely avoided the last strike, but the sharp edge of the snake's skin swept across his shins and lacerated his tendons. Without a choice, he surrounded himself in a cocoon of void essence to buy himself time to heal. This thing is far too great for me. With my current strength and even my current void essence, it's impossible to kill it. His thoughts raced. If it was just this battle alone, then the strategy of using power beyond his capabilities was fine, but the current situation wasn't like that. He would need to fight Fang for the purple fruit and also escape from this area so he could consume it. To do all that, he needed to be in peak shape. But coming out of this unhindered doesn't seem possible. The gap between third and fourth class was too wide, especially when it was past the entry level. But still, he needed to try. Phoenix. Within a few seconds, his thoughts had wrapped up. His injuries hadn't healed completely, but it was enough. The cocoon of void essence faded, and Damien instantly erected his vector field and teleported away. As expected, the snake was hot on his trail. Bang! Bang! The tail whipped back and forth, smashing into the branches around him and causing splinters to rain onto his body, causing a great deal of minor injuries. But those injuries healed in an instant, and with the snake suddenly targeting the surroundings instead of his actual body, he got what he wanted. What Damien wanted was just a small amount of time. A few seconds was enough. In that few seconds when the shrapnel was raining down on him, his body went through a massive change. Black scales covered him from his neck down to his toes. 2 horns grew on his forehead and wrapped around his head like a crown. Wings jutted out from his shoulder blades. Blood-red runes etched themselves into his scales. His scara turned black while his irises matched the color of his runes. Once he was in his most powerful form, he formed a connection to the space he termed the void plane. Within a second, he repeated the process he used when he was facing the head apostle in the trial world. Mid-level void essence emerged from a crack in space and covered his body. He had 27 seconds left in his transformation, but he had no plans to use up all that time again. When the processes he needed to complete finished, he immediately charged at the snake's head. Chapter 384 Struggle. Chapter 384 Struggle 4. A single flap of his wings had the same effect as teleportation. He reached the snake's head in an instant. Red runes congregated on his arms and coalesced into strange patterns, exponentially increasing his strength. And before the snake could react, his arm shot forward and punctured its eye. Kayak. A screech was emitted from the snake's mouth. If previously it was simply toying with him, it was now genuinely angry. With its mouth already gaping from its scream, a blast of murky green liquid sprayed from its throat and covered Damien, who was too close to dodge. The liquid corroded his scales and tried to get through his defenses, but the runes on his body changed shape and caused his scales to become harder than diamonds. Damien flapped his wings again. When he reappeared, he was inside the snake's mouth. The poison that sprayed from it covered him like gel as he stood directly in its trajectory, and as it piled up, it was starting to corrode even his heightened defense. But he didn't care. He came for a single purpose only. He reached up and grabbed one of the two domineering fangs within the snake's mouth. Then, he ripped it out with all his strength. When it didn't budge with physical strength alone, he distorted space around it and crushed the snake's jaws to help him. Scree! The snake screamed in pain. Gaseous red mana mixed into the poison that covered Damien's body. Boom! The red mana mixed with the poison and exploded. As more red mana stuck to Damien's body, a chain of explosions rang out. But even with this, Damien didn't let go of the tooth. Roar! A dragon roar left his mouth. His scales cracked under the pressure of the explosions, and the poison made its way into his body. But he didn't loosen his grip. Space distorted to the point of collapse. The snake's gums were being fused and bound in awkward patterns as this happened, and its grip on the tooth lessened. And suddenly, boom! Another explosion rang out as more red mana influenced the poisonous liquid. But this time, Damien's body was propelled out of the snake's mouth by the shockwave, along with something else. A large snake Fang was in his grasp. Looking at his war trophy, he grinned. Damn snake! There was a reason he aimed for the snake's Fang. When it was dislodged, copious amounts of blood spilled into the snake's mouth and flooded its throat, blocking the poisonous liquid from spewing. Of course, his main reason is want just this. It was extremely faint, to the point where he only noticed it once he entered the snake's mouth, but there were definitely spatial fluctuations leaking from the Fang. If this wasn't a hint, he didn't know what was. And besides gaining something that'd most likely help him reach the peak, he had also gained time while the snake coped with the injury he caused. It had been 10 seconds since he transformed. He merged with space and flapped his wings, doubling his speed. With 2 flaps, he had already passed the snake, and he didn't look back. He continued along the path the snake was blocking until he could no longer sense it with his physical senses. And once another 5 seconds had passed, he undid his transformation. Immediately, searing pain spread through his body. Although he only used it for half of the total time limit, his stamina was still plenty exhausted. And as his scales and body runes faded, the poison that had leaked into his body began acting far more furiously than it had before. His regeneration worked overtime to heal his internal injuries. His organs were a mess because of his recklessness. While that was happening, he clenched his teeth and endured the pain, mobilizing his void essence to cleanse the poison in his body. Previously, void essence couldn't cleanse physical poisons, but that was when it was being used passively by the void physique. Now he had gotten much closer to his void physique. He could personally influence the actions of the void essence it gave him access to. So, cleansing physical poisons also became possible to an extent. Damien concentrated his awareness on the direction he just fled from, but unexpectedly, he didn't see the snake at all. At first, he panicked thinking it followed him, But as he carefully sensed his surroundings, he realized that it wasn't anywhere nearby at all. Did it leave? Well, whatever. He inwardly smiled as he thought about the Fang he stole from it. Besides its practical use, he is also keeping it as a memento of his achievement. The fight was short and could barely even be called a fight. He simply acted recklessly to buy himself a chance at escape. And it didn't even seem like the snake was fighting back at full power either. But nonetheless, he had achieved victory over a foe far stronger than him, and he'd happily take pride in that. His wounds slowly healed, and the poison inside his body was also extracted with time. He took out a jade bottle and stored the poison in his subspace alongside the poison he had gotten from those eclipsing Shadow Sect assassins a year ago. And many hours later, he had returned to peak condition. Without hesitation, he took out the snake Fang and injected his mana into it. Back to work. Far away from where Damien was, a man emerged from the shadows. He had jet black hair and red eyes, his face holding a devilish sense of handsomeness. Suddenly, the man grinned. One of his canines was missing. He rubbed the space where his missing tooth used to be. A small trail of blood was still there. TSK. To think he even stole a Fang of mine. He could have activated the spatial formation by just pouring his mana into it. The man spoke sarcastically to himself, his smile never fading. Even if I went easy on him, that wasn't the kind of power that someone at his level could overcome within a few seconds. That form of his truly impressive. Oi, old bastard. The primordial undying tree smirks. TCH. Damn old guy. Only talking through transmissions like this. The primordial undying tree sighs. And when the time comes, I get it. The black-haired man cracked his neck. Gaseous red mana coagulated in his mouth, soon forming into a tooth that replaced the one he was missing. In any case, my job ends here. The man's form changed. His human body disappeared, replaced by that of a massive black snake. Within a clearing somewhere in the primordial undying realm, that snake closed his eyes and entered a long slumber, one that he expected to last for another 10,000 years. Chapter 385 Struggle. Chapter 385 Struggle 5. In the hours it took Damien to climb to the point he reached, the battles around the primordial undying tree never stopped. Corpses of geniuses that were once hailed as the supremes in the younger generation littered the ground around the tree, while those who survived stood within its crown. The final victors had already been decided. When Ryue killed the fourth-ranked genius, none dared to oppose her anymore, and she was able to quickly get her hands on a green fruit. The problem stemmed from when she attempted to take a second one for herself. She naturally met fierce resistance for attempting to hoard the treasures, but none of those who tried to stop her had the ability to do so. After all, Lunaria had acquired the fruit she came for easily, and Feng Qinger had done the same after stepping over the corpse of the sixth-ranked genius, Peng Xiaoyan. At some point, without anyone's recognition, the fifth green fruit had been stolen by Qing Tan. Looking at the results, Ryue figured it was expected. Since these people were all close to, or at least on friendly terms with, Damien, she knew that they wouldn't oppose her. Granted, in this chaotic environment, it was easy to lose sight of someone. But for Qing Tan to have reached the green fruit without a single person's detection was still an amazing feat. She had even avoided Ryue's eyes, which had been activated and scanning the area the entire time. Now, four geniuses stood in four cardinal directions on the middle area of the primordial undying tree's crown, each having claimed their place. The rest of the geniuses looked at them in both awe and greed, but there was nothing they could do. Instead of focusing on the fruits that had already been taken, it was best to try and get their hands on a red fruit that those peak geniuses didn't even give a second look to. Unlike some, most of them knew their limits. Aside from Ryue, who was a wild card, the ones in the middle area of the tree were already ranked in the top 5 before they even entered the secret realm. With the kind of opportunities they must have received within, the strong had only gotten stronger. So the fight for red fruits became far fiercer than the previous fights. Even if there were 10 fruits, there were still almost 100 geniuses. And of those 10 fruits, 4 of them had disappeared at some point, claimed while others had been fighting for the green ones. Ryue soon ignored the commotion below and directed her gaze to the purple layer of the tree's crown with furrowed brows. After so long, there hasn't been any movement at all. The fighting here had almost come to a close, yet there was nothing at all from a peak where the two most talented geniuses were supposed to be fighting. In fact, everyone was directing a portion of their attention to the peak in hopes of witnessing that fight, but they were only left with disappointment. Suddenly, boom! A massive explosion rang out. Shrapnel from combusted tree branches rained down on the ground, and flaming purple leaves drifted through the air. There was only a single branch left from the purple layer of the primordial undying tree. That single branch that housed the purple fruit that all geniuses dreamed about. In the sky, two figures suddenly emerged. One was the familiar figure of Damien, and as for the other, it was a gray-haired, red-eyed man with an eerie aura. Feng Qing'er and Lunaria watched on in interest, eager to see the result of the fight. Qing Tan stared at the two figures in the sky with a complicated gaze. Ryue tightly clutched the necklace that hung around her neck. This fight would be the most important one since the start of the Secret Realm. When Damien reemerged after using the spatial transference formation etched on the snake's dang, he found himself in a wide-open area. The ground beneath him was made of countless branches that intertwined to create a sturdy floor, and the walls were filled with purple leaves. In the center of the room, a double-stranded branch snakes up from the rest, and in that branch's grasp was a beautiful purple fruit. Rather than being completely purple, the fruit was crystalline like jade, but emitted a purple luster. It looked more like an ore than a fruit, but still provoked one's desire to feast on it. It was an odd feeling. As Damien observed the fruit, he suddenly felt another presence appear in the room. The man across from him was no longer wearing a hood. Judging from how his clothes were tattered in some places, he must have lost it in a fight similar to the one Damien had just had. He asked casually. Han Fang looked at him without a change in expression. Regardless of which one it was, we were bound to fight. So, the mysterious spirit king of the 3,000 Beast Mountain range, you're different from what I expected. As soon as Damien said those words, Han Fang's gaze sharpened. Don't worry about it. I was just talking to myself. You and I have no enmity or grudge between us. Han Fang asked inquisitively. Damien smirked in response. Didn't I already tell you? Without warning, Damien vanished, reappearing behind Han Fang. His fist shot out with the speed of a bullet, throwing a punch that was set in motion before he had even finished teleporting. Boom! Han Fang's gray mana emanated from his body and formed shield. When Damien's fist impacted, it felt like he was punching cotton. A sense of danger enveloped his body. He teleported away the second he felt it. But as he did so, space around him shattered, thrusting him back into the real plane. A bolt of gray mana followed his movements through the spatial layers as if it was alive. As it approached him, Damien charged his void flames and shot a bolt to meet it. BZZT. The two bolts of mana collided in the air and destroyed each other. Teleportation. Hun Feng commented indifferently. Damien quipped back. He merged with space, achieving a far deeper level of synchronization than when he normally teleported. In this state, it was impossible to track his movements, even if one could peer into the spatial layers. Another bolt of gray mana shot into the void, this one containing far more power than the last. Boom! Space shattered once more, and without suspense, Damien's figure was revealed. A frown decorated his face. Chapter 386 Struggle. Chapter 386 Struggle 6. It wasn't that Han Fang's attacks were too powerful. In the first place, those attacks were never meant to harm Damien. It was more like a warning. A warning that spatial movement would be useless regardless of how it was done. The problem is, I have no idea how he's tracking me. The only thing Damien knew was that Han Fang had some insane method of tracking that could see him even if his presence was totally erased. Perhaps the only method to avoid this tracking was to enter a completely separated plane like the sanctuary. But that doesn't matter. His thoughts didn't last long. After he reached this point, he covered his fists in void flames and stomped the ground, propelling himself forward. He reached Han Fang in an instant, his fists throwing a barrage of punches in every direction. Han Fang moved just as swiftly. A palm-sized black flag appeared in his hand. Every time he waved it, gusts of gray mana swept through the air and mitigated the damage of Damien's punches. But in that instant, Han Fang's figure vanished into a veil of fog and reappeared many meters away. I don't have time for this. Han Fang waved the flag in his hand. The gray mana that swirled around it began to morph into a fog filled with countless faces. Some were screaming, some were crying, while others still had expressions of shock on their faces that never vanished. The one thing that they shared was the fact that all of them expressed some form of horror. Damien narrowed his eyes. Those souls. Fang grinned wickedly. Did you think the Spirit King title was for show? Ugh. The cluster of ghastly spirits soon expanded into a swirling tornado of screams that surrounded Han Fang. Within a second, that tornado had already charged towards Damien. Damien furrowed his brows. Soul and spirit attacks were what he hated the most, since he had no real counter to them. But he still had to fight it somehow. Mirage manifested in his hand. He quickly took his stance and thrust his blade forward. Void Sword Art Third Form. Horizon Break Bang. A hole was blasted in the tornado of souls, but it soon closed up. But Damien wasn't disheartened by the sight. Within the tornado, he could see the flickering wisp of void flame that he had added into his strike. Damien kicked to the side and avoided the tornado's trajectory before readjusting his foot and kicking off the floor, closing the distance between him and Han Fang. Void Sword Art First Form. Bladeless, a gash appeared in space, rapidly expanding towards Han Fang and threatening to swallow him into the void. Han Fang's body turned into smoke once more, but Damien had already predicted it. Damien's sword slashed through the air, creating tens of gashes with Bladeless that blocked off Han Fang's retreat. But Han Fang wasn't just standing still while Damien dealt with the tornado. The gray souls that exited his flag had already permeated through the area and formed a ghastly domain. They clustered together in front of him as the spatial rend reached his position. Like a horde of zombies, those souls bit into the spatial rend as if it was a physical object, shattering it like glass. What a nasty technique, Damien muttered. He jumped into the air, wings jutting out of his back. With a flap, he appeared above Han Fang and swung his sword down. Clang! The flag in Han Fang's hand grew into a staff that collided with Mirage. As the two clashed against each other, Damien utilized vector control to increase the weight of his strike. Boom! The floor caved in below them, but Han Fang didn't lose his balance. His staff grazed against the edge of Damien's sword and parried it before swinging through and shooting towards Damien's chest. Bang! As the staff hit Damien's chest, his foot stomped on the ground to offset the impact. At the same time, his hand that wasn't holding Mirage curled into a fist and shot forward, sending a hook towards Han Fang's jaw. Void Sword Art's Second Form. Dance of the Void. Damien's figure flickered out of existence, turning into multiple phantoms that circled Han Fang's position. Even a spatial movement wouldn't work on his opponent. Dance of the Void was different. When he first created it, the move was simply a sword dance combined with Bladeless, but over time, it had been refined into something different. Even if Han Fang could track his position, it wouldn't change anything. Mirage moved like a ghost, leaving tens of cuts on Han Fang's skin. Han Fang frowned as he looked at the dozens of Damiens that were surrounding him. He completely ignored the damage he was taking. His hands clapped together and formed an ancient seal. His mana raged as he did so. Even as blood began to pour from his body, he didn't stop. The gray mana around him formed a whirlpool, making it so Damien's strikes could no longer reach him. Seeing this, Damien teleported out of range. He's definitely preparing something big. In all honesty, Damien was vexed. His combat style that leaned towards frontal confrontation and short-distance attacks seemed to be perfectly countered by Han Fang's attributes, whatever they were. If I want to have an effective battle against him, it has to be one like mages. Long-range combat seems like it'd be more effective. He had grown a lot in the secret realm, but he had also lost a great deal. For instance, His lightning had slowly become useless as he acquired more special abilities. Not only that, sun flames were no longer available to him, either, since they had fused into the void flame. And since the void flame was still in its growth phase, it wasn't as effective as he hoped it'd be. These two had been a pivotal part of his combat force prior to entering the secret realm, but now he was almost wholly relying on his spatial element. But the abilities he most frequently used had been countered already by his opponent. A match like this is new, but he wasn't hopeless. The spark of void flame that had been left within the soul tornado previously had already consumed all the mana within it, and was proceeding to devour the mana of the pseudodomain Fang had set up. It's almost strong enough for me to use in combat. It had been a long time since he used his spatial abilities for long-range combat. But wasn't that an easy thing? Him using space in short-range combat so often should have been the more odd outcome. As Damien planned for the rest of the battle, Fang's preparation also came to an end. They had been fighting for some time already, but neither was able to get the upper hand. And neither of them had used their most destructive abilities in fear of harming the fruit they had come this far to acquire. But that kind of cautiousness, it seemed that it would no longer be present. Their true battle would only be starting now. Chapter 387 Struggle. Chapter 387 Struggle 7. The incantation left Fang's lips, and within seconds, the mana whirlpool that formed around his body expanded to an astonishing degree. From within it, the form of something otherworldly appeared. Its skin was just as gray as the mana used to summon it, and its form was similar to a massive minotaur with striking red eyes. Puffs of flame exited its nostrils every time it took a breath, and an aura of unbridled power emanated from its entire body. Fang indifferently called out. The minotaur's physical body seemed to morph and shrink, becoming incorporeal and hovering like a phantom behind Fang. In response, Fang's entire aura changed as well, becoming a mixture between the ghastly aura he had before and the aura of the minotaur that had fused with him. As the process took place, Damien had no intention of waiting silently. His body also began to change, undergoing demon transformation. The two stared at each other from across the room. They had both chosen forms that heightened their physical power, but their battle from now on wouldn't be at close range. But they were well aware that they needed to heighten their defenses for what was to come. Damien's eyes sharpened. His vector field was erected in an instant, and his hand flicked through the air. Multiple spatial cracks appeared wherever his arm traveled and shot toward Fang in a frenzied manner. Ziu, Ziu, Ziu. They sipped through the air and arrived at his position, attempting to cut him as the dance of the void had done before. But Fang was quicker. A wall of souls formed and absorbed the impact before they could reach his body. But Damien was just starting. Tens, dozens, hundreds of space blades shot forward with every passing moment. His vector control was put into full use as well, altering the trajectory of the blades so they attacked from unpredictable angles. The soul wall that Fang mobilized continued to block the damage. But as it did so, chunks of it were also banished into the void. All of a sudden, a lone space blade separates itself from the masses, traveling far faster than the rest. Zip! It rushed through a crack in the soul wall's defense, and when it arrived in front of Fang's face, it tore apart and expanded as if someone was opening the zipper of a suitcase. Fang coughed blood and shot backward due to the force of impact, but as he did so, he rapidly waved his flag in a strange pattern. Ding! A formless wave of mana spread like a shock wave, accompanied by the crisp sound of a bell. Damien immediately put his vector field to work to divert the attack, but the formless wave kept moving regardless. When it passed through his body, Damien felt his internals churning. He didn't know how a mere sound could do such damage, but he knew he had to be careful of it. Ding, ding, ding. The sound waves kept spreading, and as they bounced off of the walls around them, they impacted each other and multiplied. As the sound continued to pass through Damien's body, he felt his mind becoming numb. A shadow appeared behind him while he attempted to reorient himself. Bang! The heavy force of his staff, infused with intense physical strength, impacted the back of Damien's head. His body leaned forward, and with the disorientation he was already feeling, he lost his balance. Without hesitation, he spread void essence through his inner body and used it to protect his vitals. At the same time, he used mana to seal his sense of hearing so the sound waves would lose their effect. He regained clarity in the middle of his fall. Instead of stopping his momentum, he planted his arms on the ground, pushed with all his strength, and twisted his wrists. He infused his lower body with pure mana as he spun, emitting a wave of energy that pushed Fang back before he could continue on his attack. Damien flashed away. Behind his body, black and white balls began to form. He used spatial mana to form the exterior, trapping his volatile mana within the balls and compressing it. In an instant, he shot them out all over the room. Boom! A massive chain of explosions rang out. Although the bombs had no real target, they had at least stopped the spread of the sound waves that had been continuously multiplying the entire time. At the same time, they created a veil that obscured Fang's vision. Damien's all-seeing eyes swirled in full force, allowing him to pierce through the veil he created. His mana concentrated inside his throat. Pure spatial mana and blistering void flames combined together and amplified each other's effects. And in the next second, he roared. Roar! A beam of dragon's breath spewed from his mouth and charged towards Fang, defying the concept of distance and reaching him instantaneously. Fang's eyes widened as he suddenly sensed the fluctuation, but it was too late. Boom! The resulting explosion blasted apart the thick branches of the primordial undying tree that made up the floor and ceiling of the strange room. Meanwhile, dozens of branches shot up and protected the purple fruit from any damage. Seeing this, Damien grinned slightly. With the blood that leaked from his mouth due to the internal damage he had taken, he looked especially devilish. Good. Even though they had begun fighting with more vigor, both he and Fang had always been worried about damaging the fruit that stood in the middle of the room. But it seemed their concerns were unwarranted. Oh, Damien breathed out deeply. He closed his eyes briefly before opening them once more, but they now contained a different glint within. Rumble. Storm clouds began to brew within the confines of the room. Due to Damien's will, they didn't spread outside, but rather concentrated in one place. Black lightning raged through the clouds. Even compared to any other time he had utilized his storm talent, it was much fiercer. It was to the point where he couldn't control it. BZZT. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning struck the ground wildly without his command. Following it, tens of lightning bolts did the same. Boom! 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 Each one was deafeningly loud. It was like the lightning was roaring. No, the lightning was truly roaring. Those massive black bolts of lightning were like pillars. They were furiously striking the ground as if venting their frustration. An unbridled aura of fury filled the room. Damien could have sworn he heard those words, but he knew it was just in his mind. But seeing the lightning's fury firsthand, he could understand what it was trying to convey. The lightning's aura began to influence him as well. Belligerence and destruction. These were the things that lightning was supposed to represent. But what had it become? It had become a useless part of Damien's power that he neglected even before he acquired the Void Flames. The only time his lightning was used was when his storm trait was used. The lightning itself was never given any importance ever since he had gained those mysterious affinities in his status. Yet, that neglected lighting affinity, that mysterious affinity that Damien still didn't understand was furiously bearing its fangs. Whether or not Damien wanted it, it didn't care. Damien's eyes were already red due to his demon transformation, but they began to give off a particularly bloody light. His aura changed. A bestial desire emerged in his mind, but he didn't lose his sanity. Not this time. Damien clearly felt the changes in his body brought about by that third affinity of his. But he didn't try to stop them. No, he embraced them, because this whole situation gave off the scent of opportunity. Chapter 388 Struggle. Chapter 388 Struggle. 8. Before Hun Fang could even completely recover from the beam of volatile energy that bore a hole through his stomach, he found another problem arising. Terrifying black lightning burst apart the room they were in. He felt that if he was struck by that lightning, the damage he'd take was far more severe than a mere hole that he could heal within a minute. He gritted his teeth in frustration. It isn't supposed to be like this. It can't be like this. There were things he needed to do, things that had to be done as soon as possible. The longer this fight drew out, the more disadvantageous it was for him. Damn it. Since the beginning, I was never a frontal combatant. He truly wanted to do things the way that was most comfortable for him. But it was impossible. His opponent was a spatial cultivator, and not only that, a spatial cultivator with eyes that were far greater than his own. He already had some information about Damien. It was the reason he was able to counter Damien's teleportation and other moves so efficiently. But in the same way he could efficiently counter Damien, Damien could do the same to him. That is, if he used his original combat style. Forcing him in a long-range combat bought me some leeway. His affinity was special. It was probably one of the most special affinities out there. An affinity for souls and spirits. This kind of affinity gave him an unprecedented amount of auxiliary skills that could save his life, but it also meant that he didn't have a great deal of individual combat power. The reason was simple. The soul wasn't something a mortal could touch. For his affinity to truly bloom, he needed to at least be a half step into godhood. It was a troubling burden that he had carried ever since he started his path to power. And so, his main fighting style naturally became stealth-based. A single surefire attack that'd kill without making a sound. That was what he was known for. Of course, he had other means as well. But my summons won't be able to hold up to that man at all. Summoning spirits and beasts from a different plane to fight for him, or to merge with him and lend him their strength. This was his main combat style when he had to fight directly. The problem was, he had to merge with Velzegar to acquire the defense he needed. And with those terrifying lightning bolts littering the area, he didn't have the option to switch summons. Before he could finish up his thoughts, he suddenly felt a wild aura engulf him from behind. Bang! He quickly turned around and raised his arms to block. But the force of impact was far greater than he expected. Crack! The bones in his arms broke in two. He hurriedly backed away, but the beast was relentless in its chase. Wild black lightning crackled through the air and caused miniature explosions with its every movement. That lightning wrapped around a shockingly fast fist that was currently flying towards his chest. Boom! Hun Fang grabbed his staff and poured his mana into it. An array of souls flew out and coated the shaft in the second before it was hit by that fist. Ugh! Harrowing shrieks rang out. The lightning dashed through the souls that coated the staff and burned them into oblivion. With every move the lightning made, Hun Fang could feel the soul collection he spent so much time building lose its force. Hun Fang gritted his teeth. A trail of blood leaked from his lip. But even as he did so, the beast in front of him twisted his body at an unnatural angle and let out a kick that whipped through the air. Hun Fang rapidly evaded the kick, turning into a trail of smoke that escaped to the other side of the room. He's using too much force. At this rate, Velzegar won't be enough. He made a split-second decision. Multiple thoughts flashed through his head, leading his decision to be obvious. He might call. The Minotaur phantom disappeared from his back. Hun Fang felt a sudden emptiness as he lost the strength of his summon. But that emptiness was soon filled. No, it was more than filled. Crack! His bone structure was altered as his body became far larger than it ever was before. The aura of power emanating from him caused space to quake. But at the same time, cracks formed on his skin. He wouldn't be able to hold this form for long. I have 10 minutes at most before my body fails me. Damien appeared before Hun Fang like a shadow while he was in the middle of transforming, but Hun Fang didn't panic like he did last time. He calmly held out his hand, grabbing Damien's leg. And then he clutched his fist. Crack! The bones in Damien's leg shattered into paste. The leg itself became flimsy without support. Hun Fang's fist shot forward at the same time. It was slow and steady, but the power behind it was no joke. Damien's eyes widened. This power was far greater than what was shown before. His gaze hardened as Mirage appeared in his hand once more. The blade sliced downward with all of Damien's strength behind it. At the same time, vector control increased gravity around the sword, as well as the sword velocity and momentum. Spatial mana raged, creating multiple tiny space cracks that created a minor suction force. These space cracks collided with each other and formed a massive gash in space within an instant. But that was only a side effect of what Damien was doing. He poured heaping amounts of mana into the blade. It was to the point where he almost exhausted his entire mana reserve. But it was necessary. Han Fang's fist was simply that powerful. Void Sword Art Fourth Form. Spatial collapse, the sword and the fist finally met. And as a result, boom, an explosion far greater than any other. The massive black hole formed through spatial collapse met a pure physical force great enough to shatter space like glass. The suction of the black hole couldn't cope with the sheer amount of energy contained in that punch. But Han Fang's fist also couldn't get past the swirling black hole. The energy waves of the collision ripped apart the room that the two were fighting in. Shrapnel from the primordial, undying trees' branches rained down on the rest of the realm around them. The void flame immediately stopped devouring the souls Han Fang had sent out at the beginning of the battle. They shot towards Damien and wrapped around his body, solidifying into a black gold flame armor that protected him from the blast. The two geniuses were thrown backwards by the force of the explosion, readjusting their balance in the air. It was only because they were within the primordial undying tree, this extremely powerful tree, that their collision didn't cause more damage. In reality, that force would have been enough to decimate every other genius in the secret realm with them with ease. But it didn't. Now, the two were standing in the sky, opposite from each other, sparks flying in the air between them. This was the second time they had ended in a stalemate, and neither of them was going to allow a third. Chapter 389 Struggle. Chapter 389 Struggle 9. The mana of the primordial undying realm swirled and seemed to gather around a single point. At that place, two figures stood in the air opposite of each other. The two men stared at each other with gazes filled with hostility. With every breath they took, mana raged and stormed. The area surrounding the primordial undying tree was wrapped in stillness. Those geniuses that had been furiously fighting only moments prior were all directing their gazes at the battle in the sky. Just by feeling the mana emanating from those two figures, they were made painfully aware of the gap between them. Interfering in such a fight, or even being in the same area as it, would definitely cause their deaths. Damien shook his hands as he watched Han Fang. The force of their previous collision was no joke. If it wasn't for the blood runes from his demon form, he would have taken heavy damage from being in the same area. And he was sure Han Fang was the same. That form that gave him frightening physical strength was the only reason he could still stand there unharmed. Damien took a deep breath. Now that they were in the sky, things would be different. The environmental constraints of combat within a large room would be gone, and the scale of their attacks would get bigger. His gaze panned down to the purple fruit that was being protected by an array of branches. Neither of us has been able to reach the fruit yet because of the other's assault, but when we have this much breathing room, it might be different. It was the best thing to do since he couldn't win against Han Fang easily, but his cards had mostly been put on the table already. I haven't found a suitable combat application for Void Essence yet besides the basics, but such meager use of it won't be of any help in this battle. There's really only one more thing I can do to increase my combat power. Damien closed his eyes and concentrated. Ever since entering the secret realm, a portion of his abilities had been limited. Of course, the most prominent was his teleportation range. That was something that hindered him from the trial world all the way until this moment. But it was nowhere near the most restricted ability. A formless aura filled with starlight surrounded Damien. It was the will of a celestial, a ruler of stars. Being a celestial was amazing. It granted him many different ways to use his spatial abilities, as well as an intrinsic connection to the universe that no other class could grant him. But a class that had limitless potential like this one had a glaring weakness. In isolated spaces like secret realms, There were no stars to draw power from. Even the sun and moon that hung in the sky were artificial. A large portion of his power would be locked because of this. What was a celestial without the stars under his command? He was just another spatial practitioner. But he had realized something in the 3 months he spent diligently comprehending space and time. What did it mean to have an intrinsic connection? Because he couldn't feel the connection he had with the stars. Did it disappear? No, it didn't. Regardless of where he was, regardless of whether or not his connection with the stars was interrupted by outside forces, it would still be present within his body. That was the true celestial authority. The authority to rule over stars, and the authority to draw that power regardless of any circumstances. Starlight bathed Damien's body as he stood in the air. He looked like a human torch. Rays of starlight pierced through the boundaries of space and time to answer the call of their ruler. It was a sensation of utmost bliss, but Damien didn't have time to concentrate on it. Fang rapidly approached him as he welcomed the starlight. A fist wrapped in hundreds of souls charged towards his body. An aura of resentment enveloped him. The cries of those tortured souls tried to break his mind. But in response, the sun in his spiritual world let off heated rays of light that burned any invading forces. Damien pulled his arm back, utilizing vector control to enhance the momentum of his actions, and then punched forward at a speed that far surpassed his physical capabilities. Boom! Pure white and blue starlight collided with those gray, resentful souls, creating an explosion of light in the sky. A shock wave spread from the point of impact, uprooting and destroying all the trees surrounding the clearing. The geniuses on the ground were pushed back by the furious winds brought about by their fists. Only those within the primordial, undying tree's protection were safe from a blast. Boom! 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 But it wasn't over. Starlight scattered and purified the resentful souls, while the souls also attempted to eat away at the starlight. In the middle of the bright, sun-like light that wrapped around the battle location, Damien and Fang traded hundreds of blows. Damien's fist grazed across Fang's face, his starlight burning the matter's cheek. At the same time, Fang turned his body and shot a kick at Damien's chest. Damien twisted his body to dodge and teleported behind Fang, charging starlight into his fist and throwing another punch. Ziyu, a beam of light, left his fist as he punched forward, reaching Fang in an instant. Due to the short distance between them, it was nigh impossible to dodge. The behemoth summon didn't give Fang any bonuses in speed and dexterity. In fact, it lessened those aspects. But in return, he was given an impenetrable defense and unstoppable attack. So he didn't even try to dodge the starlight that was shooting towards him like a missile. He turned his body halfway, flinging his fist horizontally at where Damien was standing. Spatial mana wrapped around Damien as he prepared to teleport, but a bullet of gray mana appeared in front of him and shattered that attempt. With no other option, Damien crossed his arms in front of his chest to block. Bang! Ziyu. Fang's fist impacted Damien's arms at the same time the starlight penetrated his body. Damien shot backward tens of meters due to the force. The bones in his arms had been directly shattered even with the defensive runes he was using. And although Fang wasn't pushed back, a small coin-sized hole had been opened in his sides. The starlight had penetrated his body underneath his armpit on the left and exited from the right, creating a clean wound. Damien clicked his tongue. It was annoying to lose to someone else in physical strength, but he knew that he hadn't taken the most damage in this exchange. Although his arms were currently out of commission, Damien didn't want Fang to recover while he waited to heal. He flashed away, appearing in front of his opponent with starlight radiating from his legs. Bang! Bang! He twisted his body, sending a fierce double kick at Fang's chest. When the latter raised his arms to block, Damien turned his head and opened his mouth wide. There, a ball of volatile mana was waiting to be fired. Roar! There was no room to dodge. In that instant, while he was blocking the starlight that tried to invade his body, Fang was swallowed in a torrent of dragon's breath. Chapter 390 Struggle. Chapter 390 Struggle. Damien rapidly teleported away. He didn't know how Fang was doing after his attack, but he certainly wasn't in good condition. With 2 broken arms and a leg that was still in the process of healing after turning into meat paste moments prior, he wasn't in good shape at all. His internal injuries from Fang's sound attack had been healed already, but his organs had been considerably shaken up by the following physical combat. In short, but he wasn't going to leave any loose ends. Void flames sprouted from the air in front of him. Due to all the souls it had consumed while they were still inside the room, it had grown considerably. At his command, the void flame shot into the collision area where Fang was swallowed by the dragon's breath and lit even the sky itself on fire. The space was already filled with light because of Damien's starlight and the brightness of the energy beam he had shot just now, but now that it had also been wrapped in flames, it truly looked like a sun. He moved rapidly. The runes on his body changed to enhance his speed, and spatial mana raged around him. He disappeared from his position instantly, appearing in front of the purple fruit that he had been coveting. At that moment, an unexpected problem arose. TCH. The fruit was still being protected by an array of branches. If he wanted to claim it, he needed to move or destroy them. But he still needed a few seconds to heal the bones in his arms, so they were currently unusable. As he was trying to figure it out, the air behind him exploded. Fang's ragged figure appeared without warning. Crack! Damien felt a sudden impact on the back of his head. His skull had cracked slightly. It felt like he was smashed in the head with a hammer. His vision was getting blurry from the sheer force. When he turned around to see what hit him, he finally saw Fang's condition. If Damien thought he was in bad shape, he had to change his mind when he saw his opponent. Fang looked on the verge of death. His skin was charred black and falling off in flakes. Some portions of his muscle were already visible. His face looked similar to a certain DC villain, with one side no longer containing any skin. His arms and legs were dangling as if they were boneless. Blood leaked from his body in insane proportions. It looked like it had formed a river below. Damien was surprised that he was even standing. It was an insane tenacity. His arms and legs were incapable of moving, and from the looks of it, he was running out of mana as well. In that situation, wouldn't it be better to give up? Even Damien would do so if it wasn't for his insane regeneration speed. But this guy in front of him was still fighting. Damien was sure that if his skull cracked, Fang would still find another way to continue fighting. Damien couldn't help but wonder. The primordial undying fruit was indeed a heavenly treasure, but it wasn't worth dying for. Fang's motivation couldn't be so simple. But now wasn't the time to be thinking of it. Although he had sustained yet another injury, the time it took for Fang to attack him was enough for his arms to heal enough to be usable again. He appeared in front of Fang in an instant. His leg whipped around like a whip and impacted him in the center of his chest. Even as he was thrown away, Fang didn't yell in pain, only letting out a muffled groan. Fang didn't have any strength left. Even the last attack was just one of desperation. After being pushed away, there was nothing else he could do to stop Damien's advance. He furiously yelled inwardly, "I can't lose like this. I don't understand your resolve, but I can respect you as an opponent. Therefore, I thank you for the battle." Damien spoke seriously. He had learned too much from the battle against Fang. From the weaknesses he still had to the things he had become overly reliant on without realizing it. There was too much he had to think over once he had the time to do so. He bowed in sincerity. At the same time, his body flashed away. Fang could only watch powerlessly as he did so. Damien's arms didn't have any strength left in them, but he used spatial distortion to make up for the lack of strength. Within seconds, the branches keeping the purple fruit safe had been ripped apart. That crystalline purple fruit was finally revealed before his eyes. But as he looked at it, he felt a wild and powerful aura spread from behind him. He grabbed the fruit hurriedly and teleported away from where he stood. In the same second, the remaining branches of the primordial undying tree's peak were blasted to shreds. "I can't." Fang roared. His mouth didn't move. He had to use mana to move his vocal cords for him. "Come fort, ira. Lend me your..." Damien knew what ira was. It was the sin of wrath itself. He had been preparing to do everything he could against the final being Fang was preparing to summon, but his preparation was in vain. A shadow appeared behind Fang without warning. A swift chop hit his neck, knocking him unconscious. He was already at the end of his rope, so it wasn't a difficult task for the shadow at all. That shadow enveloped the unconscious Fang. A pair of eyes within stared at Damien, and Damien stared back. Soon, though, he shook his head with a sigh. He turned away from the shadow that was taking Fang away and looked at the fruit in his hand. It would be best to look for a better environment before consuming this. The primordial undying tree tells you that it's best if you consume it now. Damien raised his brow with interest. Although it didn't seem like an ideal situation, having help from a demigod would definitely help him reap the most benefits. His gaze turned to the ground below him. There he finally saw the aftereffects of the battle he had just been in. Within 100 kilometers, all the existing flora had been torn asunder and strewn about. Within the debris were also the corpses of geniuses who couldn't escape the blast radius. But aside from the purple layer of leaves, the rest of the primordial undying tree was standing tall, and the geniuses within it were also fine under its protection. Among them, Damien's gaze focused on a single one. Seeing her face now, he unconsciously smiled. Just a little longer. As if she had heard his thoughts, Ryue nodded at him with a smile. Seeing this, Damien only felt more guilty. She's been so understanding this entire time, but I haven't done anything to reciprocate her trust. Suddenly, his smile turned into a mischievous grin. Looking at Ryue, he brought his hand to his mouth and blew a kiss. And leaving a final wink while feeling the satisfaction of seeing Ryue's blushing face again for the first time in a year, he threw the purple primordial undying fruit in his mouth and bit down. Chapter 391 Summoning. Chapter 391 Summoning 1. A sweet and refreshing taste filled Damien's mouth as soon as he bit into the fruit, but he didn't have any time to focus on it. Along with that taste, a torrent of mana mixed with another mysterious essence entered his body and flooded his mana circuit. He closed his eyes and instinctually entered a meditative position to begin digesting the energy. When Damien sat down, the still primordial undying realm seemed to gain movement again. Dozens of covetous eyes landed on his unprotected body. But even before their thoughts finished formulating, the stray branches of the primordial undying tree moved with one mind. They formed a barrier around Damien's body and pulled him down into the base of the tree. It was as if he merged with the tree itself. Now, if one looked carefully enough, one could see a faint shadow of Damien's body engraved in the tree's trunk. Bang! A brave soul launched an attack at the trunk. The greed in his eyes was overwhelming. But before the attack could even land, the primordial undying tree's branches moved into action. The attack was swiftly blocked, and at the same time, a group of branches rapidly moved out and pierced that man's body. It was a clear warning. If they wanted to reach Damien and try to steal the essence currently circulating through his body, they need to get through the tree itself first. Seeing this, Ryue breathed out a sigh of relief. Finally, things are coming to an end. It doesn't seem like there's anything else I need to do for now. Ryue looked around one more time. Feng Qing'er and Lunaria were still on the east and south direction of the tree, and the geniuses below them had resumed the fight for the red fruits. Ryue wondered inwardly, but she soon let go of that thought. Other people's business had nothing to do with her. For now, she would just enjoy these moments of peace before things picked up again when they left the realm. Although hundreds of kilometers of the jungle around the primordial undying tree had been razed, there was still a great deal of flora left untouched outside that range. Inside the wild area that was there, a shadow emerged from the darkness. Thump! A dead body emerged from that shadow, followed by the person who carried it here. God damn it. The woman who came out of the shadow complained while rubbing her forehead. The ring on her hand flashed, and a small pill appeared in her hand. Walking up to the dead body, she shoved the pill in his mouth. I know you're still awake, bastard. Eat this and recuperate already. Ugh. A groan left the man on the floor's mouth. Apparently, he wasn't dead at all. But considering the condition of his body, he might as well have been. Fuck. Fine, I'll help you circulate it. But I swear to God the next time I see you pull some bullshit like that, I'll kill you with my own hands. MMGH, no choice, Hun Fang squeezed out. His voice was still hoarse, but as the pill's healing properties circulated through his body, he was slowly gaining the ability to speak. What do you mean, no choice? You had the choice to just leave things be. The woman yelled furiously. Not competitive, need mission, Hun Fang replied shakily. Ugh, mission this, mission that. I know it's important, but not as important as your life. Did you ever think of the consequences of what you were doing? Hun Fang's body jolted when he heard her cries. He could feel her warm tears dripping onto his skin. I'm sorry. He couldn't think of anything better to say, because everything she had said was right. It was just, things were too complicated for him to think like she did. If he failed here, even if he lived, he was destined to die. And if he died, she'd die as well. But if he died in battle while attempting to clear the mission, she might have a chance to live. When Behemoth's physical strength couldn't crush Damien, he already knew he would lose the battle. Behemoth was already one of his most powerful summons, one that could kill most people at his level in a few punches. But he kept fighting, not for the purple fruit, but for her sake, because he couldn't even imagine the consequences if he returned back empty-handed. But I can't tell her that. They were tools. That was their whole role in the grand scheme of things. They were tools that would be thrown away if they couldn't fulfill their purpose. As he thought about it, he lamented the fact that someone as strong as Damien appeared. When they left this realm, both he and his sister were fated for death. Hot tears began to stream down the side of his face. He gritted his teeth in unwillingness. Idiot brother. Her words came with a green lump that appeared in his vision. I got a green fruit, and I stole a few red fruits on my way over here. Hun Fang looked at Qing Tan, who was looking at him with a sad smile on her face. In the end, he also found himself smiling. Enough. The words came out much more fluidly. The hideous burn wounds on his body had already healed a great deal. All that was left was to take care of the internal injuries. Heed my call. It wasn't a domineering name like the other summons he had called forth recently. From a space in front of him, a small fairy surrounded by a green halo appeared. Q. When she saw his body condition, she let out a squeal of fright and immediately entered his body. A green aura soon enveloped him and began mending all his hidden injuries. Within minutes, Hun Fang was able to sit upright again without pain. He chuckled. Qing Tan quipped in response, thinking of a certain monster. She sighed to herself. Things are going to get complicated soon. So complicated that she didn't know what their next meeting would look like. She looked into the sky with melancholy plastered on her face. I'm glad I was able to meet someone like you in this life. You, even if you don't realize it, are an ideal for what I want to live my life like. Sighing to herself, she handed the fruits over to Hun Fang. There was still plenty of work for them to do. Chapter 392 Summoning. Chapter 392 Summoning 2. Within the infinite blackness where two demigods have been trapped for countless years, an uproarious laughter could be heard. Ka-ka-ka-ka. Finally it has come time. Old fool, how long have we been idling here chatting and playing these games with each other? The malevolent voice seemed especially excited today. He had been waiting for the day to come for too long, to the point where he almost believed it would never happen. You old ghost, don't you think you're too excited? Do you truly think things will go as you wish them to? For 100,000 years, I have been keeping you in check. It's more than enough time for me to understand you fully. Nervousness? You must have gone blind from all these years in the blackness. While you have been forced to use your power to seal me here, I have had the freedom to interfere with things as I please. Where does your confidence come from? Meet? That boy far surpassed my expectations. But that matters not. TCH, you've always been like this. You've always hoped for something to go your way, even after everything I've done. Did you forget? Did you forget how you obtained your power? Did you forget the events that took place before you were able to seal me? It's the same to you. Regardless of what you've done, it is but a small success in my eyes. Kakik, it seems you've gone senile with age. All this time, You've been wasting power, not gaining it. Especially with you using your divine essence as fuel to create fruits for those kids. Meanwhile, I've done nothing but grow more powerful. The old fool sighed. It was no use trying to talk to this arrogant demon. After all, in the span of 100,000 years, they had already repeated this conversation multiple times. Whether it was him or the old ghost, neither of them was able to get the upper hand over the other one. Their stalemate wasn't anywhere near as simple as it seemed. But this time is different. If it's that boy, no, even without him things are different. The old fool looked at the vast, empty space around him melancholically. How can it be? The old fool sighed once more. His mana began to move. I guess I should make some preparations. Things will get loud soon. Inside a certain trial world, an ancient temple stood by its lonesome in the middle of a forest. Out of that temple's gates, 3 figures emerged. The one leading them muttered under his breath. It had been a total of 6 months since they had entered the temple. In that time, their auras had become far more powerful than they were before. I really don't want to do this. The woman among them sighed. I feel the same. The third man said. Eden sighed as he listened to them. 6 months ago, they believed there was a chance to perform the ritual without sacrificing themselves. But as they came closer to the promised time, they realized how naive their thoughts were. It must be done. It may be different from the freedom we wished for, but it is freedom nonetheless. The other 2 nodded. There was one thing Lucius got wrong about them. He had believed that the other 3 demon kings were content with their lives, that they had submitted under the rule of the demon god. But not once was that the case. The 3 of them were selfish. They weren't like Lucius, who desired to take vengeance for his race. But regardless, they still desired vengeance. For themselves, for the lives they could have had, but were robbed from them due to the demon god. They wanted vengeance. The 3 demon kings flew through the trial world and arrived at the direct center of the realm. The area was an empty plain where no life was present. We have long resolved ourselves for what is to come, so I doubt any extra words need to be said, Eden said. His gaze was as placid as ever, even though his life was on the line. Eliza harumphed and turned her head. A slight tear formed on the side of her eyes, but the resolve within them didn't shake. Meanwhile, Granheim was still grinning as usual. If it wasn't for the shaking of his hands, one wouldn't even realize his fear. The 3 demon kings spread out in a triangular formation. With one last nod, they began pouring out their mana. Torrents of inky black mana mixed together, forming a triangular formation on the ground. As if responding to the formation, heaven and earth were dyed red. Blood. Seas of blood formed from the thousands upon thousands of people who had died within this trial world over the tens of thousands of years that it had been present. All that blood congregated and formed clouds in the sky surrounding the formation. Now, Eden said firmly. One of his hands moved, piercing his own chest. Poof! A spray of blood mist exited his body and mouth, entering the eye of the formation. Eliza and Granheim mirrored his actions, causing the size of the phenomenon to increase. The bloody clouds in the sky began to churn, forming a funnel that touched down in the center of the formation. Boom! The 3 demon kings chanted together, causing a powerful reaction from the tri-pointed formation. The bloody funnel continued to pour into the formation's eye, causing the clouds in the sky to slowly clear. The blood within the bodies of the 3 demon kings reacted as well, constantly pouring out of their wounds and entering the formation. Their life force dwindled at an astonishing rate. The formation shined with splendor. A domineering roar came from within. The demon kings smiled. Finally, their revenge would be completed. Finally, they'd gained freedom after 10,000 years in slavery. As more and more blood entered the formation, and the energy under heaven and earth did the same, the furious roars coming from within began to gain clarity. And finally, those roars turned into a voice. Chapter 393, Summoning. Chapter 393, Summoning 3. It was an odd choice of words. This was Eden's first thought when he heard them. But at the same time, he couldn't confidently claim to fathom the thought process of an old ancestor that had been dead for untold millennia. The three demon kings fell to their knees instinctively upon feeling the terrifying pressure that accompanied that voice. Their blood boiled in excitement at their success. It has been too long since I've smelled the scent of the world. But the work has yet to be completed. Eden furrowed his brows. He could feel it. Something was wrong. Something was out of place about this whole situation. In the first place, even with all their preparations, they had never expected the ritual to be a success so easily. The essence of the ritual was simple: to sacrifice the blood and souls of those who had died within the trial world to summon the soul of their ancestor. It was a ritual that had been engraved in their minds since long ago. But regardless of how many thousands had died, even if that number was in the tens or hundreds of thousands, could the blood of 10,000 mortals be compared to a single drop of a god's blood? Eden didn't think so. After being confined by the demon god, who was only a demigod, for so long, he knew that the power of a true god would be something far beyond his imagination. So why had the ritual been so successful? And why was their ancestor so dismissive of their presence? Eden could feel it. His life force had begun fading at a far more rapid pace after the voice from the formation fell onto his ears. He knew that chances of survival after performing the ritual were rare, but when was he ever one to give up? My life above all things. Isn't this the principle I've lived by until this day? Isn't this the reason why I chose to be subjugated instead of killed? As he continued thinking, he found that his mind was far more muddled than he knew. With every hint of clarity he achieved, he would find 10 times more the amount of fog. The thought was sudden, almost to the point where Eden doubted it came from his own mind. He was a logical man. Revenge against a demigod? He would never even dream of it. Unless an even stronger being came into the picture, he would live content with what he had. He couldn't understand it. His sudden, contemplative state came out of nowhere as well. His ancestor had just been summoned. So shouldn't he be speaking to him? Ancestor. Their demon race wasn't small in the past, sure, but it wasn't massive either. It was a regular-sized clan where only a single demigod had ever been produced. They had never heard tales of a true demon god born from their midst. Eden suddenly began doubting himself. He doubted the thoughts that had been in his head all this time. He doubted the reason why he chose his current course of action. Wait, he had a terrifying thought. He didn't dare to entertain such a thought, but was forced to face reality. The voice from the formation spread once more, shocking Eden out of his thoughts. The contents of that voice's words, though, were even more shocking. Of course I knew. Why else did you decide to summon me? Think, for how long have you been planning such actions? Without a choice, Eden fell into thought again. How long had he been planning his actions? For close to the 10,000 years that he had been trapped here. It was the same for the second question. Well, that was an easier question. Of course. When did he learn about the ancestral ritual? No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't find a clear time. In fact, he instinctually felt that he learned about it as a child. But for what reason would such a cruel and heartless ritual be taught to children? Despite being a race of demons, they were by no means heartless. Although they tended to be belligerent at times, they still cared for their young and wished to preserve their innocence for as long as possible. Don't tell me, Eden realized it. The fear he had been avoiding could very likely be the truth. Eden's heart sank. His expression became dull. Everything he had worked for until this point was meaningless. No, it had meaning. The problem was that it had no meaning to him. This path, it wasn't chosen by his own hands. Kakaka. Eden, my child, you've always been a smart one. Those other two may have power, but they lack the decisiveness of a leader. That was something that only you and Lucius possessed. But Lucius, that fool, was too noble. Regardless of my power, I couldn't imprint a suggestion in his head without him noticing. Eden's eyes widened. Lucius. Out of all the demon kings, Lucius was the only one Eden was envious of. You had a wife you loved and a daughter that symbolized that love. You had subordinates that followed you with loyalty born of respect and admiration. You had the drive to find a way to leave this wretched place. That was Lucius' power. It was a power that Eden couldn't gain, no matter how hard he tried. It was because his temperament didn't allow for such things. He was too indifferent to value people in any way other than his tools. He knew this. He didn't mind this aspect of himself. In fact, he found it preferable, but it blocked his path towards gaining some of the things he wanted to gain. In the end, it was those aspects that Lucius held that allowed him to find a path of escape in the end, even if it took 10,000 years. Meanwhile, Eden was, I'm being used as a pawn. From the start, I was being used as a pawn. The voice from the formation held a tinge of mockery as it spoke. That old fogey would have noticed immediately if I had acted more brazenly, so I was left with only this method. Besides, if I had been forceful, a smart child like you might have had thoughts of rebellion. He couldn't deny it anymore. Eden's dull eyes had lost any hope of living, but a flame sprouted in his heart. A true flame of vengeance that he had never felt before. But it was meaningless. Even throughout the conversation, his life force had been draining at an incredible rate. He was already on the verge of death. No, that was the point of this conversation in the first place. Eden looked up. The two other demon kings were already husks on the floor, their mana completely drained. Dead. Eden closed his eyes. The life he has clung onto so desperately for all these years was vanishing in vain. Eden's life force dwindled down to the last drop, and his life finally ended. In that final moment, there was only one thought in his head. Chapter 394 Summoning. Chapter 394 Summoning. 4. The primordial undying realm was shaped in a circular formation. 8 trial worlds sat in the 4 cardinal and 4 ordinal directions surrounding the main realm, where the primordial undying tree stood. Anchoring these 8 small realms to the main realm were extremely thick chains of mana. If one looked at the order of the trials, one would notice that it followed this pattern. The void in which the trial of self was conducted was within that mana anchor, which was also used to transport the geniuses to the main realm. It was a truly efficient system. Within all 8 of these trial worlds, similar scenes were taking place. The Nether Spirit tribe elders that Ryue and Lunaria had faced previously sat in a circle around an ancient formation that stood in the deepest ruins of the tribal land. The Flame Tyrant clan, a clan of giant beings made entirely of molten rock who inhabited another trial world, stood in a strange pattern around an active volcano. The Dark Elf clan, who inhabited yet another trial world, were performing similar actions as the other 2. In all 8 trial worlds, the races who had been corrupted by Nox mana were making their own preparations, following the will of their leaders to enact a certain ritual. They each had their own unique locations and actions, each having a ritual specific to their clans. But there was a single thing that each and every one of them shared. Those words were shared among them. Not only the words, but also the timing. As if they had planned it beforehand. The timing of each and every ritual was the exact same. And those words were said in unison across the boundaries of space. If one stood in the void and watched the events taking place, perhaps they'd be able to hear that unified chant pierce the heavens. Surrounded by an unruly jungle on all sides, Hun Fang opened his eyes. Although the pills Qing Tan had fed him had healed him to a certain extent, they were still supplements at the end of the day. He needed to take time and rest before achieving peak condition. His mana also needed to be regenerated. But after an entire 3 days of effort, he had finally finished recuperating from his injuries. TCH, 3 days, huh? 3 days was far more time than it usually took him to heal after a battle, even when he was facing his most fearsome opponents. His abilities had never been so thoroughly countered before. Actually, if it wasn't for the pills that Tanner fed me, it would have taken far longer. He wanted to lament his weakness, but he really had no time for idle thoughts. Feeling a weight on his lap, he directed his attention downwards. There, he saw a peacefully sleeping Qing Tan. He inadvertently smiled before noticing the faint trails of tears that still coated her face. His smile soon turned into a sad one. How desperately he wanted to make a world where she could live peacefully. How nice would it be if he could do so? But he was weak. He had been weak from the start, and he was weak now. The only thing he could do was keep her alive. That's right, keep living. But now wasn't the time for that. Even if that time came, it was far, far away. Hun Fang's eyes hardened. A green fruit and 3 red fruits appeared in the air in front of him. I just have to say the words, and my job here is done, right? Hun Fang closed his eyes. Murky gray mana emanated from his mana and filled the atmosphere, forming a large incorporeal formation around him. At the same time, he gently moved Qing Tan's sleeping body out of the formation's range. Tanner, don't pretend to be asleep even now. Do you think you can fool this brother of yours? Qing Tan's closed eyes opened. Her face was clearly pouting. I'm already an adult. Oh, you're an adult? You? Oomph. Hey, how can you be so cruel? Our Tanner is truly a big girl now, isn't she? I saw how you were acting during the struggle earlier. Hun Feng quipped. A sly smile formed on his face. Boy, I can't believe my little sister has grown up into a woman already. I even saw her gazing at a man with forlorn eyes earlier. Intanjith. A prominent blush crept up her cheeks. However, Han Fang ignored her words and kept pestering. In the end, Qing Tan stormed away, annoyed. Hun Feng smiled lightly. He was glad that even after all they'd been through, she was still able to act like a spoiled little girl in front of him. Honestly, seeing how cold and indifferent she could be when she was serious, he had become a little scared that the environment around her was affecting her negatively. In fact, even her playfulness had been disappearing recently. Hun Fang's gaze turned towards the primordial undying tree. Although he couldn't see it with his own eyes, he felt like the person he was looking for would be able to feel his gaze. Although we are enemies by fate, I thank you for allowing my little Tanner to regain a part of herself. After lightly bowing in that direction, his attention turned back to the formation that had been completed during the time he had wasted. The 5 fruits around Hun Fang floated into the air, revolving around the core of the formation. The gray mana that permeated the atmosphere began to gather and solidify. Dark clouds covered the primordial undying realm as greenish-white essence leaked from the fruits. Although the amount was far less than what would come if he used the purple fruit, it was enough to substitute what was needed. Looking at the formation that was nearing completion, Hun Fang nodded solemnly. To all those who will end up feeling the consequences of my actions today, I apologize in advance. Chapter 395 Sacrifice. Chapter 395 Sacrifice. 1. As soon as Damien's body merged with the primordial undying tree, the torrent of energy flooding into him became ferocious. It charged through his mana circuits like a horde of raging bulls, threatening to destroy his internals with its sheer quantity and density. Damien gritted his teeth and endured. He had expected the amount of energy in the purple fruit to be immense, but this kind of volatile movement was completely out of his expectations. After all, the essence he had gained from the primordial undying tree previously was incredibly gentle. But none of that mattered now. From his mana circuits, the energy found its way into his mana heart and even entered the void flame that was resting within. It perforated through his body, soon exiting his circuits and merging with his physical body as well. Damien mobilized his most useful skill. Although he had now gained a degree of control over void essence, the properties of Devour weren't something he could emulate. Not only did Devour steal traits from others and make them his own, but it also optimized his growth to perfectly suit his needs. No matter how much control and ability he has, this kind of precision was impossible because of human error. But the Void physique didn't have that same risk of human error. It could complete these tasks incredibly easily. As he became further in tune with Void essence, he slowly realized how insane his Void physique actually was. The energy from the primordial undying fruit continued to perforate through his body, eventually merging with every part of him. Even the parts of himself that he couldn't see personally, like the area where his mana was stored. It was at this time that a second essence infiltrated his body. Since he had been warned beforehand, he didn't panic when he saw it. It was simply the primordial undying tree helping him digest its essence. As if feeling the essence's intent, The void essence used through Devour surrounded it and merged into it. These two essences began working together to perfectly mold Damien's body with the energy of the purple fruit. It's like the process became automated. Damien inwardly marveled. But unlike what he expected, he wasn't given the opportunity to be lazy. The notification was abrupt, both in appearance and content. Damien didn't know what kind of story this old tree wanted to show him, but he didn't think such a being would do anything without meaning, so he quietly accepted. His vision turned black. When he opened his eyes again, the first thing he felt was that his body wasn't his own. It was larger and more robust, while being rugged and scarred from battle. Damien stopped thinking and focused on the scene around him. His eyes widened in shock the second he did so. He didn't even realize how he was able to calmly think without realizing what was happening in his surroundings. It was a battle of untold proportions. Divine spirits and god beasts flew through the air regularly, completely unlike their almost extinct status today. On the ground, countless races stood side by side, facing an enemy. As for the enemy, it was just as he expected it to be. The Nox, black dragons corrupted by Nox mana, fought against the divine dragons on the resistance side. Humans turned their backs on each other for easy power. It was a conglomeration of betrayals. And in the center of it were the Nox themselves. Mindless beings stained in the color of ink zipped through the battlefield and claimed thousands of lives in an instant. Their desire seemed to be for nothing other than blood. The body Damien was currently inhabiting was that of an elf. A fourth-class elf who, although he might have been a figure of power in his own world, was nothing more than another soldier on this battlefield. His arms moved on their own. A plain-looking arrow was nocked on an articulate bow made of wood that still emitted vitality. The bowstring was pulled back as mana raged from his body. In the next instant, he fired. Boom! The arrow flew straight and steady without any deviation from its original path. Within a few seconds, it had already flown hundreds of kilometers into the enemy camp, piercing the ground with heavy impact and causing a massive explosion. Blots of ink spread in the air as the bodies of Nox soldiers and devil worshippers were blown to shreds. Before the explosion even died down, another arrow had been fired. Sweat trickled down the elf's brow. I can only give so much support. Luckily for me, they're only sending their soldiers at 3rd class or below. Despite his thoughts, he kept firing arrows. He didn't stop until he couldn't see any more enemies in front of him. This wave is finished, but how many has it been already? As Damien looked around through the eyes of that elf, he noticed the sheer scale of the battle. The number of corpses littering the ground numbered far greater than he could count. Is this number in the hundreds of thousands? Maybe even the millions? He had lived a life surrounded by blood, but seeing this many corpses piled up in a single place still shook him. He had seen records of the battle with the Nox 10,000 years ago, but something like this wasn't included in that at all. This wasn't a war. It was more like a final struggle against an unbeatable opponent. The looks on the faces of those who lived were dull. They clung to survival, but didn't have any hope of living to see the next day. Even the elf warrior that Damien was inhabiting was the same. The second they mobilize 4th-class existences, the people here will be massacred. It didn't take long for him to realize it. Including the elf warrior, 10 4th classes had been mobilized on the Alliance side, while none had been seen from the Nox. It was due to the sheer difference in numbers. Some of the elf's memories entered Damien's mind as he shared the man's body. The Alliance was made up of millions of troops from various different races. But when compared to the Nox, even these numbers were minuscule. Because even in this battle alone, the Nox were able to mobilize troops numbering in the millions. And due to the fact that a great deal of those troops were other races who were corrupted by their own greed, the Nox were able to conserve their own forces. In a drawn-out war, they had the absolute advantage. It wasn't even fair to consider it a close fight. The elf's thoughts were negative, but the flames in his eyes never vanished. He had people to protect, an entire race worth of them. But in the bottom of his heart, he knew it. Chapter 396 Sacrifice. Chapter 396 Sacrifice 2. Time passed quickly. After that first battle ended, Damien followed that elf into countless other battlefields. In what seemed like an instant, 10 years had passed. This is getting out of hand. We've been doing everything we can to resist all these years, but their forces never seem to die out. An elder of the Alliance shouted in rage and helplessness, and those around him couldn't help but agree. Currently, they were in a meeting to strategize for a pivotal battle, one that could determine their fates, but none of them had hope. It doesn't matter. Even if it's a battle of futility, we still have to fight. What? Are you planning to die a dog's death? Or maybe you're thinking of turning yourself over to those scum who have murdered our families and people. The elf shouted in response. His eyes were burning, an almost palpable pressure radiating from them. It's not that we don't share the sentiment, but what does it matter? Haven't you heard the news? Over the past 10 years, the scale of the battles had increased. It was no longer just the mindless third-class Nox that were being sent to war. The fourth-class beings of their race were also fighting. I don't understand how there can be such a difference. Whether it be first, second, or third class, those Nox are simply mindless beasts who act on their desire to kill. How is it that, after achieving fourth class, they can gain such a degree of intelligence? Another elder sighed. It was a strange thing. Every fourth-class Nox they had met had spiritual intelligence on par with, or even greater than their own. And it wasn't as if it was a gradual process by which they gained intelligence like beast races. It was instant. Even after decades of war, they had yet to understand fully what the Nox actually were, or how their species functioned. It was said that information was the greatest weapon in warfare, but the information they had was scarce. On the other hand, the Nox could gain as much information as they wanted through the defectors that were constantly joining their side. I don't care. This kind of talk is useless. We're only lowering our own morale and making it easier for those bastards to slaughter us. So what if they send a demigod? The elf proclaimed brazenly. And so what if I understand it? Does that mean I should just sit still and accept my death? Oomph. You are all pathetic. A new voice entered the fray. It was the voice of an old man who sat quietly in the corner of the room. His eyes were focused on the elf, unwavering and stern. He asked solemnly, I know you. I've heard of your feats on the battlefield. You're infinitely close to entering the realm of godhood yourself. So, if it's you, you might be able to stall that demigod for a period of time. The elf stared back at the old man with the same unwavering eyes. You might die. No, you will surely die. The old man looked into the elf's eyes as if trying to peer into his soul. In the end, he sighed. Very well. That's a demigod, for God's sake. The elder growled back. The fury in his voice silenced all opposition. The Nox aren't the only ones with demigods on their side. Our demigods have been stuck in the ancient battlefield, staving off the main forces of the Nox this entire time. It was the only reason we were able to survive this long. However, upon hearing that the Nox have mobilized one of their own, they have sent us aid as well. The elder's words brought some light back into the eyes of those alliance leaders. The elf's eyes were also wide when he heard the news. Inwardly, he let out a sigh of relief. The meeting soon ended, and all the gathered forces went their separate ways to prepare for the battle that was on the horizon. Night fell upon the Alliance camp. On the roof of a small building, the elf sat and stared at the two moons that decorated the night sky. Countless memories flashed through his mind. Children playing happily with the spirits that gravitated towards them. Families smiling and enjoying their days, they were. Scenes he saw constantly in his homeland before the start of the war. But there was one scene that played on repeat, standing out even amongst the vast array of memories in his mind. A beautiful woman with light blonde hair. Her presence seemed to be one with nature. She stood in front of the world tree with a warm smile on her face. Those were the last words he had heard from her. After that, his life had been a constant hell. Elvira, I wonder how you are doing now. Perhaps you've already moved on and found another love. My life is destined to end in tragedy, so I truly hope you have. He wanted to say those words, but he couldn't get them out of his throat. He clutched the jade pendant that had hung around his neck from the start of the war until now. Just like those two moons in the sky, they were so close yet infinitely far apart. You told me not to be a hero, but in the end, I couldn't stop myself. He sighed lightly. Being only a few hours away from guaranteed death, he oddly didn't feel dissatisfied at all. He had lived a good life, all things considered. The first few hundred years were filled with happiness and joy. And even though he had spent almost 25 years on the battlefield now, he didn't regret his decision to join the war. Because those happy smiles that he used to see on a daily basis, those families that would cherish each other and live in peace, that woman who shouldered the responsibility of all elves with a smile on her face. As long as he was here, their smiles could never be taken from them by the cruelty he had witnessed from the enemy. He stood up and stretched his tired body. His ambition was far greater than he had let on at the meeting. Even if he was fated to die today, he would make sure to save as many lives as he could before he did so. And maybe he could take down a demigod while he was at it. Chapter 397 Sacrifice. Chapter 397 Sacrifice 3. Battle was raging in full force. Being a pivotal battle that had the potential to be a turning point in this feudal war, the Alliance had brought out many of its hidden cards. And the scale of the battle could no longer be contained on ground. Multiple massive explosions rang out from all sides. Thousands of fourth-class existences fought with their lives on the line. In that atmosphere, it was impossible for the terrain to stay undamaged. It started small, with craters and cracks littering the ground. But as damage piled up over days and days of fighting, it couldn't stay so simple. Boom! Unable to bear the force of the battle, the world that was taking place cracked in half. The world core collapsed without its outer shell, causing a massive explosion that sent shockwaves through the starry sky. Hundreds of fourth classes and third classes, numbering even greater, perished with the world. Only those who were able to use spatial transmission equipment to leave the blast range were able to keep their lives. It was a truly hellish battle. Even after the world exploded, it didn't end. The setting was simply changed to a battle within the starry sky, where such environmental damage wouldn't be a problem. But there was a single part of the battlefield that all eyes watched. Regardless of which side won the battle, the results there would decide it all. A single elf with an ornate bow in hand stood tall. His proud back seemed to carry the weight of the world. His aura radiated determination and power. But considering the opponent in front of him, his momentum wasn't able to go far. It was another man, his skin black like ink. His stature was massive, being 10 meters tall with equally broad shoulders. He didn't radiate aura or have powerful momentum. One would simply think he was a giant who never even leveled up once. That is, if they didn't know his status. A true demigod, a man who had attained divinity. He wasn't the type of man that mortals like them could fathom. But that elf stood in front of him without any fear on his face. He asked. The demigod looked at the ant in front of him curiously. Well, if you don't wish to answer any other questions, then it'd be the last thing you answer before death as well. Ha ha! What a bold child. With you standing in front of me like this, you clearly understand your situation. Yet, you still have the nerve to talk about killing me? Yes, I understand my situation clearly, but it seems you aren't the same. The demigod frowned. Taking the words of an ant seriously wasn't something he would ever do, but being looked down on by someone so much weaker than him wasn't something he would tolerate. A single slap, that is all it will take to kill you. The demigod raised his hand lightly and waved it. There wasn't a trace of mana in his movements, but it still gave off an aura of godhood that the elf couldn't comprehend. Whoosh! Boom! The whipping of spatial wind, due to the force of his hand, was the first sound to be heard. In the next instant, a continent-sized crater was indented in a nearby planet. Salt! Although they had expected the difference between mortals and gods to be vast, not a single person expected it to be to such a degree. After all, demigods never had a reason to show their true strength. It wasn't just the fact that he could cause continental destruction from such distance that shocked them. It was the fact that he could do it seemingly without even mobilizing a hint of mana. The elf gripped his bow until blood leaked from his palms. This situation, he didn't know if it would go at all how they had planned it. But at the same time, it was a somewhat expected outcome. That was a divinity in front of him. He expected nothing less. The elf resolved himself once again. Soon, The blood and mana in his body began burning. He drew his bow and knocked an arrow even as his life force depleted at an astonishing rate. Blood-red essence mixed in with his naturally green mana as the arrow fired. Even when compared to his full power, this arrow was far greater. Bang! It reached the demigod before an instant could pass, exploding on his chest and knocking him back. But the elf didn't stop firing. He chased the demigod's body and continuously shot arrows using his blood vitality to increase his power. But he could see it. Those arrows weren't actually doing any damage to the demigod's body. And if it wasn't for the latter's arrogance, they wouldn't have even been able to reach him. But that didn't stop the elf. His original goal was never to kill. All he was doing was stalling for time. Bang! 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 Even though space itself was a void where sound couldn't travel, mana was different. Sound could easily travel through the volatile mana that resided in the starry sky. And, perhaps because of its volatile nature, the sound of those impacts was especially glaring. Bang! 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 Arrows kept firing and impacting the demigod's body. Meanwhile, the demigod himself watched on with interest. It wasn't like he cared for the task he was assigned. In fact, it was below him to even be sent to a battlefield like this one. But there was such an entertaining ant in front of him. He wanted to see how far his opponent would go before realizing the futility of his actions. It was a simple curiosity toward a lesser being. Boom! The demigod's rocket-like body fell into the atmosphere of a nearby planet. Within seconds, it impacted the ground, sending a shock wave into the earth that caused mountains to rise and seas to dry. But oddly enough, a single organism managed to survive the impact. It was a tree thousands of kilometers away, a massive tree that emanated rich vitality and had a gate that pierced the heavens. Bang! An arrow pierced the world's atmosphere like a bloody shooting star, accurately pinpointing the fallen body of the demigod and attempting to pierce it. But just like every other attempt, it ended in futility. The elf soon appeared in the air. Blood leaked from his pores like rivers. His skin was dried and cracked, and his eyes were so bloodshot that they looked as if they were on the verge of exploding. The demigod smiled when he saw it. Standing up, he patted himself down to get rid of the debris that had covered him during the altercation. He commented casually, observing the surrounding environment. The elf didn't respond. Or rather, he couldn't. His body was in no condition for him to make extraneous movements. Instead, he simply knocked another arrow. Chapter 398, Sacrifice. Chapter 398, Sacrifice 4. Had he stalled long enough? That was the only thought going through the elf's head. It was like his own body condition hadn't registered in his mind at all. It had only been a few minutes, but a few minutes meant a great deal with the speed of battle that beings at their level could reach. He didn't know the location of the ancient battlefield where the Alliance demigods were, but he didn't think it was so far away that a divinity couldn't reach here by now. But the fact that nobody had come to stop him meant that something had gone wrong. It meant that perhaps they wouldn't be getting the reinforcement they had placed all their hopes in. His body condition was terrible. Even the outward appearance didn't do it justice. Actually, if it wasn't for his astonishing vitality as an elf, he'd have already succumbed to his wounds. I don't have much blood vitality left to sacrifice. Looking at the causal gate of the demigod in front of him, it was only natural for him to lose hope. But he refused to do so. That simply wasn't his style. As he gazed upon the surrounding hundreds of kilometers of destruction, his eyes landed on the single tree that had withstood the impact of their battle. The aura that tree was radiating, it was at a similar level to that of the man he was facing. His figure flashed away. He was taking a gamble. While the demigod was still distracted by his curiosity, he would find a way to end things. His remaining blood vitality was used to boost his speed. When he arrived at the trunk of that tree, he placed his hand on it and sent his awareness within, attempting to communicate. But all he got in response were incoherent feelings of curiosity and anguish. Its spiritual intelligence hasn't matured yet. What kind of miraculous tree could enter godhood without developing its intelligence at all? Or maybe it was due to the rapid pace at which it achieved divinity that the heavens limited its consciousness. Whatever it was, it didn't matter to him. His gamble ended in failure. He didn't have the time to coax the tree into following his will, and he couldn't negotiate with it since it couldn't even understand his words. He couldn't give up here. He thought of everything he was trying to protect. The memories of his life flashed before his eyes. He was already a dead man. His body collapsed against the trunk of the tree, and as he did so, there was one regret that trumped all others. It wasn't that he couldn't be a hero. It wasn't that he couldn't protect everyone. If that was all, then he needed not to regret. To hold off a demigod for as long as he did was already a heaven-defying feat that had been achieved through both sacrifice and luck. The thing he regretted most was dying in vain. Even with all the effort he put in, he died a dog's death. He drew his last breath. His feelings of futility and anguish resonated with the will of the great tree he died leaning on, and a miraculous phenomenon took place. But was it right to call it a miracle? That tree that had barely developed spiritual intelligence felt sympathy for the first time in its life. And perhaps it was due to an elf's inherent affinity towards nature, but the brave elf warrior's spirit seemed to merge into the tree. His soul wasn't allowed to dissipate on death. It was sucked into the tree, resonating deeper and deeper with the tree's own spiritual intelligence, until they became one and the same. He opened his eyes again, or rather, he was once again able to see. But things are different. He felt an unbridled level of power running through his body, but he wasn't able to properly mobilize it. He clearly remembered dying, but the scenery he could see around him was the same as what he saw upon death. No, he could even see his own dead body being covered in roots and vines and dragged into the ground. The second he sent his awareness through his body, he was able to grasp the situation. To think it would end up like this. He had become the tree that he was trying to seek aid from. Only moments ago, not too far away, that demigod was looking at him with interest. But perhaps he doesn't know what happened here. He waited patiently as the demigod made his way over to the tree and looked at the corpse that was being dragged into it. "You are quite the interesting man." He spoke indifferently. The elf hated that casual indifference that didn't seem to put anything in its eyes. But if it's now, he couldn't kill the demigod. He didn't have enough control over his new body's strength to do that. Not to mention, his soul hadn't completely settled and been accepted by this body yet. It was a secret technique that all fourth classes in the Alliance were forced to learn. It was so that, when they died, their legacies would still be left for future generations to continue the war. It was a technique created by a genius spatial master, one that allowed one to create a small world to store their legacies. But he would use it for a different purpose. The vitality of the great tree suddenly flared. Waves of spatial essence and pure mana flooded the atmosphere to the point when it was palpable. The demigod's eyes widened in shock, but it was too late for him to act. After all, this power was on the same level as his. He didn't have the absolute advantage anymore. A hole opened in the trunk of the tree, radiating pure white light that aimed to eradicate all evil. And in the next instant, that demigod was sucked in. The realm he was forming had yet to be completed, but the rampant spatial tears and molding that contained traces of divinity within them were able to tear apart the Nox demigod's body. The fact that he had been forced into an incorporeal space also helped a lot in the process. And due to the fact that both beings were now on similar levels, their souls were stuck in a stalemate. The fact that the process is automated after it has been started is probably the most groundbreaking part of the technique. Due to their current circumstances, no words could be exchanged between them. It was likely that the Nox demigod was still unaware that his opponent was the elf who he had been playing with until recently. And so their stalemate continued, until the secret realm within the tree finished forming, and a separate space was formed to confine their battle. Chapter 399, Sacrifice. Chapter 399, Sacrifice 5. Damien was speechless. The events he had witnessed were simply too shocking. The war was already enough information to overload his brain, especially after spending 10 years in the body of a person who was fighting in it. It was a riveting story that ended in a noble sacrifice. It was a war from 100,000 years ago that was left out of history. He couldn't even imagine it. If the forces that the Nox possessed 100,000 years ago descended on the current universe, it was guaranteed annihilation. After the scene in which the Elf Senior sealed the Nox demigod, the playback didn't end. Damien was shown what the Elf Senior saw through his awareness afterwards. With the awareness of a demigod, it wasn't hard to see the results of the battle that had been taking place when he died. In the end, the Alliance's demigod never appeared, but it wasn't their loss either. Because the Nox race's demigod never returned to the battlefield, their morale began to drop, which allowed the Alliance to pull ahead. The battle ended in their victory, even though they had sustained many losses. It served as a turning point in the war, one which brought hope to the despairing Alliance. Unfortunately, when the Alliance heads tried to find traces of the elf warrior, they were unable to find anything. His body had been absorbed into the great tree, and the traces of battle between him and the Nox demigod were only present hundreds of kilometers away. Damien wondered. Although the result was obvious, since the universe was still not within the Nox's control, he wanted to know it in more detail. More specifically, he wanted to know why records of that war had been lost to time. 100,000 years was a vast amount of time that he couldn't understand at all, but with the methods of people at the power levels of the Alliance heads, and even the demigods on the Alliance side, storing records that could withstand the tests of time was extremely plausible. But in the end, there was nobody who could answer his question. Even the Elf Senior had been stuck on the cloud plane, unable to see what happened outside of its vicinity. "Senior, your name?" Damien couldn't help but ask. From the very depths of his being, he could feel a bubbling respect for the man who had sacrificed himself for his noble cause, and had even kept fighting after his death. The primordial, undying tree size. Whether or not it is forgotten doesn't matter. As long as I'm alive, I will carry your legacy with me. I will make sure you are not forgotten by history as you are now. Alaric. Damien's eyes widened. It wasn't a message delivered by a system window that he saw. It was the voice of the man whose story he had just witnessed. The primordial undying tree. No, Alaric Alfheim had just spoken to him for the first time. Alaric didn't respond. Even as they spoke, the memories he was showing Damien didn't end. When Alaric merged with the great tree, it wasn't the primordial undying tree yet. Hell, it wasn't even a world tree. It was simply a great tree of immense size and enormous vitality that had managed to reach the demigod realm over time. But that enormous vitality obviously wasn't normal. It was the characteristic that allowed the great tree to become something even greater. And with Alaric's consciousness guiding its evolution, the process was greatly sped up. 10,000 years after he became the great tree, it had spread its wings even further and become a world tree. The enormous vitality leaking from it brought prosperity to the land, reviving the desolate atmosphere left by the battle that had taken place there many millennia ago. Within another 5,000 years, mountains rose and rivers split. The groundwork of the 3,000 Beast Mountain range was formed. And due to the heavenly conditions of the area, many beasts gravitated towards it. Finally, an entire 20,000 years after the battle with the Nox demigod, the world tree evolved further and became the primordial undying tree that was known today. He created a subtree within the secret realm he had formed to seal the Nox demigod, and he used this subtree as a hope to nurture future generations. It was how the first primordial undying realm opened. Alaric used his vast consciousness to open the entrance on a different world every time. As long as the world was relatively close by, such a feat was within his means. But it wasn't easy. Due to the effort he had to put in, the secret realm could only be opened every 10,000 years. The problem was, he wasn't the only one inhabiting the secret realm. Every time the realm opened, the Nox demigod would use the geniuses who entered as chess pieces to fight him. In the end, many races were forcefully or willingly corrupted by him, becoming the ones that were known today. Damien watched it all happen, although the memories were played speedily and with gaps, so that his mind could handle the stress of such a vast time period. he could still feel the essence of 90,000 years that had passed. It was only 90,000 because not long before the 8th opening of the primordial, undying realm, something interesting happened. The war with the Nox began anew. Worlds were ravaged, and countless corpses littered the universe. In this hectic atmosphere, a certain group of elves fled from their world. Damien realized, of course, the faces of those people would be blurred. He realized now that the reason wasn't that something was being hidden from him. It was just that because it was being watched from such a vast distance, those faces weren't clear to Alaric in the first place. But he knew that they were elves, and he could clearly feel the connection he had with them, even though his body had been discarded for a new one. The scene of those elves being chased into the starry sky played out in front of Damien again. But this time, he was able to see how it ended. In that moment, right before their inevitable deaths, before they could reach the cloud plane, a massive portal appeared and sucked them in. When they reappeared, they were already in the 3,000 Beast Mountain range. Those elves, seeing that a world tree had saved them, began worshipping Alaric and decided to set up their home at the base of his trunk. And they named it TC so that they would never forget their origins. TC, meaning defector in the language of the elves. Chapter 400 Sacrifice. Chapter 400 Sacrifice 6. Within 10 years of the elves' arrival in the 3,000 Beast Mountain range, Alaric erected the Myriad Illusion Veil to protect them from outside forces and the ongoing war. And due to his protection, the elven race was able to gain footing in the mountain range without being killed off by the beasts around them. Over time, their population boomed, and they experienced prosperity. Those who remembered the origin of their city became few and far between. The final 10,000 years played out in front of Damien's eyes, but he was hardly paying attention. His mind was completely focused elsewhere. Just now, due to Alaric manipulating the memories for Damien to safely digest, he was able to experience 100,000 years without actually experiencing 100,000 years. Countless beings were born and died during that time. Landscape changed and became entirely different from what it once was. Even Alaric and the Nox demigod changed immensely over such a vast period of time. And within that atmosphere of change and chaos, only time and space remained constant, unchanging. Damien's perception expanded. His mind became clear as a familiar yet unfamiliar essence flooded his senses. 100,000 years passed in an instant. 100,000 years to some, but to me, a mere speck in the grand scheme of my life. His thoughts were incoherent and jumbled. He started many tangents without ever finishing them. But with every new insight he gained, his perception of that familiar essence became more and more complete. He had learned too much in a short span of time. Alaric had taught him all the mysteries of the mountain range and secret realm that he had been dying to know. Although he had many old questions that were left unanswered and many new questions that sprouted from the information now held, he didn't concentrate on that right now. He had plenty of time to figure it out after the current events ended. Damien's mind was being rapidly encompassed by an ancient and desolate aura. It was the feeling that came with comprehending the essence of time. And while it happened, his body also went through a myriad of changes. His bones became denser and more flexible, his muscles were compacted, his internal organs were fortified dozens of times over. His mana circuit wasn't left alone either. An extreme amount of pure essence flooded through them as the process of evolution continued. It was essence that even contained a trace of divine aura within it. And due to it, his mana veins expanded and his mana heart became far more refined. The Anunta matrix went through yet another evolution, even though it had only just evolved within the trial world as well. His body was being remolded into something entirely new. With the combination of void essence and Alaric's own divine essence, he was being perfected as if he was an art piece. Waves of unbridled power emanated from his body. Even his level rose rapidly. But he didn't even notice the change. His understanding, when compared to something like space, was still minuscule, but he had received an opportunity that hardly anyone would ever be able to receive. He already had immense talent and comprehension, and with the experience of 100,000 years, his comprehension of time increased at an extremely rapid rate. Not to mention, he was able to gain insights while watching Alaric form the secret realm and put a time distortion on it. The essence of time swirled around his body. When it met with the essence of space that constantly enveloped him, it seemed to dance and merge with it as if they were always one and the same. Right. On Earth, they would always say that space and time were one and the same. Under Damien's control, the two essences mingled even closer. The formless essence around him began to churn, forming a separated space around Damien. It was a sudden thought, but he acted on it instinctively. Space and time flowed together to create a small stream around Damien's body. It flowed like water, but had the color of shimmering blue starlight. But a foundation to him wasn't the same, as it was for others. If it wasn't for the fact that he was merged with the primordial undying tree's trunk and within a separated space, the scenery around him would be total chaos. The small stream in his hands caused a distortion of the surrounding kilometer of the area around him. Everything shattered, leaving only an empty void behind. Within this void, chaotic flows of space and time ran rampant. But suddenly, it all came to a halt. I can't go any further. I have no control over this power yet, so even I could potentially be influenced by the chaotic space-time within this domain. As he thought so, he slowly exited the trance he was in and sensed the state of his body. His evolution was almost finished, but the gifts provided by Alaric hadn't ended yet. In that moment when he regained peace in both body and mind, his senses expanded and merged with those of the primordial, undying tree itself. He could see it. Whether it was the 8 sub-realms where the subjugated races were performing their rituals, the main realm where Hun Fang and Qing Tan were speaking to each other, or even the outside world where the elves were living their lives in peace. He could see it all. What the hell? Don't mind it. It has been a long time since I met a genius that I felt I could put my hopes in. Damien nodded. I won't be so impolite as to refuse a gift that I desire so much. Information, it was the thing he was lacking most. Yet, Alaric had provided him with just that. He wasn't mad about their betrayal. Even an idiot could understand their circumstances if he was allowed to witness their conversations. He only felt pity for the sibling duo in his heart. Never mind that. From the looks of it, the Nox demigod was infinitely close to breaking out of his seal. Instead of putting a stop to that chaos, why was the senior focusing on him? No need. His breaking out of the seal isn't something I can prevent any longer. I've known this day was coming for thousands of years. What is more important is saving as many people as I can before he manages to do so. Damien felt a searing pain on the back of his hand. There, a light green seal was being etched into his skin. With this seal, the elves out there will regard your words as law. Most likely, they'll subordinate themselves to you. I wish for you to take them into that space you created when you first entered this realm. Allow me to finish. I can at most buy you 30 minutes before battle breaks out with him. In that 30 minutes, you must save as many people as possible. Remember, do not be even a second late. Damien's eyes hardened. He understood the implications of the senior's words. A battle between demigods. It had the potential to destroy the entire cloud plane within a few hours. The senior is trying to contain the battle within the myriad illusion veil, but that means everyone here will inevitably die. A heavy burden of responsibility had just been placed on his shoulders. Within 30 minutes, he has to save not only the elven race, but all those he could within the mountain range. With the distance I'll have to cover, even saving the clans of those I've allied within the secret realm will take longer than 30 minutes. Damien wasn't a saint nor a hero. In normal cases, he would be completely content with only taking the people he cared for and escaping the coming calamity. But this time, he had no intention of denying the responsibility he was given, regardless of how burdening it might be. Because the senior who had given him such a responsibility had borne and was continuing to bear a burden that was far greater than anything he could fathom.